Chapter 1961. So what if it was destroyed? The moment Fate GU was destroyed, the whole battlefield returned to its previous state. The white light formed by Fate Vanquish Killer move disappeared completely. Crack crack. A series of crisp sounds echoed as countless cracks spread throughout Heaven Overseeing Tower. At the next moment, the whole of Heaven Overseeing Tower crumbled into pieces. The Grand Heavenly Court fell into deathly silence. There was no trace of wind in the battlefield, but the immortals felt a hurricane blowing in their hearts. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned into countless fragments that fell down along with GU immortal corpses. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's painting path method turned into a ray of light that crossed the sky and flew far away. Fang Yuan ignored it and quietly floated in the air, looking at Duke Long, Feng Zhuzhe, and the rest. He had no expression and did not say anything, he only opened his palm slowly. Under everybody's vision killer move, everyone in the 5 regions saw the fragments of the destroyed Fate GU. Fate GU has been destroyed. We won. The 3 regions GU immortals looked at each other, seeing the astonishment and daze on each other's faces. Unbelievable, we really did it. This battle will definitely be remembered by later generations. After coming to their senses, the 3 regions GU immortals cheered wildly. On the contrary, Heavenly Court's remaining GU immortals had ashen expressions and were dazed like puppets. Fate GU was Heavenly Court's banner, their spiritual pillar. It was more than a rank 9 GU worm. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable had relied on this GU to create the rule of humanity. It gave humans the hope of freedom and courage to revolt. After over 3 million years of inheritance and development, the significance of Fate GU was much greater to Heavenly Court. It was Heavenly Court's foundation, a symbol, and also an eternally fluttering banner. But now, this banner was taken down and torn by Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court's immortals felt that the pillar in their mind was taken away, their world had collapsed. Even without the 3 regions GU immortals attacking or any external stimulation, they were dazed and did not know what they should do. Even Feng Zhuzhe was silent, his destiny song that had kept on resounding throughout the battlefield stopped at this moment. Far away, Feng Jinhuang was hiding in a secret underground immortal GU house. She was weeping silently. Fate GU has been destroyed. How did this happen? Everyone clearly put in so much effort, not even hesitating to sacrifice themselves. Qin Dingling's gaze was blank, she was like a lifeless statue. The greatly damaged demon judgment board rose to the sky. Feng Zheng, who was inside, looked at Fang Yuan with a highly complicated expression. Fang Yuan, you actually accomplished it. In Heavenly Court, in front of the Venerable methods, you destroyed Fate GU. So the gap between you and I is simply this big. This gap made Fang Zheng feel despair, but a strange thing was Fang Zheng did not feel bitterness at this moment, instead he felt a trace of relief. It was time to give up. A person like Fang Yuan was different from everyone from the start. Thinking of rivaling him was wishful thinking from the start, a delirious thought even. Damn it, we failed, Fate GU has been destroyed. Heavenly Court's GU immortals cried. They had used all their strength, given their everything, some crawled out of their graves to fight, some held on till the end, but they still failed. We have really failed our comrades who sacrificed themselves. I am too ashamed to face my seniors. Shame surfaced on the Heavenly Court immortals' faces, many even had the impulse to kill themselves. Don't panic. At this moment, Duke Long suddenly spoke, his voice spreading throughout the battlefield, shaking every GU immortal's mind. Duke Long flew to the sky, his expression was solemn as he knew this was the crucial moment. Fate GU had been destroyed. Duke Long could not afford to be upset or blame himself. He was the leader of Heavenly Court, he needed to try his hardest to deal with this issue. What made him anxious was that even the deeply experienced Heavenly Court GU immortals were shaken like this. What would the people all over the world think about this sight? If Fang Yuan's scheming and defeating Heavenly Court time and again earlier was like a heavy slap to Heavenly Court's face, then Fang Yuan destroying Fate GU was like shaking Heavenly Court's foundation completely, destroying the status and reputation Heavenly Court had accumulated for over 3 million years. Duke Long had to restore their morale and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan, you really think you destroyed Fate GU? Duke Long suddenly laughed with no trace of listlessness, one could not sense any form of wavering in his tone. Fang Yuan did not reply and only slightly raised his hand as he looked at Duke Long. Immediately, the 3 regions GU immortals ridiculed. Duke Long, have you gone blind? You can't see the fragments of Fate GU. Some of the Heavenly Court GU immortals looked with bright gazes, a spark of hope rising in their hearts, as the Fate GU that Fang Yuan destroyed a replica. But Duke Long shook his head, still laughing. The destroyed Fate GU is the real one. But Fang Yuan, even though Fate GU is destroyed, has it really been destroyed forever? Can we not refine it once again? The immortals were stupefied. Immortal GU were unique, this was an irrefutable truth of the world. If I had an immortal GU, others could not possess the same one. But when this immortal GU was destroyed, others would have the chance to possess it. Fate GU was destroyed by Fang Yuan now, this was an ironclad truth. But this was not a genuine ending because Heavenly Court could refine it again. Does Heavenly Court have Fate GU's recipe? Shen Kongsheng's expression was grim as he asked. Heavenly Court has held Fate GU for over 3 million years, we had countless refinement path great experts and 3 immortal venerables in this period. Take a guess if our Heavenly Court has Fate GU's recipe or not. Duke Long smiled, his entire body letting out confidence and calmness. Damn it, the 3 regions GU immortals were exasperated. Duke Long laughed. However, even if Heavenly Court did not have Fate GU's immortal GU recipe, so what? Everyone, let me ask you, was the Fate GU in the immemorial antiquity era refined by Ren Zhu? Of course not, Qin Dingling replied. She understood Duke Long's intention and her eyes shone with life again. Fate GU was born from heaven and earth itself. Duke Long nodded. That's right, immortal GU are born from nature, which is why there are many wild immortal GU. Even if we cannot refine it, heaven and earth will refine Fate GU. The new Fate GU might be rank 6 or even rank 9 directly. Who can say for sure? This time, the 3 regions GU immortals looked at each other. After Duke Long mentioned this point, they suddenly realized that destroying Fate GU might not be a big deal. If Fate GU was destroyed, so be it, it could be refined again. Even if it is refined, we can destroy it again. A GU immortal shouted angrily, but even he himself did not have much confidence. To destroy Fate GU this time, they had paid a huge price. Could such success really be replicated? Forget about anything else, just the point that only an otherworldly demon could destroy Fate GU blocked the path of many heroes and conquerors. Didn't even 3 demon venerables fail? Damn it, how could we have failed to notice this? A GU immortal was vexed, but thinking about it, he could blame himself for not considering everything properly. After all, invading Heavenly Court and destroying Fate GU was already an enormous goal and could even be said to be wishful thinking. To realize this goal, the GU immortals had already exhausted their minds and energy. This was an impossible mission akin to a mortal ascending to heaven. Even if they used all their strength and had inexhaustible will, it was still difficult to achieve. Under such circumstances, who could afford to think of the matter after ascending to heaven? In fact, when Central Continent held the Refinement Path Convention and 4 regions GU immortals invaded, who could say for sure that they could destroy Fate GU? No one, even Fang Yuan, even Venerables did not have such confidence. Everyone was giving it a try. After the attempt succeeded, the GU immortals were exalted. But what happens after realizing this goal? Duke Long's words were also the truth. The 3 regions GU immortals suddenly discovered that the price they paid, the battles and the effort they invested were all in vain. Was it just an empty victory? The 3 regions GU immortals were silent, their expressions gradually turning unsightly. Wu Yong was sharp and sensed the change in people's hearts and the fallen morale. He immediately refuted coldly, Lord Duke Long, you have a sharp tongue. However, Heavenly Court's failure is still a failure. You took great pain to defend and even hide Fate GU in Heavenly Court, yet we were still able to destroy it. In the future, even if you obtain Fate GU again, so what? In fact, you need to be careful. Otherwise, when Heaven and Earth gives birth to the new Fate GU, you won't be able to refine it yourselves. At that time, Fate GU will become a wild immortal GU, anyone will be able to possess it, it might not necessarily be obtained by your Heavenly Court anymore. The 3 regions immortals' eyes brightened and their morale soared. Duke Long was smiling calmly. Wu Yong, you are not wrong about it at all. Let's say Fate GU becomes a wild immortal GU and is obtained by one of you, so what? Can you all use it? Do you know how to use it? Even Wu Yong could not reply to this question. Duke Long smiled proudly. Fate GU can never be used by GU immortals. Before the remote antiquity era, it was held by variant humans but they could not use it. Over 3 million years, my Heavenly Court had several immortal venerables, but no one could directly use this GU. Countless geniuses racked their minds and then conceptualized Heaven Overseeing Tower. It took 3 million years for us to research a killer move that could make use of Fate GU, and that is Fate Vanquish. Do you understand the killer move Fate Vanquish? Do you know how to construct Heaven Overseeing Tower? The three regions GU immortals fell into silence. Duke Long continued. Only heavens will can use fate GU. Back then, for the sake of humanity, star constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate to sacrifice herself and merged with heaven's will, disturbing and influencing heaven's will. Which is why, humanity that rose 3 million years ago is still flourishing now, we remained as the rulers of the world. And my heavenly court built the immortal graveyard to support star constellation's will. Heavenly court members all chose to hibernate in the immortal graveyard to provide constant help for star constellation's will. Only then are we able to influence fate GU and thus influence the position of humanity in the whole world. Among you, who can achieve this? Duke Long swept his gaze throughout the battlefield. The three regions GU immortals were silent while Heavenly Court's GU immortals stood proudly. Someone even added arrogantly, no one. In the vast 5 regions, only Heavenly Court can accomplish this. No, you are wrong, Duke Long. Bing Sai Chuan's retort came from inside Calamity Luck Altar. Even if we are unable to use Fate GU, we can use it as a GU refinement material to refine Destiny GU. Fate GU cannot be controlled by others, but Destiny GU can. This is the plan of our Lord Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Duke Long looked towards Calamity Luck Altar and gave a disdainful smile. Even if you refine Destiny GU, does it mean Fate GU won't exist? Bing Sai Chuan was unable to reply. If Fate GU was used as a GU material, when Longevity Heaven refined Destiny GU, Fate GU would be used up. In the future, there could still be a new Fate GU. Duke Long sighed. No matter what you do, Fate GU will still exist. Even if it destroyed now, it will appear again in the future. As long as it appears, will your efforts today have any meaning? The three regions GU immortals were silent. Of course there is meaning. Duke Long answered himself with solemnness and hatred. The meaning of this is to give a chance for variant humans to rise up, for them to create an unimaginably bad influence on humanity. You cannot use Fate GU, and how long will it take for you to refine Destiny GU? You don't even have an incomplete GU recipe of Fate GU. Once Fate GU reappears, it will be controlled by Heaven's will. Humanity will decline and variant humans will rise. And the one who led to this is all of you. Duke Long berated and suddenly pointed towards Fang Yuan, especially you. You are the greatest evil. You destroyed the immortal graveyard. Star constellations won't be able to interfere with Heaven's will like before. If humanity is exterminated in the future, you will be the main culprit behind everything. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you think you obtained victory by destroying Fate GU. He, at best, this is only a giant joke. My heavenly court thinks for humanity in all aspects. We offered our blood and sweat for the benefits of humanity, even sacrificing ourselves. And you people, for your own selfish interests, destroyed the great position that my heavenly court had maintained meticulously for millions of years. My heavenly court can refine Fate GU again in the future. We can refine it secretly. We won't let the 5 regions know of Fate GU's refinement. Will you find out about it? Can you all stop us in time? Even if you stop us the 2nd or the 3rd time. What about after that? Who can guarantee you can stop us from refining it again and again? We will only refine rank 6 Fate GU, it is far easier than restoring it to rank 9. Also, every time we fight because of Fate GU, humanity will suffer heavy losses and greatly expend its foundation. This will give variant humans the opportunity to rise up against us. Duke Long lamented with deep emotions as he said this. Who is this old man? I did not know that Heavenly Court did so many things in consideration for our entire human race. Why did they invade Heavenly Court? What were these GU immortals thinking? These people are all demons. They disregarded the big picture for their own interests. They are accursed sinners. The 5 regions mortals resonated with Duke Long. Most of the mortals had extremely little understanding of the GU immortal world. And the GU immortals scattered in the 5 regions were also silent when they heard Duke Long. Heavenly Court was powerful. Heavenly Court was domineering. Heavenly Court occupied almost all the cultivation resources of Central Continent. Heavenly Court's ambition stretched extremely far and actively interfered in major events of the other 4 regions. But no one was able to deny Heavenly Court's contribution in protecting humanity. This was a fact. This is somewhat troublesome. Although it felt extremely satisfying to destroy Fate GU, there is some emptiness after the adrenaline rush. This is a bit of a problem. Inside the blood cape, reckless savages will mumbled while holding his head. Duke Long, are you done? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent. After destroying Fate GU, this was the first time he spoke and broke the silence. Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan, his brows furrowed as he started feeling uneasy. Fang Yuan was too calm. According to Fang Yuan's intelligence, how could he not see the crucial point? Duke Long tried to think from another perspective. If he were Fang Yuan, he would definitely use all his strength to attack and not give the enemies the chance to speak. Because once Duke Long spoke, he would create this current situation. Indeed, Duke Long's words restored Heavenly Court's GU Immortal's morale and also suppressed the enemy's spirit. He also raised Heavenly Court's prestige, and it was simply turning the situation around. Duke Long was worthy of being the leader of Heavenly Court. He not only possessed terrifying strength worthy of the main pillar, at the crucial time, he could even lead and boost morale, changing people's hearts. How could Fang Yuan not see this? But he did not stop Duke Long. Duke Long could even vaguely see a trace of anticipation in his eyes. So what was Fang Yuan anticipating? At the next moment, Fang Yuan chuckled. "Oh Duke Long, who told you that destroying Fate GU meant the end of this battle? You seem to have forgotten someone." Duke Long's pupils shrank as he realized something. He followed Fang Yuan's gaze and saw a river. That was a phantom silhouette of the River of Time. Calamity Luck Altar carried Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method, Call of the Ancient. From the start of the battle, this killer move's power had condensed into a phantom river of time in Heavenly Court. Northern Plains past GU Immortal experts walked out from this phantom river and created an extremely huge threat to Heavenly Court. But as the battle continued, the phantom river of time seemed to have gradually grown powerless as fewer and fewer of Northern Plains experts were summoned. At the late stage of the battle, this phantom river of time seemed to be motionless and showed no traces of new figures emerging. However, when Fang Yuan destroyed Fate GU, this phantom river of time seemed like a beast that had broken free of its shackles. It started surging wildly and turbulently. Swish swish swish. The river water surged, raising astonishing waves. A figure walked out slowly and naturally from the giant waves. All the immortals present heard his voice. "In my youth I shined in the light of spring, horses trampled on flowers as fragrance of wine spread. Love and hatred came with the waves, summer cicadas sang as I woke up in the middle of the night. Planting red lotuses in the river of time, going back in time with my tears run dry. Through the vicissitudes of life I return to this stage, the myriad beings anticipate a life unbound by fate." He had the appearance of a young man, his gaze seemed to have experienced countless vicissitudes. He wore a red robe, his face was pure as jade, his eyes were bright like stars, and his skin was white as snow. He walked out from the phantom river of time and stepped into Heavenly Court's battlefield. Everyone watched. There was complete silence all around. His gaze moved around before fixing on Duke Long's body. Duke Long shook. His expression was extremely complicated as he opened his mouth. His lips moved but no words came out. The young man smiled. "Master, have you been well?" Chapter 1962 I have Destiny Immortal GU's recipe. Wow, this person came out of the river. Why is there a river in the sky? The young man who walked out is really handsome. I still think that the fairy in the red cape looks nicer. Because of the killer move everybody's vision, the mortals of the 5 regions saw this scene. They discussed enthusiastically and rowdily. Mortals and GU masters might not understand the severity of the situation, but most of the GU immortals knew who this mysterious young man was. At once, GU immortals of the 5 regions were shaken. It was as if a world-destroying tornado was rampaging in their hearts. This GU immortal, it can't be. Is he Red Lotus Demon Venerable? Among the generations of Venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the most mysterious one. Back then, Heavenly Court used everything to nurture him, but their efforts were in vain. Not only did Red Lotus not become an immortal venerable, he even became a demon venerable, betraying the righteous path and damaging Fate GU. There was also the problem of the Dragonman race mixed within this. Heavenly Court had to disregard costs and make information path. Great experts use their most profound methods to eliminate the influence of this event. Moreover, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had constantly been reborn. He changed his style of action and wanted to preserve Heavenly Court's reputation for the sake of his master. He started to act secretly in the dark. Thus, most GU immortals did not know the true appearance of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But they all heard the mysterious young-looking GU immortal call Duke Long his master. He had also walked out of the phantom river of time. Everyone knew that Duke Long was the master of Red Lotus. But why did this happen? Didn't Red Lotus Demon Venerable die? He might be a new disciple of Duke Long. The GU immortals of the 5 regions were uncertain, but Heavenly Court's battlefield was full of experienced experts. There were many super forces behind them that had secretive information regarding Red Lotus Demon Venerable. They knew quite a lot of things. Thus, be they Heavenly Court or the 3 regions GU immortals, they looked at the young GU immortal while dazed like rocks. They were numb from shock. They recognized the young GU Immortal's identity. It was really Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The three regions GU Immortals were shaken. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the disciple of Duke Long. Seeing his attitude towards Duke Long, it still carried concern and respect. Heavenly Court did not dare to act rashly. After all, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had invaded Heavenly Court in the past, damaging Fate GU. After that, in order to repair Fate GU, Heavenly Court spent over 1,000,000 years, countless resources and manpower. They managed to repair it in the end, but it was a pity that Red Lotus, inheritor, Fang Yuan, destroyed it. It was truly infuriating. And most importantly, there was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's cultivation level. He was a venerable with rank 9 battle strength. Once he appeared, who could face him in combat? Even the powerful Duke Long, even the colossal Di Zhang Shang, even Fang Yuan who wore the blood battle cape, were no match for the rank 9 Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Nobody held any doubt regarding this. The young-looking Red Lotus guessed everyone's thoughts. He walked on thin air as he got to the center of the battlefield. He smiled. Everyone, no need to worry, I have already died. Now that Fate GU is destroyed while Call of the Ancient has barely any power left, I am merely Red Lotus, Will. Red Lotus, Will was vivid and solid like it was the real person. But upon close inspection, one would realize that there were differences between it and an actual GU Immortal. The Immortals managed to discern this as they let out sighs of relief. Red Lotus did not lie, this was his will, not his main body. His reputation was too great, he appeared in a shocking manner, everyone could not help but think of it as the worst-case situation. After Red Lotus informed them, they realized the truth. The bad feeling in Duke Long's heart was getting heavier. Duke Long snorted coldly, shouting, Red Lotus, even though you have died, you are still not willing to give up that heretical thought. You won this time, thanks to you, Fate GU has been destroyed by your chosen pawn. Red Lotus shook his head. Master, this is not a win, precisely so, I had to show up. What are you trying to do? Duke Long frowned, the bad feeling in his heart intensified. Red Lotus replied with action, his body flickered as he appeared before Fang Yuan instantly. Fang Yuan looked at Red Lotus, Will with a calm expression, his gaze was dark like the night sky. He had very deep ties with this venerable. The spring-autumn cicada that he had used to turn situations around many times was the time path Immortal GU created by this person. You did very well, I am sure you've guessed what I am going to do now. Red Lotus, Will smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan replied, somewhat. Even though Fate GU is destroyed, the truth is that to use it as a GU material to refine Destiny GU, we will need an otherworldly demon like you. Thanks to someone's help, you finally became a complete otherworldly demon. Red Lotus, Will said this as he looked far away, towards the periphery of the battlefield where Spectral Soul and his servants were hiding. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan were perspiring profusely. Even though this was just Red Lotus, Will, he was simply too terrifying, finding out their hiding spot with one glance. At the hiding spot, Spectral Soul had already returned to human form. He looked at Red Lotus, Will with a complex expression. This was not the first time he had met Red Lotus, Will, his memories surfaced from the depths of his mind. Back then, he became a soul path venerable, he entered the river of time to explore its secrets. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cultivated soul path, with his foundation, he could freely enter and exit the river of time. As the mysterious fog appeared, a stone lotus island appeared in front of him of its own initiative. He stepped onto the stone lotus island as Red Lotus, Will smiled and invited him, I have been waiting, Spectral Soul. Let us make a deal. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable agreed to the transaction. Therefore, he learned of Fate GU, and also the truth behind the historical invasion of Heavenly Court by the three Demon Venerables. He gave up on the plan to attack Heavenly Court, he went to design and create Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU instead. Red Lotus, Will looked at Spectral Soul, using his gaze as an indication, it is time to carry out our transaction. Spectral Soul chuckled as he ordered Old Man Zheng Yuan, gather all of the human will, send it all to Fang Yuan. Old Man Zheng Yuan immediately moved. At once, the vast amount of human will from Heavenly Court surged. These wills were of all varieties and colors, they were filled with ugly desires or beautiful dreams, one could indulge in them and lose their way, they were beautiful and ugly at the same time. People wanted them but also hated them. Red Lotus, Will looked at the vast amount of will that resembled a rainbow sea. He turned around and smiled at Fang Yuan, before entering the ocean of human will personally. The human wills engulfed him instantly. Next, fire started burning out of nowhere, resembling blazing red lotuses that burned the sea of wills. Duke Long saw this and became enraged. This was not something a mere will could achieve. Red Lotus, back then when you attacked Heavenly Court, you actually left this arrangement behind. Before he finished speaking, Duke Long flew up, wanting to destroy the human wills. Don't even think about it. Wu Shuai was prepared for this. He manipulated Dragon Palace to stop him. Both sides fought. Dragon Palace was soon forced to retreat. What are you all waiting for? Duke Long shouted at all the Heavenly Court GU Immortals. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals jolted. They started to approach Fang Yuan and the vast sea of wills. The three regions GU Immortals were not going to watch. A huge battle erupted again. No matter what Red Lotus is doing, it must be disadvantageous to Heavenly Court. This is something we want to see. Wu Yong's eyes shined with bright light. He shot out countless wind blades around him. Di Zhangsheng roared angrily. It coiled his body around Fang Yuan and the human wills, resisting killer moves using its body as a shield, growling in pain but refusing to retreat. Bing Sai Chuan rode in Calamity Luck Altar as he resisted Demon Judgment Board. He had a complex gaze. It looked like Red Lotus Demon Venerable was going to refine Destiny GU as well. This went against Longevity Heaven's goal, but he could not stop it or retreat now. He had to fight first. The flames burned the human wills, emitting a dense, sharp fragrance. After Red Lotus will fused into the human wills, the vast sea of wills cooperated with Fang Yuan, entering the flames. Lumps of flames spread out, quickly expanding into a sea of fire. The surrounding temperature rose. If rank 6 GU Immortals were not putting up a defense, they would instantly melt due to the flames. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. The bloody cape protected him. He stood in the sea of fire, but he did not make a move. A Heavenly Court GU Immortal could not help but laugh. Fang Yuan is not making a move. He looks like he does not have Destiny Immortal Goose recipe. Fang Yuan looked at the person who was speaking from within the flames. He smiled coldly as his tone carried a hint of pity. I do not have it, but here in this battlefield, somebody does. Who? The fighting immortals all had this question in their heads. Find them and kill them. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals subconsciously had such thoughts. Find them and protect them. The three regions GU Immortals instantly made their decision. Fang Yuan silently shifted his gaze towards Feng Juzhe. Feng Juzhe also looked at him. The two looked at each other through the sea of fire. They stared at each other as if the surrounding fights in the battlefield were far away from them. Feng Juzhe breathed in deeply. He slowly shut his eyes. Next, he opened his mouth and started to sing. The tune of Destiny song spread throughout the battlefield. Feng Juzhe has attacked again. Let's kill Fang Yuan. Let's exterminate the human will. Exterminate the human will first. Fang Yuan is secondary. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals were energized, but at the next moment, they screamed in shock. They were not powered up by Destiny Song. Instead, the three regions GU Immortals gained a boost in strength. Feng Juzhe, what are you doing? Duke Long was furious and shocked. He turned around and looked at Feng Juzhe like a furious blood dragon. Father. Feng Jinhuang's voice was filled with utter shock. It could be heard clearly as well. Feng Juzhe, why are you doing this? You betrayed Heavenly Court. How dare you? How can you do this? Qin Dingling screamed in a shrill voice. She was extremely furious. In order to nurture Feng Juzhe, she had even given him her responsive luck Immortal GU. But Feng Juzhe actually repaid her like this. Feng Juzhe had a calm expression. He did not stop singing. At this very moment, he betrayed Heavenly Court unhesitantly, joining Fang Yuan and the three regions' allied forces. Chapter 1963 Feng Juzhe's Red Lotus True Inheritance. The tune of Destiny song filled the battlefield, but at this moment, Feng Juzhe's opponent was Heavenly Court. Regardless of the shock and perplexity of both sides, Feng Juzhe was immersed in his own singing. At the same time, memories surfaced in his mind. During the second invasion of Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan set up a formation in the Blessed Land. Feng Juzhe and Chen Yi were isolated. Feng Juzhe faced Fang Yuan alone. My GU worms are vanishing mysteriously. How can this be? This should be a theft path method. Is it Fang Yuan's method or this formations? Feng Juzhe was shocked. Because Fang Yuan had theft path methods, Feng Juzhe was at a disadvantage. As time passed, his GU worms got stolen one by one. Among them were several sound path Immortal GU. Feng Juzhe's battle strength fell greatly. He had to choose to use fixed Immortal Travel Immortal GU to escape for now. Suppress Space Immortal GU. But Fang Yuan suddenly used his prepared method. Feng Juzhe failed to escape. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Next, Fang Yuan even stole the fixed Immortal Travel that he was after. Feng Juji's heart turned icy cold, he knew that he was in a desperate situation. But at this moment, he received Fang Yuan's secret transmission. "Oh Feng Juzhe, I will not kill you, I will not steal fate armor Immortal Gu either. You and I are not on the same side, but you and Heavenly Court are not aligned in beliefs either. Face your true inner self, what do you truly want? Let me ask you, have you started comprehending Destiny Song already?" Feng Juzhe initially thought that this was a trap by Fang Yuan to affect his fighting spirit and determination, but soon he became very perplexed. Fang Yuan actually slowed down his attacks, he stopped forcing him. This made Feng Juzhe think involuntarily. What does Fang Yuan mean by this? He knows I have fate armor Immortal Gu. He reacted so perfectly when we attacked Langya Blessed Land this time, he made ample preparations. Does this mean he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth? If he really is reborn, what happened in the previous life? From his words, why does it seem like I will diverge from Heavenly Court? At this time, Fang Yuan transmitted again. "Oh Feng Juzhe, I know you are full of questions and suspicions. Don't worry, as time passes, you will understand what I mean. Next, I will open the formation and give Chen Yi the false impression that he broke it. I am sure he will teleport you away, we will meet again, Feng Juzhe." "Fang Yuan, explain yourself clearly," Feng Juzhe transmitted. But at the next moment, an explosion occurred as the formation space that was isolated became connected. Chen Yi saw Feng Juzhe in danger and quickly shouted loudly, "Hang on, I'm coming. Be careful, the enemy has a way to steal GU worms." Feng Juzhe hesitated briefly before immediately giving Chen Yi critical information. During the fight, Fang Yuan attacked ferociously, he critically injured Feng Juzhe, fate armor Immortal Gu was activated. In order to save Feng Juzhe, Chen Yi used karma relocation. Feng Juzhe was shocked. Fang Yuan was right, Chen Yi really had a way to send me out. "Feng Juzhe, you managed to escape this time, but next time will be different." Fang Yuan had a plain expression. This sentence had a different meaning when it was heard by Feng Juzhe. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Heavenly Court lost. After the battle, Feng Juzhe considered Fang Yuan's words. "He could have killed me but he did not take my life. Why? Fang Yuan is a demon with a ruthless and vicious personality, he only cares about benefits. He let me go, there is only one reason, I will be a big help to him in the future. But I am a Central Continent member, a prospective member of Heavenly Court, the Tao guardian of my daughter Feng Jin Huang. Don't tell me there will be conflict between me and Heavenly Court. If Fang Yuan is reborn from the future, does that mean that in his previous life, I opposed Heavenly Court, I was his natural ally?" As he held such concerns, Feng Juzhe did not inform Fairy Ziwei of this situation. The thing that moved him the most was the Destiny Song that Fang Yuan mentioned. Destiny Song. Feng Juzhe had a vague sensation and inspiration, but his inspiration was too faint and far away, he could not grab onto it. But he knew that this was a direction. He continued to explore it, soon gaining some fragmented comprehension. Until one day, when he was stationed at Embroidered Tower, he looked at the 3 bloody skins left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. All of the comprehension that he had during this period underwent a qualitative transformation. Feng Juji's soul was deeply stirred, he could not help but smile. "It seems that my next song will be Destiny Song." In the Battle of the River of Time, Fang Yuan and Feng Juzhe met again. "How is the creation of Destiny Song going?" They fought intensely on the surface but Fang Yuan was secretly transmitting to him. Feng Juzhe, "Fang Yuan, what is it that you know?" He. "Come to the River of Time more often, you should have realized that being here greatly helps your comprehension and creation of Destiny Song. But the most helpful thing is still the Red Lotus True Inheritance on the Stone Lotus Island." Fang Yuan said. "What do you mean?" Feng Juzhe asked. "According to my estimations, that should be a true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially left behind for you, it will help you greatly." Fang Yuan said. Feng Juzhe hesitated for a moment before answering, "I will not owe you this favor without repaying it. Let me tell you this, in Heavenly Court's Embroidered Tower, there are 3 true inheritances left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. Each one requires a key, they are Attitude GU, Mutation GU, and Adaptation GU. Oh, a sharp light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He did not think that Feng Juzhe was lying, the items were inside Heavenly Court, there was no need to lie. Back then, to repay the favor of saving him in the winds of assimilation, Feng Juzhe blocked Wu Yong's assault. Now, it also fitted Feng Juzhe's nature to expose this secret true inheritance to him. In this battle, Fang Yuan still let him go, causing Feng Juzhe to survive again. Central Continent's refinement path convention started, multiple battlefields were created as GU Immortals fought intensely. At such a crucial timing, Feng Juzhe was instead inside the River of Time. That really is a Stone Lotus Island. Feng Juzhe was shook internally. The Stone Lotus Island within the mist appeared in front of him, as Fang Yuan had predicted. He saw Red Lotus, Will on the island. Red Lotus, Will smiled. You are finally here, Feng Juzhe. This is the true inheritance that I left specially for you. Feng Juzhe frowned. No matter how much you give me, it will not change my stance. Red Lotus, Will shook his head. I had never thought of bribing you, your choice is your own decision. I just feel that this true inheritance should be left to you. Of course, you can refuse to take it. Even if you destroy it, I am not going to stop you. Feng Juzhe believed in himself. After considering it, he decided to accept the true inheritance. He immersed himself in a certain segment of the memories of Red Lotus, life. Red Lotus was undergoing tribulation, trying to get to rank 9 Venerable realm. The terrifying might of the calamities and tribulations made Feng Juzhe extremely shocked and fearful. After the tribulation was over, only half of the heavenly court GU Immortals who helped Red Lotus were alive. The most painful thing to Red Lotus was that his wife Lu Shuxian had died. This was his most beloved woman. Don't leave me, Shuxian. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian as tears poured down his face. Lu Shuxian smiled. It's no use, I have been struck by the tribulation. Having a trace of my soul left to take a final look at you is already an enormous fortune. How could I possibly ask for more? I am useless, I am useless. I underwent tribulation but implicated you. Hong Ting's head was lowered with tears rolling down his eyes. No, Hong Ting, that tribulation could only have been blocked by my special physique. Even if you all sacrificed your lives, you would only have failed. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and encountered you, it was all fate's arrangement. In your fatal moment, I suddenly understood the greatest meaning of my life. It was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you and help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. Now I have accomplished it. No, Xian, I would rather not be an immortal venerable, I only want you to live, I only want you to live. Hong Ting roared helplessly, his body was shaking and his tears were falling. Everything and everyone in this world has its own respective fate, it is fixed. Hong Ting, you cannot have such thoughts, you need to live on properly, your fate is to become an immortal venerable, lead heavenly court and spread the glory of the righteous path throughout the 5 regions. Do you know? I had always been wanting to see that scene, standing by your side and accompanying you as you bring fortune to the world with invincible might. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Lu Shuxian's life force gradually fell, until she died. Hong Ting's head was lowered and his back was bent deeply like an old man, a heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. Incomparable grief, it was as if his heart had died. Regret GU formed in Red Lotus, Immortal Aperture, he decided to change everything. For the sake of this, he turned on Duke Long and Heavenly Court. He went on the opposite path. Red Lotus used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth tens or hundreds of times. The tribulation faded, this time, even though Lu Shuxian was heavily injured, she still had one breath left. Xian, you are still alive, this is great. Red Lotus was overjoyed. Goo, Lu Shuxian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her last breath was used up. Xian, Red Lotus was shocked, he looked at Lu Shuxian's corpse in a daze as his eyes turned red. I can still do it, I can see hope. As long as I continue working hard, I will definitely become strong enough to save Xian's life. A fierce light flashed in Red Lotus' eyes, he muttered to himself as if he had gone into a demonic trance. Rebirth after rebirth, he continued to be reborn. Using the advantage of rebirth, he got stronger and stronger, he became more capable of handling different situations. He had abundant experience, he made use of every portion of resources and elevated his strength to his greatest limit. However, like an endless loop, each time, he had to face the tribulation of becoming a venerable. The scale and might of the tribulation was adjusted according to the changes that happened to Red Lotus. This made sure that the result of the tribulation had never changed. Those GU Immortals that should have died still died, including Lu Shuxian. Red Lotus continued to try without giving up. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He analyzed, he calculated, he maximized the value of every single resource he had, he asked for all the help he needed from Heavenly Court to the best of their ability. Xian. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian gave him a final glance. It is great that you are safe. After saying that, she died. Xian. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian again. Lu Shuxian did not have the strength to talk. She exerted her strength and wanted to raise her hand to touch Red Lotus' face, but she did not succeed. Midway, her arms fell to the ground. Xian. Red Lotus shouted furiously. He watched as Lu Shuxian was reduced to ashes within the lightning tribulation. Shuxian. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian, who was badly poisoned. His footsteps slowed down. Lu Shuxian's entire body was black-purple, poisonous blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. She smiled pitifully. Hong Ting, don't be sad because of me. All the sacrifices are worth it. You must become a venerable. You will lead heavenly court and the whole of humanity. These were her final words. Red Lotus stopped walking. He stared at the pool of poisonous water formed from Lu Shuxian's corpse. He held his fist as he gritted his teeth. She died again. I need to continue working harder. Shuxian. After the tribulation, Red Lotus flew towards Lu Shuxian again. Lu Shuxian shook her head. She was pale. I am going to die. I can no longer accompany you, my most beloved. It will depend on the situation to see if you die. Let me check. Red Lotus had not given up. I know my own condition. Listen to me. At the final moment of my life, I want to tell you. Lu Shuxian's aura got weaker as she spoke weakly with pauses in the middle. Red Lotus did not listen to her. He was focused on inspecting her body condition. The result was that there was no way to save her. By the time he reacted, Lu Shuxian, who was in his arms, had already died. There must be some way. I can definitely improve further. Red Lotus reminded himself. Attempts after attempts, failure after failure. It was as if Hong Ting was trapped. No matter what method he used, even if he avoided the tribulation, Lu Shuxian still died. Feng Juzhe watched Red Lotus fail time and time again. He repeated attempts after attempts. An intense feeling of sadness and grief accumulated in his heart. He watched as Red Lotus screamed. He watched as Red Lotus got agitated. He watched as Red Lotus gritted his teeth. He watched as Red Lotus left in hatred, as he went through another cycle of rebirth. Each time, Red Lotus carried hope, but he gained disappointment instead. The tribulation to become venerable was unavoidable. He could not give up on it, but he could not control it either. Lu Shuxian was a wall that could not be avoided. Each time Red Lotus was reborn, he would need to accept this cruel fact. Each time he tried, he would see his beloved woman die in the end. Each time he got injured, the pain in his heart would be the same as physical pain on his body, but Red Lotus still continued to rebirth. It was as if he were holding a knife to his heart, stabbing at it continuously. Even though Feng Juzhe held deep admiration and sympathy for Red Lotus, he alerted himself to control his emotions. This might be a venerable method after all. As an observer, Feng Juzhe kept a cool perspective. He gradually realized, in the initial stages, Red Lotus would still scream at heaven in great agony whenever she died. But towards the later stages, Red Lotus stubbornly analyzed the situation with a rational mind. His expression was dark. At the final stage, Red Lotus' efficiency got higher and higher. Whenever he saw that Lu Shuxian could not be saved, he would instantly rebirth without any hesitation. Finally, there was one attempt. Lu Shuxian fell on the ground. The bones in her entire body were broken. She laid in a pool of blood with her final breath left. Red Lotus descended rapidly, quickly approaching her. Hong Ting, I am going to die. You must. Lu Shuxian smiled, watching as Red Lotus rapidly approached her. Red Lotus had a cold expression. He looked at her impassively. There is no saving you. I failed again, but it is all right. I will never give up. I am going to try once more. Lu Shuxian was shocked. Hong Ting, what are you saying? Red Lotus turned around and left as Lu Shuxian, who was behind him, called out with her dying breath, Hong Ting. Red Lotus moved quickly initially, but when he heard Lu Shuxian's desperate cry, his footsteps slowed down as he came to a halt. He looked down at his 2 hands. In the deathly silence, Red Lotus stared with wide eyes. His body started to shake. Suddenly, he felt like he could see himself. At this moment, he felt utter shock. There was a sense of immense fear in him. Chapter 1964 Red Lotus, Death. Why did I become such a scary person? In the past, Hong Ting would feel grief at Lu Shuxian's death. He would feel regret and hatred. He would hug Lu Shuxian's corpse as he knelt on the ground, crying his heart out. But now, facing Lu Shuxian's death, seeing the final moment of Lu Shuxian's life, towards the lover who only wanted to spend her final breath talking to her most beloved, Red Lotus turned around and left. Was this Lu Shuxian not the real Lu Shuxian? Of course she was real. Red Lotus was clear about this. She was still her, that same Lu Shuxian, regardless of how many times Red Lotus was reborn, her determination and actions had never changed. She was willing to sacrifice herself to protect her lover, she used her life to block his venerable tribulation. But, Lu Shuxian was still Lu Shuxian, but Hong Ting was no longer the same Hong Ting. Since when did it start? Since when did I turn into this? Red Lotus asked his inner self. This question was not hard at all, he soon found the answer. His countless rebirths, his countless attempts, the countless times Lu Shuxian died, and the countless times he received disappointment. His heart was hurt time and again, he bled each time, before the scab formed, Hong Ting tore open his wounds once more. He was hurt too many times, he felt pain too many times, he regretted too many times. Too many times indeed, eventually, he got used to it, he became gradually numb. Thus, he started to calculate with precision. Thus, he started to analyze rationally. He used every resource he had to strengthen himself and equip himself. He tried different methods in search of the strongest and most likely solution to preserve Lu Shuxian's life when he underwent his tribulation. When he started to think rationally, when he started to feel rational about Lu Shuxian's death, even though he forced himself to be rational at the start, he changed. Next, slowly, step by step, he turned into someone that he did not recognize. This person made him feel extremely shocked and fearful, followed by a deep sense of helplessness. This scene left an extremely deep impression in Feng Juzhe. Red Lotus stood on the spot, lowering his arms, he was young but his back was hunched, like an old man about to die. Silently, 2 trails of tears flowed down his cheeks. Silently weeping, behind Red Lotus, there was Lu Shuxian who called him with her dying breath, hoping that he would turn around, so that she could see her most beloved person at the final moment of her life. But Red Lotus did not turn around to look at her. Red Lotus no longer loved her. After all, if he really loved this person in his heart and she was about to die, would he coldly turn around to leave? Of course he would not. Even though his goal was to use rebirth to save Lu Shuxian, that was only a deeply rooted objective that he had. The reason behind it was no longer love. It was truly laughable. He wanted to save the most beloved person in his life, but along the way, Red Lotus lost his love. No matter how many times Lu Shuxian died, she did not betray him, she sacrificed herself for him. But Red Lotus himself had changed. He betrayed his past self, he betrayed Lu Shuxian. He wanted to rebirth and change the past, but to think that it was rebirth that changed him. From now what should he do? Since he no longer loved Lu Shuxian, why should he continue to rebirth and try to save her? Of course, he had other regrets, he loved his parents deeply. But did Red Lotus dare to attempt this? He could almost tell the results already. After witnessing the death of his parents time and again, he would get used to it, he would get numb, he would accept this result that was decreed by fate. Red Lotus did not dare. Then, should he accept this result? After rebirth, should he pretend to be unaware of everything, to follow the path set by fate and become a Venerable, before becoming the heavenly court immortal Venerable that everyone including his master wanted to see? Red Lotus did not want that. He still had love in his heart, towards his parents and master. Because there was love, there was also regret. He also had hatred in his heart, he hated fate, because he no longer loved Lu Shuxian, he also hated himself. He had all sorts of complex emotions in his heart, Red Lotus was unsure about them himself. Red Lotus asked himself truthfully, he inspected his inner self. He still wanted to destroy Fate Gu. But the intention was already different. He started to research and found more of the hidden profundities within U003C. The Legends of Ren Zhu003E U003E. When he comprehended the crucial factor, love Gu, he successfully used it to save Lu Shuxian's life. Of course, the price was that Red Lotus succeeded in the tribulation but did not become venerable. As an observer, Feng Juzhe understood clearly, this was definitely a major breakthrough. The venerable tribulation could not be controlled by man. No matter how Red Lotus stalled it, he had to undergo tribulation eventually. But using love immortal Gu, he finally changed a fixed result. Instead of dying, Lu Shuxian managed to survive. Of course, there was a backlash of Red Lotus not becoming venerable, that was also a result. Both results changed. Shuxian, you are still alive. You finally survived. Red Lotus who succeeded was very excited, he hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian was in low spirits, what is going on? Hong Ting, you did not become venerable. Red Lotus laughed loudly, that is because I used love Gu. Do you know how many times I was reborn while trying to save you? You should have died during the tribulation, but because of my countless attempts, I researched the human path methods contained within U003CU003C. The Legends of Ren Zhu003EU003E. Red Lotus was incredibly excited. He talked about his difficult journey, his experiences and hard work, the trials and ordeals that he went through each time in his experimentation. But I finally succeeded. Red Lotus raised his arms and cheered. Even though this is a minor change, this is the proper direction. One day, I will succeed completely. Slap. A crisp sound was heard as Lu Shuxian gave Red Lotus a slap. Red Lotus instantly froze. His cheering came to a stop as he stared at Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian's eyes had tears. Hong Ting, are you still yourself? You actually had such heretical thoughts. You actually wanted to change the past. You defied fate. No wonder you failed to become venerable after the tribulation. You did all these just so I could survive. All those people who helped you in the tribulation, what about the heavenly court GU immortals who were sacrificed? You said that you are doing all this for me, but have you ever considered my feelings? I, Lu Shuxian, was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and encountered you. It was all fate's arrangement. In your fatal moment, I understood the greatest meaning of my life. It was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you and help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. But you actually did this. For me, you abandoned the most precious chance to become venerable. If you cannot become venerable, what will happen to heavenly court? What will happen to the world? What about humanity? You forgot your master's teachings, you let down the expectations of your deceased parents. I am truly hurt, my heart really hurts. I would rather sacrifice myself. Your love towards me is just a small love. Greater love is for humanity, for the myriad living beings in this world. Hong Ting, I am truly disappointed in you. Lu Shuxian cried profusely. Red Lotus stared at Lu Shuxian in a daze. After a long while, he let out a breath of air. So that was it. Red Lotus had a calm expression, his gaze became eerie and dark. Lu Shuxian grabbed his arms. Quickly think of a method, you must have some way, right? Let everything return to its original path as decreed by fate, even if I have to be sacrificed. How can our love compare to the greater love of heaven and earth? How can it compare to the grand ambitions of heavenly court? Gu. Lu Shuxian's body suddenly shook, she lowered her head as she looked at her chest. Red Lotus's hand directly stabbed into her heart, it was a fatal blow. Lu Shuxian looked at her lover in disbelief. Maybe killing you will return everything to its original path. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian in the eye as he said plainly. Lu Shuxian showed a blissful smile as he said, Hong Ting, I was not wrong about you. Please become a venerable. At the next moment, she died again. Similar to the countless times Red Lotus had experienced, Lu Shuxian died again. But compared to the countless times Red Lotus had experienced, there was a difference. Lu Shuxian was truly dead. In Red Lotus's heart, she was completely dead. From then on, she never lived again. Red Lotus looked at her corpse with calm emotions, there was not even any ripple in his heart. The woman he had once loved deeply, he was willing to give up anything for her. He was reborn time and time again, working hard to save this woman who he had never given up on. But now, he killed her. He personally killed her. Red Lotus felt no regret in his heart, he even gained some insight. The cause of this tragedy was in heavenly court, it was Fate Gu. At this moment, his determination to destroy Fate Gu could not be any firmer. Feng Juzhe felt the scene in front of him change. Heavenly court. The battle was over, the entire area was in ruins. On the damaged top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long and Red Lotus faced each other. Duke Long had evidently undergone a tough battle, he was covered in blood and injuries. He looked at Red Lotus as he sighed deeply. Oh Hong Ting, one mistake leads to countless mistakes, to think that you have already reached this point. You want to destroy Fate Gu? Go ahead. Saying this, Duke Long took the initiative to give way. Red Lotus was slightly shocked, he walked towards Fate Gu. Most GU worms had fragile bodies, but no matter how much force he used, Fate GU was like the strongest object in the world, he could not destroy it. Regardless of what method you use, you cannot destroy Fate GU. Hong Ting, you are not the only one, be they limitless demon venerable or reckless savage demon venerable, they came here in the past, but their methods were all useless against Fate GU. In this world, only a complete otherworldly demon can destroy Fate GU. But otherworldly demons are not complete when they come into our world. Thus, nobody in this world can destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long said this as he showed intense fatigue. Hong Ting, come back. It is not too late to turn over a new leaf. Even though you have sinned greatly and made many mistakes, Heavenly Court and I are willing to give you a chance to redeem yourself. We can start over again. Even at this point, Duke Long was still urging Red Lotus. He was unwilling to give up. Red Lotus was silent for a long time. He turned around to face Duke Long, smiling. Oh Master, since the two demon venerables could not destroy Fate Gu, why did you not place Fate Gu in front of me from the start, to let me try doing so and give up? Duke Long was silent. Red Lotus continued as he smiled. That means you are afraid too, right? You are afraid that I might have a brand new method that is able to destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long smiled bitterly. Of course. Times are changing, Gu cultivation paths are emerging endlessly. Many theories in the past are no longer appropriate now, even I am unsure if there is really a way to destroy Fate Gu. But at this time, I can no longer stop you, I can only take a risk and try. But you've seen the result yourself, too. Red Lotus pondered. Fate Gu arranged the lives of everyone and everything in this world, you and I, even a rock or a ripple in a lake is part of this. But Master, have you ever thought about it? A human is not a rock nor a ripple, we have cognition. If a person is not happy with the life arranged by fate, what should this person do? Duke Long looked at Red Lotus. You've read U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu 003 EU003E2. When Ren Zhu met Fate Gu, he tried to escape from its restraints and pursue freedom Gu. What happened to him? He did not manage to grasp freedom, he lost himself and became insane, he sank into madness. This is the outcome, this is the warning. A person has to accept their fate and live their life, they have to shoulder the responsibilities given to them by fate, they need to do what they are tasked to do. Red Lotus laughed loudly. I understand, thank you Master for the teaching. Duke Long saw that his expression was strange, he felt something amiss. At the next moment, extreme fear and shock appeared on Duke Long's face. He found that as Red Lotus exerted strength in his fingers, the Fate Gu in his hand was actually shaking lightly, cracks appeared all over its body. Red Lotus. Duke Long was furious, he attacked. He went all out. Red Lotus did not dodge at all, he was hit by Duke Long. This was a fatal injury. Duke Long was shocked, he suddenly realized that Red Lotus had purposely angered him so that he would deal a fatal blow. At the final moment of his life, Red Lotus still smiled as he faced Duke Long. Master, I've always admired and cared for you, even after countless rebirths, my admiration towards you have never decreased. But now, I need you to understand something. Look at me. Fate has given such preferential treatment to me, arranging such high status and accomplishments. But I was not happy, I wanted to rebel. Then let me ask you, in this world, there are countless others who lead worse lives than me, what do they think of fate? People are not rocks or ripples, we have cognition. The truth is, cognitive madness is the most scary thing, it is the most powerful. Saying so, Red Lotus handed Fate Gu to Duke Long. This is all I can do. Love Gu is able to damage fate. Master, are you shocked? It is a pity that I am not an otherworldly demon. But I tried my best to make arrangements, I did everything that I could. I left hope for the future. Other than that, there is nothing to look forward to in my life, I might as well die like this now. But I believe that one day in the future, Fate Gu will be destroyed. Even if it is not me, someone else will do it. I want to believe that in the future, I will not be alone, a group of people will attempt to destroy fate. Master, you cannot stop it, Heavenly Court cannot stop it, because you cannot stop people from thinking with their free will. Chapter 1965 He was still Feng Zhuzhe. On Stone Lotus Island, Feng Zhuzhe browsed through the memories left behind by Red Lotus. He returned to reality. Red Lotus, Will was like a real person, extremely vivid. Other than my memories, I have two things for you. One is rank 8 future self-killer move, the other is the Immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. Next, Red Lotus, Will explained in detail, rank 8 future self-killer move will allow you to instantly gain pseudo-venerable battle strength. After all, you are the Tao Guardian of the predestined Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In history, as long as Tao Guardians matured, they would have such a cultivation level. Future self will also allow you to utilize your strongest state in the future at this moment. As for Destiny Gu's Immortal Gu recipe, even though it is just an incomplete Gu recipe, it was created according to the Destiny song that you will create in the future. It has the same origin as your Destiny song. 1,000 years later, you will create the complete Destiny song. But I cannot give it to you directly, because Fate GU is not destroyed completely yet, it will not allow this. Thus, I used another method, converting it into a rank 9 Destiny GU recipe. It will be a huge help to you, you will comprehend Destiny Song in its initial form. Feng Juzhe was moved. The true inheritance from Red Lotus, Will was completely suited for his needs, he could not refuse. But he did not lose his cool, he acutely sensed the meaning behind Red Lotus, Will's words. The initial form of Destiny Song? Feng Juzhe asked. Red Lotus's Will nodded, indeed. For the following 1,000 years, you will modify Destiny Song many times. Eventually, you will make this killer move extremely profound. At the last modification, this killer move will actually possess the ability to grow on its own. The more GU immortals hit by it, the more it can extract the power of destiny from them to grow further. This is an excellent killer move. However, I need to remind you something. As long as Fate GU still exists, your Destiny Song will be suppressed and sealed. Feng Juzhe shook his head. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, thank you for the true inheritance. I understand what you mean. In fact, before now, Feng Yuan had already reminded me many times. But I will not destroy fate or resist Heavenly Court just because of your true inheritance. Red Lotus, Will smiled lightly, I am not asking for anything. I am only sharing my experience with you. I placed this crucial strength to break free from fate in your hands. As for your choice, that is up to you. The decision will be made by you in the end, won't it? Feng Juzhe left the Stone Lotus Island with a heavy heart. Fate showed preferential treatment for Red Lotus Demon Venerable, even though it took his parents and lover, he was given unparalleled talent and aptitude, he had supreme strength and status. But Red Lotus was not willing to accept this. People were not puppets, they had their own thoughts. Even the Venerable Red Lotus was like this, what about me, a Tao Guardian? Feng Juzhe thought about himself. Seeing the growth of Feng Jinhuang could truly bring joy and happiness to her parents. Let alone his Tao Guardian status, even without it, why would Feng Juzhe not defend his own daughter? But, is this Tao Guardian status something I like and truly desire? Feng Juzhe asked himself in his heart. The truth was, nobody had ever asked him about it. Be they Duke Long, Qin Ding Ling, or even the Supreme Elders of Spirit Affinity House, nobody asked him. It was as if this status was glory, it was something natural to accept. Feng Juzhe should have been overjoyed to receive it, there was no need to ask such a redundant question. But was it really that case? Feng Juzhe thought of another deeper question, why do people live? This problem was just too broad and deep, the answer varied according to the person, 1,000 people would come up with 1,000 answers, in fact, even the same person would have different answers at different time periods. Feng Juzhe could not answer this question. He could only take a step back and ask himself truthfully, for what purpose do I live? Feng Juzhe could not help but think back to his life experience. He loved music when he was young, he did not hesitate to cultivate sound path. From the start of his cultivation journey, he wanted to create a total of 9 songs, to express himself, to express all living beings, and to express heaven and earth. After that, he found a fortuitous encounter in a mountain valley, he by chance discovered the inheritance left behind by a sound path great expert, spatial sound immortal master. He started to cultivate in the valley alone, feeling no loneliness at all. He was immersed in the delight of music, he cultivated and lived every day in a fulfilling manner. In this valley, he easily passed the crucial tribulation and became a rank 6 GU immortal without causing a commotion. After becoming a GU immortal, Feng Juzhe did not have any emotion of pride or desire to show off. Everything was natural, plain and simple. He continued to cultivate in the valley and develop his immortal aperture, going from rank 6 to rank 7. One day, 2 GU immortals arrived in the valley, they sang with Feng Juzhe. Back then, it was nighttime with the moon hanging high and light wind blowing gently, causing ripples in a glittering lake in the valley. As the 3 GU immortals sang in harmony, time flew by rapidly, and they had sung till dawn. The 3 stopped singing and started laughing. They did not greet each other, but left full of joy. Afterwards, the 2 were framed and hunted by the righteous path. After Feng Juzhe learned of this, he did not hesitate, he stepped forward to help them. Thereafter, the unstoppable legend was created, he fought against all 10 great ancient sects alone, he became a renowned champion in the world. The 10 great ancient sects lost their reputation, they accused Feng Juzhe of being a demonic cultivator and joined forces to resist him. Feng Juzhe was not afraid, fighting as he continuously traveled a huge distance, suddenly changing his tactic and going for the enemy headquarters, causing the 10 sects to lose miserably. The scene was total chaos and there was nothing anyone could do. During this process, Feng Juzhe met with Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Bai Qing. They developed feelings for each other. Feng Juzhe went into Spirit Affinity House and became a Righteous Path member. Afterwards, Spirit Affinity House's reputation soared. By relying on Feng Juzhe's strength, their territory expanded, firmly suppressing the other 9 ancient sects. Following that, 88 Truyong building collapsed. Feng Juzhe led his group to investigate the situation. Thus, a series of future events occurred. He was by chance saved by Fang Yuan and repaid the debt in southern border, blocking Wu Yong for him. After repaying the debt, Feng Juzhe chased after Fang Yuan again. Until this point, Fang Yuan let Feng Juzhe go multiple times and even reminded and guided him to the Stone Lotus Island, gaining a Red Lotus true inheritance. If my entire life's journey was arranged by fate Gu, was I willingly living this life? Feng Juzhe shook his head. He was more willing to see it from another perspective. It was all my choice. Back then, I chose to stand up for the 2 immortals. I gave up my life of peaceful seclusion because of the anger in my heart. I wanted to seek justice. I married Fairy Bai Qing and had a child with her. That was because I loved her. I taught my daughter Feng Jinhuang and raised her into an adult. That was also my love to my child. It was not decreed by fate. If fate wants me to lose Bai Qing and Jinhuang, will I do the same as Red Lotus? If I have a good chance at this moment, in which as long as I make a move, I can destroy fate, will I do it? Destroying fate went against his own benefits. After all, Feng Jinhuang was the great dream immortal venerable decreed by fate Gu. But does Feng Jinhuang herself really want to become great dream immortal venerable? Feng Juzhe suddenly realized that just like how nobody had asked him if he wanted his status as a Tao guardian, nobody had asked Feng Jinhuang if she really wanted to become great dream immortal venerable. Including Feng Juzhe himself. It was as if everything was natural and a matter of fact, there was nothing to question. Feng Juzhe asked himself an even deeper question. If Huang likes the fate of becoming great dream immortal venerable, while fate Gu is right in front of me and I can easily destroy it, then, will I do it? This question made Feng Juzhe hesitate. He was unsure, he was perplexed, he was lost. Reality did not give him time or space to think about this closely. The battle to repair fate Gu was still in heated commotion now. Feng Juzhe had to join the battle. On Harryfoot Mountain, he saved Feng Jinhuang by singing Destiny Song. With rank 8 future self, he was one of the strongest Gu immortals in the world. Destiny Song's power made even Di Zhang Sheng falter. On the battlefield, Feng Juzhe met with Fang Yuan once again. Fang Yuan transmitted secretly, "Oh Feng Juzhe, you finally created Destiny Song. What do you think of this killer move?" Feng Juzhe was silent. He had to admit that this was truly his song. It was a song that he would create with his personality. His voice was contained in this song. Yes, he did not want to acknowledge the existence of fate, but he felt deep emotions towards the cruelty and profundity of fate. He observed the lives of countless people. They had their highs and lows. He saw the hope, struggle, joy, happiness, sadness, and despair of these people. If one says that fate is fixed while luck is a variable, then I desire that variable to exist within the people in all lifeforms. These changes should occur from one's own choice. Feng Juzhe understood the truest intention in his heart. I did not create fate song, I created destiny song. This is the most honest thought I have in my inner heart. At this moment, he realized the scheme that Fang Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable had plotted. They knew about his nature, so they did not try to convince him. They only passed Destiny Song to Feng Juzhe, and used Feng Juzhe's voice to convince himself. Indeed, this Destiny Song that Feng Juzhe sang allowed him to support the Heavenly Court Gu immortals and raise their strength. When he sang for the enemies, they would weaken. But the truth was, he was singing for himself, he was singing to understand his true feelings. And thus, he understood. He loved Fairy Bai Qing, he also loved his daughter Feng Juzhe. But Feng Juzhe was not alive for their sake. His wife and daughter were just choices he made in his life journey. They were part of his life, but not the entirety. For what purpose am I alive? This question brought him back to the starting point. He wanted to sing 9 songs, to express life, to express heaven and earth. Currently, he had already created 9 songs. But he has not sang everything about life and the world yet. He had to continue singing. But as he sang, fate restrained him. It was like an invisible pair of hands strangling him. How could he sing freely like this? Seeing that Feng Juzhe did not reply to him, Fang Yuan transmitted while in intense combat. "Oh Feng Juzhe, your voice is your aspiration, how can the person who created Destiny Song be aligned with Heavenly Court?" Feng Juzhe was calm as he replied secretly, "You know me well. But even so, I will not join you. Unless you can create a situation where we can easily destroy fate, otherwise, I will not help you before that. Heavenly Court and Central Continent have treated me well, so everything still depends on you." Fang Yuan chuckled. "Then watch properly." Next, he purposely got hit by Duke Long. He fell towards Embroidered Tower, activating Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's hidden arrangement. Unexpected to Feng Juzhe, Fang Yuan used Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's strength to overwhelm heaven, directly destroying Fate Gu. After that, upon hearing Duke Long's words, Feng Juzhe realized that the battle had not ended yet. When Red Lotus will appeared once more, Feng Juzhe gradually realized the plot that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had set. Thus, when Fang Yuan asked for Destiny Gu's recipe, Feng Juzhe finally took action. He helped Fang Yuan, he was also making his own choice. In the past, when he helped the two immortals while challenging the 10 great ancient sects, he had once said, "Neither demonic nor righteous, there is only Feng Juzhe in this world. To leave or to stay, I decide my own life and death." Now, should he stay or leave? This question could not puzzle him anymore. He, Feng Juzhe, had turned from the demonic path to the righteous path, now, it was time to go back. Because Feng Juzhe was still Feng Juzhe in the end. Chapter 1966 Great Era. Feng Juzhe, Duke Long screamed, charging towards him. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Dragon Fang. Claw marks emerged, nearly 10 feet long, cutting through the air with invincible might. Dragon fangs flew everywhere, like piercing sharp blades, circling and flying while emitting murderous aura. Feng Juzhe retreated slowly as he continued to sing his destiny song. Around him, there were several clones, they looked like him but had mystical powers. Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. Song Warriors fought for Feng Juzhe, not only blocking the dragon claws and fangs but even fighting against Duke Long. After several rounds, Duke Long destroyed a Song Warrior. But next, a brand new Song Warrior appeared on the battlefield, engaging with Duke Long in combat. Duke Long instantly understood that killing these clones was pointless, the true way to fight was to go after the source, to directly deal with Feng Juzhe. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Gate. Duke Long crossed a large distance and approached Feng Juzhe. Feng Juzhe calmly activated Yang Pass Tune as he pulled apart their distance once again. Duke Long was unable to fight Feng Juzhe in close combat, he could only use Chi Path killer moves to attack at a distance. Feng Juzhe showed no fear, his destiny song continued to weaken Duke Long while he used his hands to unleash the triple extreme sound killer move, with drum fist, bell palm, and finger whistle. Feng Juzhe fought against Duke Long while exchanging many blows, they unexpectedly were evenly matched. Rank 8 Future Self brought a qualitative transformation to Feng Juzhe's battle strength. While the three regions GU Immortals hesitated on whether to help Feng Juzhe, they were shocked to realize, Feng Juzhe did not need anyone's help. The battle strength he displayed shocked everyone. Duke Long was unable to take down Feng Juzhe, he was shocked and furious. At this point, he realized that even though Feng Juzhe was fighting earlier, he had been keeping his true strength hidden, he did not use his full power at all. Right now, Duke Long wanted to destroy Red Lotus, scheme. But Fang Yuan was a tough enemy, Duke Long knew about his strength, so he chose to fight Feng Juzhe instead. As long as Feng Juzhe was disrupted and Destiny Song failed to activate, then Fang Yuan and the others would not have the Immortal GU recipe, they would not succeed. But Feng Juzhe's strength far exceeded Duke Long's expectations, he could only attack more aggressively while trying to take down Feng Juzhe as soon as possible. Duke Long was stalled by Feng Juzhe, while Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to defend Fang Yuan's main body, Calamity Luck Altar was blocking Demon Judgment Board. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals unleashed a storm of attacks but the other three regions GU Immortals and Di Zhangsheng stopped them. The battle situation was tilting in the favor of the three regions GU Immortals, but Fang Yuan was facing a problem now. The sea of human wills was vast and turbulent. Using the human wills as GU material to refine Destiny GU was wishful thinking. But it was a possible method. Under the effect of Destiny Song, the human wills and flames merged, refined into a mystical GU material that was formless and colorless. Fang Yuan, who was controlling this GU refinement session, had to endure the terrifying waves of human wills. He had to calm the human wills like subduing tides, sending them to the respective tributaries. Fang Yuan's expression quickly turned dark, His veins were bulging on his forehead, thoughts collided endlessly in his mind, he could not keep up with this expenditure, his storage of thoughts was rapidly used up, about to be emptied. At the periphery of the battlefield, Spectral Soul and his servants kept a close watch on the situation. Fairy Ziwei saw Fang Yuan's expression as she analyzed. Oh no, Fang Yuan is not in good shape. I know about his Wisdom Path Foundation, he is most skilled at blocking deductions and concealing his true location. But this refinement expends his thoughts and focuses on his cognitive ability. The sea of human will is truly terrifying, even I myself cannot last long in it. But Spectral Soul smiled lightly, saying calmly, don't worry, a certain Venerable has already prepared for this. Fang Yuan should know what to do. Spectral Soul could not help but recall the past. When he was still alive, exploring 88 Truyong Building. There, he found Wisdom Gu. He also saw Giant Sun's special will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, he wanted to immediately take Wisdom Gu for himself. Spectral Soul, I would like you to let Wisdom Gu remain here. Giant Sun's special will had to show up and stop him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable smiled coldly, you can't stop me. Giant Sun's special will nodded. Of course, you are the current Demon Venerable, invincible in the world, I have no way of stopping you. But I am sure you have made a deal with Red Lotus Demon Venerable already. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression changed. Before coming here, he had obtained one Red Lotus true inheritance, he made a deal with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. You mean to say? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable hesitated. That's right, my main body has made arrangements in this Wisdom Gu. When the crucial person arrives, he will destroy 88 Truyong Building, this Wisdom Gu will go along with him. Giant Sun's special will said openly. So that's it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable looked at Wisdom Gu deeply but did not take it. At this moment, I've already given it my best effort, it seems I need to use Wisdom Gu after all. Fang Yuan sighed. By now, he had already guessed many of the Venerable arrangements. Wisdom Gu was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement, but unlike those of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it had activated long ago. Back then, Fang Yuan was unaware of this. Fang Yuan had just opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance when Wisdom Gu flew out by itself, floating above Fang Yuan as it emitted a divine radiance. Fang Yuan instantly felt relaxed as his expression went back to normal, he felt a sense of ease. So that's it, he inspected it closely, realizing, Wisdom Gu is one of the Gu materials, no wonder it is so effective. With the addition of Wisdom Gu, my thoughts are expended more slowly, but my immortal essence expenditure is huge. This rate of consumption is not something I can sustain. Even though the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's rate of time was very fast and could accumulate immortal essence rapidly, Fang Yuan had undergone many intense battles, the expenditure was high as well. Once he fails to keep up with the expenditure, the Gu refinement would be forced to stop, Fang Yuan would suffer an overwhelmingly terrifying backlash. But Fang Yuan was not flustered, he was cool as ice. He knew clearly, at this point in time, the Venerables were not going to watch by the side. As long as he still had a trace of value, he was irreplaceable, the Venerables could not allow him to die at this moment. Next, it should be your turn to take action, Giant Sun. Far away in Black Heaven, a dark gold palace floated quietly in the sky. In the palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun slowly opened his eyes. He looked towards the south, the scenes in Heavenly Court were reflected in his eyes. We have finally reached this moment. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled before sighing to himself lightly. Red Lotus, it was your scheme that worked after all. Certain memories in his life started to surface. On the Stone Lotus Island, Gu Immortal Giant Sun who had yet to become Venerable received Red Lotus, gift. At the same time, they also made a transaction. This is the incomplete Immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. Giant Sun received this incomplete recipe and was immediately drawn to it. He was the creator of Luck Path, it had never failed him, but from this incomplete recipe, he saw a whole new world. Red Lotus, you are the one who damaged Fate Gu, giving me the chance to create Luck Path. Now, you are gifting this incomplete recipe of Destiny Gu to me, I owe you an immense favor. Gu Immortal Giant Sun said solemnly. I will make the arrangements according to our agreement. I will leave Wisdom Gu behind and create responsive Luck Immortal Gu to help that unparalleled genius who will create Destiny Song. Furthermore, I will retain my final attack, as long as the situation advances to reach that stage, I will take action and help your million-year plan succeed. Red Lotus, Will smiled, I will thank you in advance. If my plan fails, please follow our agreement and try your best to refine destiny Gu yourself. Of course, Gu Immortal Giant Sun said resolutely. Within Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun slowly raised his right hand. Boom! An enormous beam of light flew through the sky and shot towards Heavenly Court's direction at an extreme speed. This beam of light was so gigantic, like a large river that spanned across heaven and earth. Wherever it went, it pushed aside all the air. The beam's movement was accompanied by a deafening and majestic sound. Such a grand and powerful killer move shocked everyone and sent them into a daze. Even Duke Long, Feng Juzhe, and Fang Yuan felt incredibly small and insignificant upon seeing this move. The beam of light started from black heaven above northern plains, piercing through the regional wall and directly bombarding Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court shook intensely. The world seemed to tremble as countless immortal Gu houses cracked and broke. Within Imperfection Regret Pavilion, star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette gritted her teeth. She watched as Giant Sun's attack approached, but Limitless Silhouette was drawing her attention, forcing her to have no time to deal with it. Giant Sun's attack landed with unstoppable might, instilling itself into the sea of human wills and flames. The three sources gathered and instantly formed a golden ball of light that was the size of a mountain. Within the ball of light, flames flicked, human wills shined with rainbow light, incredibly dazzling. Fang Yuan remained unmoved at the center. He was controlling the situation. Traces of pale white light started to spread out from his tightly grasped hands. These traces of light were so familiar, Fang Yuan had a deep impression of them. He was internally shaken. Heaven Path Dao marks. Tens or hundreds of Heaven Path Dao marks slipped out from the cracks between his fingers. Fang Yuan opened his hands wide at this moment. With a loud sound, countless Heaven Path Dao marks flew into the sky, entangling with each other. Traces of Dao marks went towards Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan grunted. Intense pain assaulted him, causing his body and mind to shake. These are newly added Heaven Path Dao marks on my body. Wait, no, not just me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He acutely sensed that many of the Heaven Path Dao marks vanished all of a sudden, following the sources of the human wills. As expected, at this moment, Fang Yuan was finally certain about Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan. He wanted to refine Destiny Gu, but he was not truly trying to refine a Gu. Fang Yuan grasped this chance, doing his best to collect these Heaven Path Dao marks. With every single Heaven Path Dao mark carved in his body, his sovereign immortal aperture's foundation would rise by a level. This was an unprecedented and huge fortuitous encounter. Each complete Heaven Path Dao mark would cause a small qualitative change in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture world. After his trip to Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan became even clearer of the immense value of this opportunity. But the fusing of Heaven Path Dao marks was very painful. Even someone with a firm mind like Fang Yuan started to feel dizzy after gaining 10 complete Heaven Path Dao marks. But he was the main person refining this Gu. He could not use other methods, otherwise, he would disrupt the Gu refinement and fail the process. That would be a huge problem. Fang Yuan relied on his determination as he gritted his teeth and held on. He was not the only Gu immortal enduring pain, he was just one of countless people. At the same time, in the vast 5 regions, countless mortals screamed in pain. The Heaven Path Dao marks found their way to the sources of the human wills and carved themselves into these people's bodies. Each of these mortals could not endure even 1/10,000th of a complete Heaven Path Dao mark. Many of them fainted at the first moment. Those who could remain awake were fortunate, they were able to absorb more Heaven Path Dao marks. Pain, intense pain, pain that went beyond words. Fang Yuan soon tore the skin of his lips as his eyes opened wide, even the corners of his eyes were torn, blood flowed out. His entire body was shaking and covered in sweat. He still tried his best to continue fusing with each additional Heaven Path Dao mark. Soon, the Gu immortals scattered across the 5 regions also started to endure this process. Heavenly Court's fighting came to a stop. All of the Gu immortals' expressions changed. They gritted their teeth as their faces turned red. With the addition of Heaven Path Dao marks that automatically went to them, they were caught off guard and could barely endure this. No, Duke Long screamed in agony. At this moment, he finally realized what Red Lotus' plan was. Duke Long was unable to take down Feng Juzhe after so long. He could only turn around and hope for the best as he tried to attack Fang Yuan, but the intense pain also assaulted him. Feng Juzhe persisted in using Destiny Song. Seeing that Duke Long was leaving, he quickly attacked more intensely to stall for time instead. With a loud sound, like splattering water, the mountain-like human wills vanished on the spot. Success. People of this world, I have entrusted fate to you. All of you hold a portion of fate. From today onwards, there will no longer be fate in this world. Red Lotus will spoke through the human wills, his voice was transmitted into the minds of everyone in the 5 regions. The 5 regions humans were still in agony and indescribable pain. Because of the intense and unbearable pain, there were many cases of suicide on the spot. Red Lotus. Duke Long shouted in anger, he finally got away from Feng Juzhe as he arrived in front of Fang Yuan. But it was too late. The last bit of Red Lotus will manage to gather into human form as it blocked the ferocious Duke Long for Fang Yuan. Master, the young-looking Red Lotus smiled, I succeeded at long last. Fate Gu has been split into countless portions by me and distributed to everyone in this world. It still exists, it has not been destroyed, but because fate has been fused with luck, it can no longer be used by heaven's will. Duke Long was furious, his eyes were red, his hair standing on end. Traitorous disciple, he screamed, he charged even quicker now. At the next moment, he completely destroyed Red Lotus, as he arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Duke Long's aura broke through its limit again, reaching an unprecedented level. His strength was so overwhelming that even Di Zhangsheng and Feng Juzhe felt a threat to their lives. Fang Yuan did not move, he did not even put up a defense. Duke Long charged with unparalleled might, but when he was still a step away from Fang Yuan, his expression changed. His aura froze at once, his advancement stopped. His lifespan was exhausted. It was slightly earlier than in the previous life. Fang Yuan was not surprised, he had found the truth when he saw a bit of the scattered light earlier. The truth was, back then in Eastern Sea, when his Qi-Si ancestor identity used Steel Life on Duke Long, it was effective. But the effect was low and not easily observable. Duke Long also had incredible concealment abilities. Afterwards, in order to avoid fighting Qi-Si ancestor, Duke Long even took out Primordial Origin's true inheritance to successfully deceive everyone. This was because Duke Long did not know that Fang Yuan's Steel Life Killer move had a limited number of usages. This also caused Duke Long to become even stronger than in the previous life at the same time period. The hero of a generation, the pillar of Heavenly Court, the master of Red Lotus, and the creator of the Dragonman race, Duke Long. Finally, his life was over. Before dying, he still charged at the forefront. For Heavenly Court, for the sake of humanity, he had truly done everything that he could until his death. During the intense war, he forgot the limit of his own lifespan. Thus, at the moment of his death, other than rage and killing intent, there was also confusion on his face. Lord Duke Long, damn it, you must be feeling very unwilling to die like this. Senior Duke Long, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals cried out loud, their morale rose sharply, this was the will of the mourning troops. Intense battle occurred again, the GU Immortals of the 3 regions were actually suppressed by Heavenly Court which had fewer numbers. Fang Yuan no longer participated in the fight. He still endured intense pain as his gaze pierced past Heavenly Court, overlooking the entire 5 regions. Earth shook as it produced waves of deep, rumbling noises. At this moment, the regional walls that separated the 5 regions had completely disappeared. The earth veins were connected as the 5 separate regions merged into one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, people could freely move through the 5 regions with no obstructions. At the same time, the differences in heaven and earth chi also disappeared gradually. The bloody cape on Fang Yuan's back slowly disintegrated, he raised his head slightly and took in a deep breath. Ah, the air was filled with freedom. From now on, there was finally a possibility of pursuing eternal life. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he revealed a faint smile. The great era has finally arrived. Chapter 1967 New Otherworldly Demon. Volume 6. Demon Venerable's Eternal Life. Wake up. Hey, wake up kid. Peng Da opened his eyes with difficulty. In his blurred vision, he saw a human face. It belonged to a middle-aged man, he had a beard and a pair of crystal-clear triangular eyes, there was a white headscarf covering his head. Peng Da was shocked, he remembered sleeping in his room earlier, why did a stranger barge into his room suddenly? He exerted force to sit up but at the next moment, he was stunned. Where am I? He was shocked to find himself in the middle of a desert, there were no clouds in the sky, the sun was blazing and it was extremely hot. Ha ha ha, this kid is dazed. He is really lucky, he was attacked by the desert wolves but managed to survive. There was not only the bearded middle-aged man, there were several others surrounding him. Not far away, there was a group of camels resting on the ground. Kid, this place is called Wolf Desert, when we found you, your companions were already dead. The desert wolves ate their corpses, after we chased them away, we found that you were still alive. My name is Mo Li, I am the leader of this caravan, I saved you and healed your wounds. You are quite lucky to have met us, do you remember anything now? The bearded middle-aged man spoke and explained. Peng Da was dazed in the desert, the heated sand and glaring sunlight made him gradually accept this. It was not a dream. I transmigrated, damn it, something like transmigration really exists, and it happened to me of all people. But how did I get here? Yesterday, I was still doing some programming and coding, but today, I ended up here. Looking at their attire and speech mannerisms, this is obviously another world. Also, why do I know this world's language? It seems like speaking this foreign language is part of my innate ability. Peng Da could not help but feel nervous, his heart was pounding rapidly. This situation was really out of his expectations, he started to panic as he felt troubled internally. But around him, there were several strong men staring at him. Peng Da had to force himself to stay calm as he held his head, shaking it. I only remember my name is Peng Da. As for the rest, damn it, why don't I remember a thing? No way, you lost your memories. This is so disappointing. Everyone discussed. The bearded middle-aged man looked at Peng Da deeply, bright light flashed in his eyes. Since you do not remember, forget it. I hope you can regain your memories one day. Now, what plans do you have? Do you want to travel with my merchant caravan? Peng Da quickly nodded his head, he did not dare to travel alone in the desert. Uncle Mo Li, I will definitely repay this debt of saving my life. No matter where you are going, please bring me along, I do not know where to go now. He had a lost expression but he spoke truthfully. He had just arrived in this world, he did not know what to do. Then follow us. Mo Li nodded, instructing a person beside him, provide a camel for this kid Peng Da. Yes, someone responded immediately, kid, follow me. Peng Da was brought away to the camel, he stared with wide eyes, feeling shocked, this is a camel. The GU master who brought him here felt strange, kid, are you really from Western Desert? You don't even know about the fire pit camel. The fire pit camel did not have a hump, instead its back was concave, forming an oval pit. The person riding the camel would lie in the round pit, with soft fur and warm body temperature, it was very comfortable. The GU master started nimbly packing away the goods in the round pit and building a tent on top of it. A portion of the cargo was tied to the camel's sides in the bottom of the tent. Peng Da continued to pretend that he was in pain as he said, I don't remember, damn it, I don't remember anything. That GU master gave him a glance, I don't care what you forgot, but remember this, our leader saved your life. Since you are joining our caravan, you are eating our food, drinking our water, and living in our quarters, you need to work. Understood? Peng Da quickly nodded. Of course, please give me the instructions. I will do my best. The GU master nodded lightly, showing slight satisfaction. But at this time, the bearded man's voice could be heard. Don't make life difficult for him, let this young man rest for now and recover from his mental fatigue. It was fate that we met in this huge desert, it is not easy to live here, no matter who you are. The GU master sighed as he quipped, Leader, you are still so kind-hearted. Peng Da heard this, he felt a sense of deeper gratitude towards Mo Li, he shouted loudly, Uncle, thank you so much, I will definitely repay you. Mo Li laughed loudly, good, kid, go and recover on your camel for now. Next, he shouted at everyone, we've had enough rest, let's continue on our way. Thus, the camel bells rang as the merchant caravan moved forward again, traveling over this vast desert. Peng Da lay on the fire pit camel's back, he felt very comfortable. After being alone, he was shocked to find that his body was not his original body, it was a body that belonged to this world. His skin was brown from tanning, his arms and legs were thick, his joints were bulging. So only my soul came over, I went into the body of an inhabitant of this world. No wonder I can speak their language. It is a pity that I did not gain this inhabitant's memories. But this is not bad either. My original body was weak as I did not train it, but this body is very strong and young too. Peng Da could not sleep, after inspecting his body, he started to look around and observe this world. There was nothing in the desert, but the travelers were quite an eye-opener to him. The food of the fire pit camel was actually some bright red charcoal. The people in the merchant caravan could create water from nothing, they did not need to find oases or water sources. Moving in this desert was very secure because of them. By night time, they started to prepare dinner. A GU master planted some seeds in the desert as trees grew out after a few breaths of time, bearing fruits. Peng Da did not know what fruit this was, but the flesh was tender and sweet, it was fragrant and filled his stomach with satisfaction. Peng Da was amazed at every small detail of this world. When he ate dinner, he could not help but ask the leader Mo Li. Kid, it seems you really have amnesia. We are GU masters. These are GU master methods. Mo Li looked at Peng Da with a strange gaze. GU master. This was the first time Peng Da heard this phrase. Mo Li's expression was even stranger now as he pointed at Peng Da. Kid, you are also a GU master, in fact, you are a rank 2 GU master. What? Peng Da was shocked. After some explanation, Peng Da realized what that meant. He became more excited. So a certain group of people of this world are called GU masters. They are able to cultivate using GU worms. GU masters rank from 1 to 9, most of the caravan members are rank 2, Uncle Mo Li is the highest at rank 3. Meanwhile, I am a rank 2 GU master, or rather, this body's original owner was a rank 2 GU master. When GU masters cultivate to rank 6, they will be known as GU immortals, they will be able to overturn mountains and seas, they can collect the stars and moon. By rank 9, they will be invincible in this world, unparalleled and unmatched. Oh heavens, this is such a wonderful world. Since heaven transmigrated me here, there must be a reason for my arrival. I must be unique, I will definitely rise above all others. Right, once I get rank 9 cultivation, I will be invincible in this world, that feeling must be very amazing. In Peng Da's original world, he was a very ordinary person. He was an orphan with no parents, lovers, or any other attachments. He was extremely excited, by night time, he could not resist the fatigue, he fell deeply asleep. What he did not know was, the GU masters in the merchant caravan were talking about him. This kid actually lost his memories. What should I say? Is he really lucky or unlucky? Is he really amnesiac or pretending to be so? There is no need to do that. From what I saw, he was very shocked by the fire pit camels and our GU master methods, it is unlikely to be an act. Whether he lost his memories or not, he is still a rank 2 GU master, he will be useful to us, there was no loss in saving him. Mo Li said. Nobody could refute this. GU masters were far more valuable than mortals. If Peng Da was a mortal, these GU masters would not have bothered to save him after realizing he was still alive back then. But since he was a GU master, he had value to them, thus he was able to travel on the camel and also got food and water from them. While they were talking, Mo Li suddenly frowned, his expression turned grim. Listen, do you all hear something? Everyone's expressions changed. At the next moment, this sound became louder, it was such a huge commotion that heaven and earth shook. Damn it, it seems like a hurricane, a super-sized hurricane. This is a desert, why are there hurricanes? Quickly move, protect the caravan and move out. The GU masters left the tent hurriedly, but once they got out, they were stunned. There was a boundless chi tide approaching from all directions, it was like a grand tsunami that overwhelmed heaven and earth. The chi tide was everywhere, it carried sand along with it and had an unstoppable might. Extremely shocked expressions were shown all over the GU masters' faces. This was a calamity far worse than any hurricane. At once, the GU masters felt an intense threat of death. The merchant caravan was doomed, they only wanted to save their own lives now. Escape. Mo Li gritted his teeth, before he finished his words, he quickly retreated with all his strength. The other GU masters quickly reacted as they mimicked him and escaped. In the abandoned merchant caravan, the mortals screeched, the camels were stirred too. They were helpless now, only death awaited them. But within this chaos, Peng Da was still deeply asleep, he had no idea that this fatal danger was upon him. Chapter 1968 Spectral Soul Hunts. The sky was dark, there was only 2 to 3 faint starlight specks. This was black heaven, the surroundings were quiet, 3 GU immortals were moving stealthily in black heaven. At the left was an elderly hunchback GU immortal, he had many wrinkles on his face, he was thin and dry like a stick, he was truly resembling a man about to step into his grave. At the right was a female immortal, she had a graceful figure with hair that extended to her waist, and was adorned in a beautiful purple robe. Her eyes were like deep pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. And at the center was a black-robed GU immortal, he looked like a middle-aged man with a pale face, his black hair was chest-length, he had a deep and cold-killing intent that surrounded his entire body. They were Old Man Zheng Yuan, Fairy Ziwei, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The 3 were moving quietly in black heaven. At this time, Spectral Soul paused and said plainly, "It's here again." Fairy Ziwei's and Old Man Zheng Yuan's expressions did not change, they guarded Spectral Soul as they started to put up their defensive methods. Soon, the 3 immortals heard a loud sound. Next, a huge and wild chi tide came from all directions. Wherever the chi tide went, life forms perished. It was a terrible sight. The chi tide crashed towards the three immortals. After several minutes, it went past them. The three, including Spectral Soul, finally let out a sigh of relief. They cancelled their defensive methods as they came out again. Old man Zheng Yuan looked towards the chi tide with an expression of sadness towards the people. He sighed deeply. After the 5 regions fused into one, such a change actually happened. Once in a while, chi tides will surge, rampaging wildly all over the world. Not just the 5 regions, even the 2 heavens are not spared. They cause destruction everywhere they go. I wonder how many people will suffer from this. Even though old man Zheng Yuan was subdued by Spectral Soul, he was only absolutely loyal to Spectral Soul. His original personality did not change. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with uncertainty. She seemed to be deducing something, but she soon gave up in dejectedness. Fairy Ziwei analyzed. The heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions vary. Thus, when GU immortals go to different regions, absorbing the heaven and earth chi there would cause problems in their immortal aperture. This is also why GU immortals often have to return to their region to undergo tribulations. The difference in heaven and earth chi also cause the regional walls to form. Now that the 5 regional walls are gone, the heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions are converging into one. This is the reason for the birth of these chi tides. But it is impossible to calculate how long this chi tide phenomenon will last, or whether it will get stronger or weaker. We can't even predict a trend. To deduce the result of this question, it was likely that primordial origin Immortal Venerable was needed. He had the deepest understanding of chi path after all. Other than that, star constellation Immortal Venerable could also make such a large-scale deduction. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. His voice was hoarse and icy. This chi tide is a hindrance to us. Wherever it goes, soul beasts are unable to resist it. Even if they survive, their soul cores will be damaged. Spectral Soul wanted to recover his strength now. Devouring souls was the fastest method. Originally, he wanted to retrieve the door of life and death, but it was actually moved away in secret. The fight in Heavenly Court was over now. In Spectral Soul's current state, he could not take action rashly. Thus, he brought his 2 subordinates to leave Heavenly Court and come to Black Heaven. They prepared to hunt soul beasts instead. Within Black Heaven, there were countless soul beasts that formed into hordes. They often rampaged in Black Heaven with nether ants paving the way. They often had hundreds of thousands or even millions of soul beasts in an horde. Master, the chi tide is a calamity. Please let us stay to help you. Old man Zheng Yuan advised as a loyal servant. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. What use is there in staying by my side? I alone am sufficient. Furthermore, I have tasks for you too. Old man Zheng Yuan and Fairy Ziwei looked at each other as they said, please give us your instructions, master. Spectral Soul squinted as he said eerily, back then, I expended my assets to refine sovereign immortal fetus GU, leaving it for Fang Yuan to create a complete otherworldly demon. Now that Fate GU is destroyed, the plan succeeded. It is time to retrieve sovereign immortal fetus GU now. I want you two to find and capture Fang Yuan alive. I will refine him back into sovereign immortal fetus GU. Spectral Soul's strength was at its lowest now, otherwise, he would have taken action during the battle in Heavenly Court. If he wanted to grow stronger now, there were 3 crucial things: Door of Life and Death, Dream Realms, and Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Now that the Door of Life and Death was gone, Spectral Soul felt slightly disappointed. But he could use soul beasts instead. Most of his dream realms were taken by Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan used a portion of them in Heavenly Court's battle, the rest were still stored in Fang Yuan's possession. Spectral Soul needed to take back his dream realms. Only with his dream realms could he regain his attainment level of Great Grand Master in all paths. Other than that, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was necessary too. It could ensure that Spectral Soul would quickly reach the apex of his strength. Spectral Soul had reason to believe that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was well developed by Fang Yuan. If he could take it back, it would be the same as gaining Fang Yuan's hard work. If he could retrieve all 3 crucial keys, Spectral Soul would rise to the top. He would be unstoppable in this world. He could not find the Door of Life and Death, but both the Dream Realms and Sovereign Immortal Aperture were in Fang Yuan's hands. It was understandable that Spectral Soul targeted Fang Yuan first. Old man Zheng Yuan frowned as he recalled, Master wants to deal with Fang Yuan. After this demon destroyed Fate GU, he left Heavenly Court immediately and did not participate in the battle afterwards. He acted very strangely then. Nobody knows where he went after that. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. That is because of the Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan could barely save himself. He had to make that choice. Since he could discern the arrangement that giant Sun Immortal Venerable placed on Wisdom GU and thus used it in the refinement unhesitantly, he naturally can infer the arrangements I placed in Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU as well. Thus, when refining the GU, he used Red Lotus method to restrict me. Fang Yuan is very crafty, he managed to thwart my plan by borrowing others' strength. Red Lotus wanted to see that happen as well. HMPH, after I get rid of Fang Yuan, I will deal with this old scoundrel Red Lotus. Spectral Soul and Red Lotus worked together to destroy Fate GU for good. Now that the plan succeeded, Spectral Soul and Red Lotus returned to being enemies. Two tigers cannot share one mountain, not to mention two venerables. But how do we locate Fang Yuan now? Fairy Ziwei felt a headache. Why was it that after changing sides and betraying Heavenly Court, she still had to face this troublesome problem? When she was in Heavenly Court, she tried all ways possible to deal with Fang Yuan. As a Wisdom Path great expert, she had noticed Fang Yuan's threat long ago. But so what? Fang Yuan was too good at hiding and concealing himself, his most skilled Wisdom Path aspect was in blocking deductions. And he was too vigilant, he never left any traces behind. Even if Heavenly Court wanted to find him, they were helpless and clueless. Like how humanity had immortal venerables and demon venerables that the variant humans could not resist, they went into hiding and left even primordial origin immortal venerable without options against them. Fairy Ziwei lacked crucial clues, she could not deduce Fang Yuan's location. That was the case when she was in Heavenly Court, until now, it was still true. Thus, she had to get help from Spectral Soul, hoping that this demon venerable's soul had some way to deal with him. But against this question, even Spectral Soul was silent for a while. Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU was refined by him personally, he had made an arrangement to sense the Sovereign Immortal body. But after the Heaven Path Dao marks were absorbed by Fang Yuan, he lost his method. The connection was completely cut. Eventually, Spectral Soul ordered, "We temporarily can't find Fang Yuan, we have to force him to show up." How? Fang Yuan is a solitary demon, he has no attachments at all. Even if he did have friends or family, with his cruel nature, if we threaten him, he will not appear. Old man Zheng Yuan felt very troubled. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. During Heavenly Court's battle, everyone saw the scene of Fang Yuan destroying Fate GU through the killer move everybody's vision. You will go spread the secret of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, tell everyone in the world that Fang Yuan was able to reach rank 8 and destroy Fate because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture can annex immortal apertures to avoid tribulations and raise his cultivation level rapidly. Once in a while, Fang Yuan will have to annex immortal apertures to sustain his life. Whoever kills Fang Yuan will gain countless venerable inheritances, they will even possess the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, they will be qualified to become a venerable and become invincible in the world. After pausing, Spectral Soul continued, in that case, Fang Yuan will be an enemy of everyone. We also have to tell everyone about his current weakness, that he has no battle strength due to the Heaven Path Dao marks troubling him. If not, he would not have escaped immediately after refining the GU. With everyone in the world helping us find him, where can Fang Yuan hide? Even if he can hide for a while, he cannot hide forever. Both of you will go and find the secret treasuries that I left behind afterwards, the cultivation resources that I did not need when refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU are kept there, they are not of low value. Using these resources, you can rebuild Shadow Sect and help me recruit more members. Fang Yuan's subordinates like Bai Ningbing and He Lulan are all outside now. If we find them, we might find clues to Fang Yuan. Old man Zheng Yuan and Fairy Ziwei quickly responded. Spectral Soul looked down at his feet, his gaze seemed to be piercing through the darkness and looking at the 5 regions. The 5 regions fused into one, heaven and earth chi is converging as chi tides form and spread around the world. If the heaven and earth chi does not fuse completely, there will not be peace, it will be as if the 5 regional walls are thinned and spread all over the 5 regions. Thus, the GU immortals of the 5 regions will feel tremors in their immortal apertures as the 2 chi collide, they are forced to recuperate now. The stronger the immortal aperture foundation, the longer they need to recuperate. Fang Yuan will be forced to lay low for a very long time. But you two are ex-Heavenly Court members, you had phantom apertures so you are unaffected by this. We need to make use of this time, work hard. As Master decrees, Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan replied respectfully. Spectral Soul waved his sleeves. Then why are you still here? Master, please take care. We will take our leave. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan left quickly. Chapter 1969 Black Heaven, SGU Immortals. Roar. Within Black Heaven, an ancient soul beast was escaping in a hurry. This soul beast resembled a horse but had a human face. On its face now was terror and fear. The ancient soul beast was panicking and escaping in a random direction. Soon, its movements slowed down as its anguished cries became softer and weaker. After several breaths of time, it completely stopped in the sky, floating silently in the night sky. Soundlessly, its colossal body disintegrated as a Gu Immortal appeared. This Gu Immortal had a pale face and chest-length hair. He was Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul grabbed the soul core, which was the soul path essence of the ancient soul beast. But Spectral Soul was not satisfied. He placed this soul core into his mouth and ate it like a candy, swallowing it after a few seconds. Without using a soul path killer move, I need to wait a while to digest it completely. Spectral Soul said unhappily as he snorted. After splitting up with Old Man Zheng Yuan and Fairy Ziwei, he had been hunting soul beasts in Black Heaven. But for some reason, maybe due to bad luck or the extermination of lifeforms due to the chi tides, he met very few soul beasts. Until now, he had only met lone soul beasts or those that formed into groups of 5 or fewer. The quantity was so small that he even felt like he was not in Black Heaven. This efficiency is just too low. Spectral Soul continued his journey. If my attainment level was still around, I can find the soul beast armies with just my instinct. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to escape my detection. It is a pity I need to start over. However, Fate Gu is finally destroyed. Heaven's will cannot obstruct my path to becoming Venerable again. After I succeed, I want to see who dares to obstruct me. Even if it is a Venerable, I will kill them. Oh, while Spectral Soul moved stealthily, a flash of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He finally found an army of soul beasts. He got closer and saw that this soul beast army had over 3 million members. The quantity was not small, and what made Spectral Soul happy was that they had high quality. He had only taken a quick glance but he already saw 6 immemorial soul beasts and over 30 ancient soul beasts. Kill. The desire to kill emerged in Spectral Soul's heart as he was about to charge over, but he noticed something. This discovery was quite surprising. Why are there soul path Gu Immortals? There were 3 Gu Immortals controlling the soul beast army. 2 males and 1 female immortal. The female was at the center as the leader. She had a plain appearance and gray eyes. Her rank 8 aura was naturally emitted. Of the 2 male immortals, one was tall and armored, with strong arms exposed and soul beast markings on his arms. The other was tall and thin, holding a bamboo staff. The 3 immortals wore black robes of similar design. They were obviously from the same force. They are Black Heaven Gu Immortals. Spectral Soul soon discerned their aura. He snickered as he changed his earlier idea of charging in. He stealthily mixed in with the soul beast army. The 3 immortals controlled the soul beast army with much difficulty. The 2 males were showing signs of tiredness, sweat gathered on their foreheads. The rank 8 female immortal seemed to have rested earlier. She spoke at this moment. You 2 can stop, I will control the army now. Hearing this, the 2 male immortals let out sighs of relief. The thin one started to bootlick her. Aunt, only you can control a soul beast army of such a size. Even if the 2 of us cultivate for 8 lifetimes, we would not even reach half of your strength. The rank 8 female immortal looked at the male immortal with displeasure. If 8 lifetimes are not enough to reach my level, you should just end your own life. The thin man knew that his bootlicking had backfired. He showed some awkwardness on his face. The female immortal sighed. You 2 are the most likely Gu Immortals in the clan to advance further besides me. Now that Fate Gu has been destroyed, we are taking control of our own fate. The great era has arrived. The peaceful and quiet life of the past is long gone. You must have the spirit to work hard. If you do not have such an awareness, sooner or later our soul-pacifying grotto heaven will be drowned by the tides of the era. Aunt, you have taught me a lesson. The tall and thin man nodded his head in succession. As for the male immortal at the side, he remained silent. The female immortal sighed again and continued. The 5 regions were fused, the heaven and earth chi are merging, to the extent that chi tides swept across the whole world. Even Black Heaven and White Heaven are not exempted. Wherever the chi tide reaches, heaven and earth will shake. Grotto heavens can no longer be concealed, their positions will be exposed. This time, we as Gu Immortals of Black Heaven's Grotto Heavens are meeting to discuss how to face this situation. At that time, the 2 of you will be representing yourselves as well as our soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Don't forget this. Yes, Aunt Madam, don't worry, we will remember this. The 2 immortals responded respectfully. The 3 immortals did not know that Spectral Soul had already gotten near them. He heard their entire conversation without missing anything. So that's it, Spectral Soul realized. With the convergence of the heaven and earth chi, the grotto heavens concealed in black heaven and white heaven are affected too. The reason is the same as why the 5 regions GU immortals are forced to recuperate, but the 5 regions GU immortals are more affected while the 2 heavens are not as troubled. The GU immortals are still able to move around with difficulty. Within black and white heaven, many grotto heavens were hidden. Even spectral soul could not precisely count the number of grotto heavens here. This current change in the world was unprecedented. All of the grotto heavens were unable to hide anymore, they were like fish forced out of the water. Spectral soul felt that this was a perfect opportunity. He immediately continued to hide, following the 3 immortals. After spending half a day, the 3 immortals controlled the army of soul beasts and finally arrived at their destination. This was also a grotto heaven. The grotto heaven's entrance was open, many people were already waiting outside, the commotion was not small. The soul beast army of millions that the 3 soul pacifying immortals brought here was not exceptional at all, they were only superior to the norm. So our friends from soul pacifying grotto heaven have arrived. Seeing the 3 immortals, a GU immortal flew out from a pack of night heavenly wolves. This GU immortal had rank 8 cultivation level, he had a pair of sharp eagle eyes and had an appearance of a resolute character. Night heavenly wolf lord, you arrived early. The rank 8 female immortal from soul pacifying grotto heaven replied while smiling. Actually, we were late, Lady Cold Ash. Night heavenly wolf lord smiled bitterly, pointing at the grotto heaven entrance. Those variant human GU immortals have entered already. I waited for you to enter together, otherwise, as lone rank 8 GU immortals, we will be pushed aside. Lady Cold Ash nodded with a grim expression. We have gathered here today because of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's request. He is a snowman GU immortal to begin with, he opened up his Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven as well, this will definitely be dominated by variant human GU immortals. Let's go in and see first. Lady Cold Ash quickly arranged for the 2 rank 7s to stay behind and look after the soul beast army. She only brought some immemorial soul beasts with her into the grotto heaven. Unknown to her, Spectral Soul had already possessed one of her immemorial soul beasts, he followed after them. Once they entered the grotto heaven, the temperature fell drastically, it was an icy world. Looking at the ground it was all white. The mountain stood tall, made entirely of frost crystals, this was very rare. At the peak of the frost crystal mountain, there was a palace made of ice and snow. Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord arrived in front of the palace hall, they left their accompanying immemorial soul beasts and immemorial Night Heavenly Wolves outside, entering themselves. After Spectral Soul looked for a while, he successfully saw through the foundation of this icy palace, he immediately found a loophole and entered the hall. There was a snowman GU immortal sitting at the main seat, he had a squarish face and dignified demeanor, he was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Other than that, there were 3 rank 8 variant humans, they were Rockman, Hairy Man, and Eggman respectively. To think that in Black Heaven, variant humans are the superior force, they actually have 4 rank 8s while the humans only have 2. Spectral Soul thought about it for a moment before understanding why. After humans dominated the world, variant humans could not live in the 5 regions anymore, they were chased into the peripheries of the world to live pitiful lives. Black and White Heaven became their top choices to relocate and live. This place was extremely huge, once their grotto heavens were concealed, even Venerables would not be able to find them without sufficient clues. Thus, Black and White Heaven became the foundation of the variant humans, they developed here. Even though human GU immortals also explored both heavens, they only explored them to seek resources. Few rank 8 GU immortals would place their grotto heavens within the Black and White Heavens. Human grotto heavens were different from variant human grotto heavens, the latter were taken care of by heaven's will, their tribulations were weaker, but the former were different. As time passed, more and more human grotto heavens that were placed were destroyed, few could develop successfully. Meanwhile, the variant human grotto heavens were able to last a long time, their forces grew stealthily. The 6 rank 8 GU immortals discussed for a long time. The 5 regions have become one, chi tides rampage the heavens. Our grotto heavens will be exposed, I propose that we unite ourselves and resist the enemies of the 5 regions together. How will we resist them? Even though our grotto heavens are doing well, how can our resources compare to the 5 regions? Even if we all work together, we are not the match of the 5 regions humans. Moreover, we cannot cooperate sincerely with each other, we are of different identities after all. Everyone, don't worry, even though we are humans, our soul-pacifying ancestor was forced to live in Black Heaven, we have already broken all ties with the 5 regions. I'll be more straightforward, my Night Wolf Grotto Heaven does not want to expose ourselves. After all, we have an immense enmity with Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Friends, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. Do you all only want to go on the defensive? Do you not want to progress further? Now that Fate GU has been destroyed, the reign of humanity has been disrupted. The 5 regions GU Immortals need to recuperate now. This is the best chance for us to take action. Because we were in Black Heaven, we became the least affected ones, we can move around with difficulty. If we don't make use of this chance, we will regret it in the future. Immortal Monarch, what plan do you have? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed as he said with a grim expression, the 5 regions are huge, they have abundant resources, even if our grotto heavens are added together, we cannot compare to them. The world will definitely go into chaos, if we do not try to improve ourselves. When the 5 regions settle down, they will find a chance to eliminate us all. Only by taking this lead can we have a hope of survival. Chapter 1970 Heavenly Court, S Dilemma. Lady Cold Ash flew first towards the entrance of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The 2 rank 7s from Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven quickly went to receive her. Aunt, the tall and thin GU Immortal asked in concern, how was the discussion? Lady Cold Ash shook her head lightly. At this time, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also flew out of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The 2 conversed for some time before parting ways. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord brought his wolf group along while Lady Cold Ash led her Soul Beast army, going back to their respective grotto heavens. Along the way, the 3 immortals conversed, not knowing that Spectral Soul was lurking around them. Spectral Soul had originally wanted to hunt the Soul Beasts, but after seeing this, he changed his mind. Just by the name of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, he could tell its foundation was Soul Path. Seeing that Lady Cold Ash and the 2 rank 7s were Soul Path GU Immortals, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven must be a place filled with abundant Soul Path cultivation resources. Let alone anything else, just the Soul Beast army that they controlled was a scrumptious meal to Spectral Soul. Chi Tides rampage in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the Grotto Heaven forces in Black and White Heaven will not lay low. Hee, I can use this to my advantage and assault the other Venerable forces and speed up my growth. Spectral Soul not only had to deal with Fang Yuan, there were also Venerable forces like Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. Now that Fate GU was destroyed, Spectral Soul was able to revive, the other Venerables were also able to revive themselves. With Fang Yuan missing at the moment, Spectral Soul had to consider the whole situation. Even though his true nature was killing, there were many ways to kill. Using others as one's lethal weapon was also a high-level killing method, he was going to use it now. Lady Cold Ash and the rest did not know that their soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was currently targeted by a huge monster, Spectral Soul. Meanwhile, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to his Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Many GU Immortals in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven quickly greeted him. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord said, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wants us to form an alliance to resist the 5 regions. This is quite a difficult situation. GU Immortal Yi nodded, it is quite difficult. In the current situation, Fate GU is destroyed, the 5 regions merged, as the Heaven and Earth Chi fuse together, Chi Tides rampage in the world, no Grotto Heaven can conceal itself. We are small and lone forces, when the 5 regions attack us, we will not be able to resist them. However, we do not need to fight the 5 regions, we are humans but Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest are variant humans after all. The 5 regions are stronger than the 2 heavens, this is an obvious fact, why can't we join the 5 regions instead? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord laughed. Yi, you know me best, that is how I feel too. If we work with the variant humans, we will be considered spies of humanity. Even if the 5 regions do not want to attack us, if we ally with the variant humans, they will want to. Yi frowned, but we cannot join the 5 regions. Firstly, northern plains of the 5 regions is impossible. Secondly, the other 4 regions might not welcome us. And finally, if we join them, we will be attacked by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord sighed. Indeed, that is why I made an agreement with Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven's Lady Cold Ash, we will advance and retreat together, we will combine the forces of the human Grotto Heavens here. As for which region to join, in my opinion, Central Continent's Heavenly Court is the most appropriate. We can secretly contact them first. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was an experienced leader, not only did he have rank 8 cultivation level, he was shrewd in politics, nobody in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven defied his rule. Since he made a decision, the GU Immortals in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven did not dare to raise objections. Heavenly Court, Central Great Hall was finally repaired, Qin Dingling was currently the person taking charge. They failed to repair Fate GU, Heavenly Court had undergone an intense battle, the damage was huge, even now, many areas were still in ruins. This is a humiliation. Qin Dingling put aside the letter Gu as she rested temporarily. Her expression was calm but her eyes flickered with light, as memories surfaced in her mind, rage built up within her. After Red Lotus, goal was achieved, Duke Long died while fighting and Fang Yuan retreated rapidly. But the three regions Gu immortals wanted to destroy Heavenly Court, nobody backed off. At the moment of life and death, primordial origin immortal Venerable's method started to activate. All sorts of rage chi, unlucky chi, grief chi, and others plagued the three regions Gu immortals, their physical conditions weakened. This move was originally meant to deal with Fang Yuan, but Limitless Demon Venerable blocked it for him. After Red Lotus, plan succeeded, the battle between two Venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion also concluded, with Limitless laughing as the two Venerable silhouettes faded away. Without Limitless, power to restrict it, Primordial Origin's method started to work again. And the other good news was that even though Feng Zhuzhe turned on them, he only helped Fang Yuan to refine the Gu, he did not do anything against Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was able to recover because of this and retaliate, maintaining their position in this difficult battle. The three regions Gu immortals had no choice, with Dragon Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building as their foundation, they retreated gradually. After leaving Heavenly Court, some people wanted to loot Central Continent but the first Chi Tide happened at this moment. The immortal apertures of the three regions Gu immortals became unstable, they had to leave. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals stopped chasing them, after witnessing Fang Yuan refine Destiny Gu in front of them, their morale and fighting spirit had fallen. After the battle ended, Heavenly Court, which was greatly damaged, tried to reduce its losses and take care of the aftermath. Duke Long died while Fairy Ziwei betrayed them for Spectral Soul. After Heavenly Court's Gu immortals talked over it, they decided that Qin Dingling would be the new leader. During this period of time, Qin Dingling had been the one in charge, taking care of all the matters, big or small. Qin Dingling had a plain expression but a fire was burning in her heart. The great Heavenly Court had actually lost, it was a complete loss. She was eager to make up for this humiliation, but logic told her to not act rashly. Because everything had changed, Heavenly Court was no longer the old Heavenly Court, the enemies were no longer the same, even the world had changed. After resting for a while, Qin Dingling continued to deal with the matters at hand. Oh, she held an information path mortal Gu as her expression changed slightly, Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was not willing to fight alongside the variant humans, he wanted to join the stronger side of the five regions. Among them, although Heavenly Court had lost this fight, it was still the #1 human force for the last few million years. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven had grudges with Longevity Heaven, in the five regions, only Heavenly Court had the foundation to stand up against the vicious Longevity Heaven members. In this information path Gu Worm, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also explained the ill intentions of the variant humans. HMPH, those of other races have such motives. Once Fate Gu got destroyed, these variant humans jumped out immediately. Qin Dingling snorted, deep killing intense rose in her heart. After calming down, Qin Dingling started to think about this situation. Qin Dingling knew very little about Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. With just one information path Gu Worm, she could not confirm if Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was really trying to sincerely join them, or if they were scheming against Heavenly Court. If this Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is sincere, how should we deal with Longevity Heaven and the variant human forces of the Grotto Heavens? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord talked about the history of his ancestor truthfully in the letter, he did not conceal the grudges they had with Longevity Heaven. Qin Dingling was slightly troubled. Heavenly Court was at an unprecedented level of weakness. Chi tides rampaged in the world, heaven and earth chi converged, the Heavenly Court Gu immortals who had phantom apertures were even more mobile than the Gu immortals in black or white heaven. But Heavenly Court could not move them. Firstly, most of Heavenly Court's members had limited lifespan. Secondly, they had to reinforce Star Constellation's will. Thus, a portion of Heavenly Court's members had to enter the immortal graveyard to hibernate and help Star Constellation's will, to prevent her from being completely assimilated with Heaven's will. But in that case, Heavenly Court's battle strength would be far lower. Thus, Qin Dingling could not make up her mind. If only Fairy Ziwei was still around. Qin Dingling sighed, the worry in her heart intensified. Fairy Ziwei and old man Zhang Yuan were enslaved by Spectral Soul, they left with him. The two of them knew a lot about Heavenly Court's secrets, together with the soul of a demon Venerable, who could underestimate them. Qin Dingling thought about it for a while before feeling the severity of this situation. She decided to discuss it with Zhou Shangxin and the rest. Zhou Shangxin suggested, "This is an important matter, but the situation is not very clear now. The 6 GU Immortals including Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord are merely the rank 8s of the Black Heaven above our central continent. What about the other 4 regions Black Heaven? We do not know how many Grotto Heavens there are, or how many rank 8 GU Immortals exist in these Grotto Heavens. I am willing to go and investigate the 2 heavens myself." Zhou Shangxin cultivated information path. He knew the importance of information. He had a phantom aperture and was not afraid of the heaven and earth chi convergence. Qin Dingling agreed with his suggestion. She chose to continue keeping in contact with Night Wolf Grotto Heaven while investigating the situation. Zhen Shenguang took out an information path Mortal GU, saying, "The list of names have been chosen, they are all GU Immortal seeds with great talent and aptitude. Most importantly, they are loyal to Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sects. But there is one person whom I need everyone's input and discussion on." Zhen Shenguang's list contained the names of many mortal GU masters. They were all exceptional geniuses. Heavenly Court lost this battle and the Immortal Graveyard was even destroyed by Fang Yuan. Everything had to be rebuilt from scratch. With the threat of the 5 regions' chaotic war, Heavenly Court decided to nurture new GU Immortals, disregarding the costs. Qin Dingling received the GU worm and looked into it. There were many names on this list. Immortal Crane Sect recommended Sun Yuan Hua, Spirit Butterfly Valley recommended Xiao Qi Xing, Ancient Soul Sect had Ji Yu Ting, Heaven's Envy Manor had Wei Wu Shang, but at Spirit Affinity Houses section, the list was empty without a name. Qin Dingling sighed as her expression turned complex. She knew about the person Spirit Affinity House nominated. It had to be Feng Jinhuang. But after the battle over fate, Feng Juzhe betrayed Heavenly Court and went missing. His daughter Feng Jinhuang ended up in an awkward position. She was originally Duke Long's disciple and the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. But with the death of Duke Long and the destruction of fate, she was no longer certain to be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Zhou Shangxin's concern was, if Heavenly Court continued to nurture Feng Jinhuang and she betrayed them like her father, what would they do? Even though Feng Jinhuang was Duke Long's disciple, the disciple that he nurtured wholeheartedly spent a million years to plot and destroy Heavenly Court's fate GU. Would his second disciple Feng Jinhuang also inherit this great tradition? We will talk about this again next time. Chapter 1971 Struggle between Feng and Zhao. Central Continent, Lake Heart Mountain. Spirit Affinity House's public Blessed Land headquarters was situated here. Within the Blessed Land, there was an area called Quiet Rain Valley. When Feng Jinhuang was strolling in the valley, it started to rain. A drizzle. The rain was mild and quiet. Bathed in the rain, Feng Jinhuang slowed down subconsciously as she walked. The air was fresh with the smell of grass. All around her was a faint field of greenery. This rain did not feel cold, it was like jade, mild and calm. Feng Jinhuang knew that this was called quiet rain. When it rains, all sounds would be absorbed and the surroundings would be silent. Heaven and earth would be soundless, one would be able to hear their own heartbeats and breathing. Quiet Rain was a rank 6 immortal material. This valley was the resource point that created Quiet Rain. This was why it was named Quiet Rain Valley. After Feng Juzhe betrayed Heavenly Court and went missing, his wife, the mother of Feng Jinhuang, Fairy Bai Qing, requested to be transferred to Quiet Rain Valley to collect Quiet Rain. She said she would not leave this place. Whenever there was quiet rain, the valley would have music that sounded like zither and flute. It was akin to Fairy Bai Qing's anguished cries of sadness. Feng Jinhuang had heard of this rumor and felt worried. She came to the valley to visit her mother. The quiet rain was drizzling. There was indeed the music of zither and flute being emitted. The sound of the zither spread out all around, like white clouds in the sky, ancient, melodious and pleasant to the ear. The sound of the flute, however, was high-pitched, fluctuating almost abruptly, like a fierce hawk flying across the sky, sharply piercing the wind, tearing the sky. At first, the sound of the zither resounded and the sound of the flute reverberated, alternating with each other, as if both sides were speaking, one sentence after the other. Then, the zither and the flute began to approach each other, and gradually merged into one another. The white clouds were misty, and the eagles were flying across the clouds. The two abrupt sounds of music merged together, creating an indescribable beauty. In the end, the sound of the zither and the flute become one and the same, forming a kind of mix. With the melodious sound of the zither and the clarity of the flute, it was unique and beautiful. Feng Jinhuang was enchanted by the beautiful sound of the music. She went deeper into the valley and managed to meet her mother. Fairy Bai Qing was sitting in a bamboo pavilion, with 2 Gu flying around her like white jade pearls. They were Sound Path Mortal Gu, Zither Gu and Flute Gu. When Feng Jinhuang entered the pavilion, the music slowly stopped. Fairy Bai Qing had already known of Feng Jinhuang's arrival. She turned around slowly. This demonic immortal unification song was composed by your father when we fell in love. It is the symbol of our relationship. I still remember the first time your father played it for me. He told me, immortals and demons are one to begin with. Initially, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was known as Primordial Origin Demon Venerable by the variant humans as well. This song contains deep meaning and your father has been treasuring and not using it, but he played it during the Fate War. Saying so, Fairy Bai Qing's tone changed as she looked at Feng Jinhuang fixedly. The list of names has been announced already. Feng Jinhuang nodded. I know. The last time the sect recommended me, there was no reply from Heavenly Court. This time, the sect put Sun Yao's name and it was quickly approved by Heavenly Court. Fairy Bai Qing said plainly. Originally, the sect still wanted to recommend you to go there, but Li Junying and Xu Hao got in the way. They ended up promoting Sun Yao instead. How do you feel about such an outcome, my dear daughter? Hee. Feng Jinhuang smiled slightly, her smile brilliant as a flower, bringing a bright sunshine to the bamboo pavilion for a moment. Mother, why do you have to test me on this? Ever since father betrayed and turned against Heavenly Court, I've already prepared myself. Right now, the situation is already not bad. My dream path Immortal Gu was not taken. Feng Jinhuang said. Fairy Bai Qing also smiled slightly at her words. It's not like there isn't any forceful seizure in the righteous path, but it's just that the act is often cloaked in a layer of righteousness and morality. It's already good that you have come to this level of understanding. However, don't worry too much. Your father left Heavenly Court but created Destiny Song. His outstanding battle strength is evident to the world. Heavenly Court and Spirit Affinity House will not dare to touch you. Feng Jinhuang revealed a look of displeasure. Mother, you don't need to make an explanation for father. Although I can understand father, I will not forgive him. For him to suddenly turn his back on Heavenly Court and not even telling us beforehand is simply abandoning his wife and daughter. One day, I will settle the score with him. He. Fairy Bai Qing laughed and shook her head, walking up to Feng Jinhuang and holding her hand. You misunderstand your father. That demonic immortal unification song, which he kept as a symbol of our love, has never been used for anything other than singing in front of me. But he used it during the Fate War to tell me that righteous immortals and demons are the same. His feelings for me had never changed, and even when he left the righteous path and returned to the demonic path, it wouldn't end the relationship of our family. Do you believe me? As long as I give out the slightest hint of inclination to leave Spirit Affinity House, he will definitely take the initiative to bring me away. He understands me well and knows that I do not want to become a demonic path member. Therefore, he gave us both the opportunity to choose our side freely. He didn't want his ideals to become a burden on us. Feng Jinhuang snorted coldly. Father would rather help Fang Yuan, the great demon, than help my master. It's true that master was stubborn and was always nagging about fate and all that, but he was ultimately kind to us and truly had my best interests in mind. Father was simply too cold and heartless. Mother, since you are fine now, I'll be leaving. Oh you. Fairy Bai Qing sighed, but did not ask her daughter to stay. When Feng Jinhuang left Quiet Rain Valley, she met with 2 female Gu masters. One was beautiful while the other was cute. They were acquaintances of Feng Jinhuang. They were anxiously waiting outside the valley. After seeing Feng Jinhuang, they showed joy on their faces as they went to her. Senior sister, we heard you came here so we rushed over to find you. The beautiful woman was Qin Wan. Senior sister, sorry, I did not want to snatch your opportunity. Sun Yao had a cute and round face. She was very anxious now. Qin Wan and Sun Yao were good friends with Feng Jinhuang. They had always followed behind her. But in the recent years, Feng Jinhuang followed Duke Long and went away to cultivate Dream Path. They did not meet much during this period. Feng Jinhuang laughed aloud and stretched out her hand to nudge Sun Yao's forehead. Oh, you've done well this time, so why are you apologizing? The nomination quota is just a small matter. Am I unable to become immortal without this funding? For me, becoming a GU immortal is by no means an obstacle. It's just that I have to consider the kind of GU immortal I want to become. But for you, this is a rare opportunity, so seize it well. After speaking to Sun Yao, Feng Jinhuang looked at Qin Wan. You've always been quite active and have good perseverance, but this time, when fusing with the Tao marks, why did you faint? If not, the nomination would have been yours this time. Qin Wan did not dare to retort. Senior sister, you are right, I have slacked off on my cultivation. No, that is not so, senior sister. Sister Qinhuan was injured at that time, she could not endure the ordeal and fainted. Sun Yao quickly clarified. So that's how it was. Feng Jinhuang nodded her head and said regrettably, it is indeed a great loss. Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu and refined it into countless heaven path Dao marks, which were dispersed to the people in the world. The more heaven path Dao marks you absorb, the more beneficial it will be in the future. Be it cultivation or developing the immortal aperture, it will benefit with no harm. But there's no harm in not having any, at best it's just an opportunity. What determines your achievements in life will still depend on your own talents and efforts. Yes, Qinhuan will listen to senior sister's teachings. Qinhuan bowed. Feng Jinhuang smiled again. Let's go, I will give you two some guidance. Qinhuan and Sun Yao revealed joyful expressions, the latter jumped around cheering. That's great, we haven't been together for such a long time. The three of them walked together, gradually leaving Quiet Rain Valley. Within the valley, Fairy Bai Qing retracted her investigative method. Daughter, you've grown up. Fairy Bai Qing had a relieved expression. Feng Jinhuang was very clear about her own circumstances, as well as Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sects. Towards Feng Juji's actions, she had her own opinion, but she was able to put it aside and make a clear judgment. She had a solid foundation of skills. Maybe, your betrayal has hastened our daughter's maturity. We should let her walk on her own path. As a mother, all I can do is to wish the best for her. Of course, if some people in the sect do not know what is good for them and go overboard, I will not avoid conflict either. Fairy Bai Qing's expression turned cold. At the same time, on another mountain, Affection Peak. Spirit Affinity Houses Li Junying and Shu Hao went to visit Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun had already become an immortal, she was assigned by Spirit Affinity House recently and became the Affection Peak Lord. She was able to achieve what she had today thanks to the support of Shu Hao and Li Junying, in addition to her own efforts. Zhao Lianyun was also guided by the two immortals during her GU immortal cultivation journey and the management of her immortal aperture, so she was able to avoid many pitfalls. Zhao Lianyun remembered these debts in her heart, so when Shu Hao and Li Junying visited her, she quickly came out of cultivation and attended to them personally. But hearing their request, Zhao Lianyun felt troubled. Seniors, you want me to use my status as the current generation fairy to deal with Feng Jinhuang and Fairy Bai Qing. Indeed, now is the best opportunity. Feng Juzhe betrayed us and caused Heavenly Court to lose and Fate to be destroyed. If we target them now, we will definitely win. Shu Hao had a fierce expression. The hatred between him and Feng Juzhe had a long history. In the past, he had hated Feng Juzhe so much that he held back key information and intelligence, almost causing him to die. Feng Juzhe had a very strong stance in his political manipulation, ostracizing the couple to the fringe of Spirit Affinity House in this power struggle. Most of the time, the two immortals were at a disadvantage against Feng Juzhe, they could only support each other with difficulty. For them, Feng Juji's betrayal was great news, it was worth celebrating. This, Zhao Lianyun hesitated. Feng Juzhe has already betrayed Heavenly Court. Seniors, I know that you have grudges with him, but why do you want to implicate his family? Oh Lianyun, we cannot be too kind-hearted sometimes. Think about it, think about the time you competed with Feng Jinhuang over the fairy position. Li Junying urged, if we do not use this chance, we will regret it in the future. You do not need to worry about it, I will tell you something, our sect's nominee was originally Feng Jinhuang but now she has been removed from the list. Seniors, people should let others off when possible. Zhao Lianyun explained, she was not willing to do that. Conflicts should be resolved and not deepened. Back then, when competing for the fairy position, both of them had used above-board methods. Feng Jinhuang had a deep background but did not use any unscrupulous ways to deal with her as well. Even though Zhao Lianyun and Feng Jinhuang were competitors, Zhao Lianyun admired Feng Jinhuang's personality, she had no ill feelings towards her. Shu Hao did not listen to her words. Back then, did the demon Feng Juzhe spare us? You are too kind for your own good, Lianyun. Li Junying frowned. Zhao Lianyun sighed to herself, she changed her words and explained, Seniors, we need to analyze this situation deeply. Even though the sect nominated someone else, Heavenly Court did not directly take away Feng Jinhuang's status. From that, we can see the attitude of Heavenly Court is still unclear towards her. Precisely because they are uncertain now, we need to deal the fatal blow and affirm their decision. The fight over authority will never cease, only when a true victor is decided can there be peace. Li Junying said with deep meaning. Zhao Lianyun sighed again, she could only accept their request. There was no choice, she owed them a big favor after all. Even though she was unwilling, people had to do some things that they did not want to in this world. They had helped her greatly, if she rejected them, what would others think? Zhao Lianyun was half an otherworldly demon, even though she was the current generation fairy, Spirit Affinity House still ostracized her. If she lost her relationship with Xu Hao and Li Junying, she would truly become a loner. The two immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun agreed, they were overjoyed, they promised her a huge reward. Zhao Lianyun was not interested in the reward, after the two of them left, she continued her closed cultivation. The destruction of fate was actually great news to Zhao Lianyun. With this, Ma Hongyun's revival would be much easier and less troublesome. But Ma Hongyun's soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Thus, Zhao Lianyun had to cultivate and raise her strength, to make preparations to save her beloved. In the secret room, Zhao Lianyun calmed down and inspected her own immortal aperture. Lianyun blessed land had 5,700 square kilometers of land, the rate of time was 1:13. The terrain was mostly grassland and plains. But after the heaven path Dao marks were absorbed, Lianyun blessed land started to change in many aspects. Firstly, the ground cracked to form huge trenches, next, there was torrential rain as huge rivers were formed. The rivers overflowed and floods plagued the surroundings. After 3 days and 3 nights, the floods receded, leaving behind vast expanses of fertile mud. Small ditches and rivers connected to the main channel of the giant river, forming an elaborate and dense network of rivers. Zhao Lianyun witnessed the transformation of her immortal aperture the entire time, she was dazed and greatly shocked internally. With heaven path Dao marks, the immortal aperture will transform and become closer to a truly balanced environment. Even though there are temporary losses, the potential and prospects will rise by many times. Zhao Lianyun had divine concealment from thieving heaven's true inheritance. She did not face calamities and tribulations, this was beneficial and also detrimental, her immortal aperture development had always been a problem. But with the addition of heaven path Dao marks, this problem was reduced greatly. If only I had more heaven path Dao marks. Sigh, what a pity that I only obtained 6.5 heaven path Dao marks, and they are all segmented too, I do not have a single complete heaven path Dao mark. How many heaven path Dao marks did Fang Yuan get? He was the person refining the GU, he was the closest to these heaven path Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun sighed, she could not imagine it or find the answer, but she knew that the difference between her and Fang Yuan had been greatly increased again. Chapter 1972 Fang Yuan's Disaster Relief. Wake up, kid. Peng Da groaned and barely opened his eyes to see a bearded uncle, slapping him in the face with a rough palm. Peng Da was in a trance, and it was only then that he recognized the man in front of him. Uncle Mo Li, he called out, wasn't I sleeping on the camel? Peng Da looked around, he could not help but be stunned once more. There was sand everywhere, the caravan was nowhere to be seen, leaving only him and Mo Li, both were in a messy state. Ouch! Peng Da groaned as he realized he had bruises all over his body. Uncle Mo Li looked at Peng Da and sighed, you kid, I don't know what to say about you, you are so lucky. Many GU masters fled desperately, they all died. You were deeply asleep but survived. However, if I hadn't discovered your faint breath in time and dug you out, I'm afraid you would have been buried alive. Uncle Mo Li, you've saved me once again. Peng Da grabbed both of Mo Li's hands, saying gratefully, but what in the world had happened? It's a natural disaster, I've never seen it before. Uncle Mo Li let out a heavy sigh. So what about our caravan? Sigh, it's just the two of us now. What? Peng Da could not help but stare with wide eyes and scream in his heart. How can this world be so vicious? There was a natural disaster with no warning. I just slept for a bit and almost died again. My lord, what kind of world have I come to? It is simply a brutal and terrible place to live. At least we're still alive. Mo Li knocked Peng Da on the head. Kid, you don't look satisfied. To be alive after a natural disaster like that is the greatest of all blessings. Look at me. Mo Li pointed his finger at his chest. I've worked hard most of my life to own such a caravan. And now it's all gone. Look on the bright side, otherwise we won't survive until tomorrow. Sigh, it would be great if I could become an immortal. Immortal? There are immortals in this world. Mo Li looked at Peng Da. Did you forget everything? You forgot even immortals. Sigh, I'll explain in the future, let's leave first. Peng Da followed Mo Li as they left, heading towards the closest oasis. Peng Da followed behind Mo Li and asked with caution, are there many disasters like this? Of course, Mo Li said in a vicarious tone, it's not easy for us to make a living in the desert. Sandstorms are the killers that visit often. Sometimes there are also flying blade hurricanes, and each gust of wind can condense into a huge wind blade that cuts everything wherever it goes. In addition to natural disasters, there are also vicious beasts. For example, we are in Wolf Desert. Desert wolves are most plentiful here. Howl. As Mo Li was saying that, a group of desert wolves suddenly emerged from under the desert. Wolves, wolves. Peng Da jumped up in fright. Oh heaven, they're coming out from under the sand. So many heads, what do we do, uncle? Mo Li looked pale and cursed out loud. Damn it. Why weren't these desert wolves wiped out by the natural disaster? It was not strange. The Qi tides were the phenomenon of fusing heaven and earth Qi. It originated from the heavenly Tao. But the heavenly Tao would not wipe out all life. There was a chance of survival in every situation. Mo Li and Peng Da were able to survive. Other lifeforms naturally had such an opportunity as well. The desert wolves emerged from everywhere, but strangely enough, although they spotted Peng Da and Mo Li, they did not come to attack. Instead they quickly assembled, howling and staring at the desert ground. Rustle rustle. With a series of moving sand sounds, golden scorpions emerged from the ground. These golden scorpions were all the size of a millstone. Peng Da watched with chills in his heart. The golden scorpion group and the desert wolf group were engaged in a brutal fight. Whenever a desert wolf was stung by a golden scorpion's needle, it would immediately foam saliva at the mouth, fall to the ground, and eventually die. On the other hand, the golden scorpions could not fight against the desert wolf's claws and teeth, and were often torn apart by the wolf's claws. The two groups of beasts fought. Because they were weak in intelligence, they paid no attention to Mo Li and Peng Da who were close by. Peng Da looked frightened and pale. This world was too dangerous. No matter which beast group won, they would surely still end up attacking the humans. We must break out. Mo Li gritted his teeth with a firm expression. But uncle, we're surrounded by golden scorpions and desert wolves. Peng Da wanted to cry. Do you want to wait to be eaten? Mo Li said, about to move. Kid, can you fight? Huh, I can't, I have amnesia. These desert wolves and golden scorpions don't care if you have amnesia. Stay close to me and do your best to save yourself. There is at least hope for breaking out. Mo Li said and laughed. If breaking out fails, you'll have to go fill the bellies of the beasts. But don't worry, you won't die alone, there's still me. Peng Da could not help but roll his eyes. Rather than dying like this, he would prefer to be buried alive. Mo Li started to break out and Peng Da yelled, Uncle, wait for me. He could only desperately follow behind Mo Li. It was fine when they were still, but when they moved, they alerted the scorpion and wolf groups. Almost at the same time, there were several golden scorpions and desert wolves, one left and one right, attacking them. Mo Li grunted and activated his mortal GU, but he only managed to repel two of the beasts before they got encircled by the groups. Breaking out has failed. Mo Li sighed and gave up the fight. Peng Da clutched his head and fell into despair. He stuttered, Am I going to die? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, be they the many 5 regions or the many 9 heavens, chaos was everywhere. The entire place was in a commotion. Many southern borders mountains collapsed, the terrain became disorganized, many central continents river channels changed paths and caused torrential floods, many western desert had sandstorms everywhere that devoured cities and oases. Many northern plains. An intense snowstorm was blowing, a pure white flame, fluttering in the blizzard, attached itself to wherever it burned. This was the special fire immortal material, frost ice flame. In places where the ice and snow path Tao marks were dense, there would be a certain degree of probability that this special flame would be produced. Most of this flame was filled with ice and snow path Tao marks, but the heart of the flame had dense fire path Tao marks. We cannot let this frost ice flame spread everywhere. Snowman Gu Immortal Shui'er was in charge of the situation. She tried to salvage it. She was tasked by Fang Yuan to manage Triple Sacred Mountain. She controlled the snow crystal formation and focused on the growth of the snowman tribe's expansion. Frost ice flames started to spread on Triple Sacred Mountain. Once the flames grew to a certain size, be they snowmen or snow monsters, they were burnt to death while crying in agony. The snowmen were in chaos. They escaped and trampled on each other, causing unnecessary deaths. Amidst the raging chaos, only a handful of snowman GU masters were trying to maintain order. But unfortunately, even with their cultivation, it was difficult to do anything against the immortal material frost ice flame. Oh no, the frost ice flame has reached the ice path crystal essence. Shui'er's face turned pale, she became anxious. She had just now tried to save more of the snowmen, and as a result, she had lost sight of this, allowing the frost ice flame to appear in the snow crystal formation. The ice path crystal essence was the core of the snow crystal formation. Feng Yuan used the formation to spread out the frost energy created by the ice path crystal essence, that would constantly alter the environment inch by inch, creating a living habitat that suited the snowmen. Shui felt deep regret as she watched the frost ice flame burn the ice path crystal essence, while being helpless against it. Shui could not help but tear up and blame herself. The snow crystal formation was entrusted to her by Feng Yuan. It was the foundation for the snowman tribe's growth, but it was actually going to be destroyed because of her mistake. She felt that she had let down the snowmen, she had let down Feng Yuan. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Feng Yuan. Shui was stunned before happiness appeared on her face. Feng Yuan grabbed the empty space in front of him. All of the frost ice flames within the formation were drawn away. Feng Yuan suddenly grunted as his body shook. Pale white traces appeared around his body all of a sudden. From these pale white traces, Shui felt a vast power that surged in heaven and earth. These are heaven path Dao marks. Oh heavens, there are so many heaven path Dao marks, he must have at least 1,000. Shui covered her mouth in surprise. I will leave the rest to you. Feng Yuan smiled at Shui as he brought the frost ice flame away with him and vanished on the spot. Shui felt relaxed, but worry soon appeared in her heart. My dear fiancé has so many heaven path Dao marks, no wonder he went into seclusion after the Fate War and rarely fought. Sigh, I am so useless, I could not help him at all. I could not even defend this snow crystal formation. Feng Yuan appeared to help Shui alleviate the crisis of the snowmen in many northern plains. He immediately went back to his secret room to continue his closed cultivation. When he was refining Fate Gu, Feng Yuan had the best position, because he was doing his best to absorb the heaven path Dao marks. He had more than 3,000 heaven path Dao marks on his body, they were all complete and intact Dao marks. One could say that he was the biggest winner in this plan that Red Lotus created. But this benefit was too great, he could not process it in the meantime. The sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. With the addition of heaven path Dao marks, that also meant that sovereign grotto heaven gained 3,000 heaven path Dao marks all of a sudden. These heaven path Dao marks created a huge impact on sovereign grotto heaven. The impact was in many different aspects and had varying effects. They could be as large as mountains and rivers shifting, but also small like a changing tributary channel. The way of heaven is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It focuses on the balance of living beings, they limit each other. Even in an extreme environment like the snow crystal formation, the heavenly Dao could alter it and create fire path Dao marks within the ice and snow path Dao marks. Once the frost ice flame spreads its destruction, many northern plains would be completely altered beyond recognition. Of course, if we ignore it, my sovereign grotto heaven will benefit from this. We will create a complete ecosystem that has balance and good prospects in the future. However, this method consumes too much of my foundation. It is also what Red Lotus Demon Venerable wants to see. Feng Yuan smiled coldly. Fate Gu was destroyed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan succeeded. Feng Yuan no longer had any value to him. Thus, Red Lotus Demon Venerable schemed and used the heaven path Dao marks to restrict Feng Yuan, to limit his growth speed. However, even though Feng Yuan saw through this, he had to take the bait. It was because Feng Yuan noticed that sovereign immortal fetus Gu was tampered by spectral soul. He needed the heaven path Dao marks to counter spectral soul's arrangements. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had been making use of Feng Yuan. It was evident from the rank 7 future self-killer move. But Feng Yuan also made use of Red Lotus. He used this Demon Venerable's plan to destroy Fate Gu, which was his biggest problem. He used Red Lotus, million-year plan to escape from the clutches of spectral soul's arrangement. Zhao Lianyun allowed the heaven path Dao marks to make the alterations, but Feng Yuan decided to interfere with them. The heaven path Dao marks altered the sovereign immortal aperture. He actively participated, resisting and cooperating with the alterations to preserve his immortal aperture's foundation. This cooperation and resistance gave Feng Yuan a lot of insight. Heaven path was merciless and impartial, human path was putting up a resistance. These two intertwined in Feng Yuan's heart, shining in different radiance. Time is about right. A while later, Feng Yuan moved again. This time, he stored the sovereign immortal aperture. His main body arrived in the world of the 5 regions. He stood in western desert as he looked at a tree in front of him. This tree was not even 8 feet tall, the branches were short, thin and twisted like monstrous claws, making it look extremely ugly. But the strange thing was, it had an enormous shadow of light. This shadow of light was extremely large, reaching 500 or 600 feet. The shadow of light was like a flourishing tree with many branches and leaves. The tree branches were white as snow, the flowers were pink like cherries. There were clusters of small fruits among the floral leaves that had yet to ripen, with all sorts of colors. It was the Thousand-Wish Tree. Around the Thousand-Wish Tree was Fang Yuan's immortal formation. Right now, he stored the immortal formation and took the Thousand-Wish Tree along with him. They were all sent into the sovereign immortal aperture. This action caused a storm to surge, a vast air current spread out to the surroundings. Fang Yuan did not care about this, he turned into a flash of light and flew into the sky. The air currents rampaged in the surrounding deserts, causing loud sounds to be emitted. Peng Da and Mo Li failed to break out, they were surrounded by desert wolves. Right when they were about to die, the air currents arrived. The desert wolf group went into chaos as they scattered and escaped. Peng Da jolted. Another disaster. Mo Li stared with wide eyes as he looked and laughed. Haha, we are saved. This is not a disaster, it is merely a normal hurricane. Let's go. Chapter 1973 Going after Fang Yuan. After the Qi tide passed, clouds were sparse in the sky, it was a refreshing sight. A yellow cloud flew high in the sky, sprinkling light sand behind it along the way. There was a female immortal sitting on the yellow cloud. She had a corpulent body, her belly was bulging, her entire body resembled a water vat. She was a member of Mo Clan, a super force in Western Desert. There was a title for her in Western Desert's GU Immortal World, Plump Lady. Plump Lady did not dislike this title at all. She felt beautiful for being fat, and upon learning of this title, she liked it so much that she publicly called herself this from then on. In time, even her original name was forgotten in place of this title. As the yellow cloud flew, Plump Lady suddenly had a change of expression, sensing something unusual. Thus, the yellow cloud slightly contracted and flew down diagonally, changing its course slightly before suspending in midair. Plump Lady stood up from the yellow cloud and looked down at the giant pit beneath her feet. This giant pit was partially hidden by the wind blowing yellow sand and covering it, but Plump Lady was a native of Western Desert, she was all too familiar with the landscape of the sand pit. This isn't a naturally formed sand pit, but rather an empty space left behind after something in it was drawn away. This aura, it's the aura of an ancient desolate plant. Plump Lady's eyes shined with bright light, she immediately understood. A GU Immortal had secretly made a move to steal an ancient desolate plant from here. Plump Lady snorted coldly as anger rose in her heart. Although she did not know what this ancient desolate plant was, this place was Wolf Desert, the territory of Mo Clan. Stealing this ancient desolate plant was the same as stealing the Mo Clan. This ancient desolate plant must be quite valuable since it is able to hide and conceal itself from the detection of our clan. I'm afraid that it has already been discovered by some people long ago, but they just did not take it. Now that Qi tides is causing disasters, this person who stole the ancient desolate plant must have been worried that they would endanger this ancient desolate plant, and that's why they took it. Plump Lady secretly analyzed the scene and carefully examined it. The thief's actions were very clean, no obvious clues were left behind. Feeling disappointed, she had to use an information path GU worm to inform the Mo clan, hoping that the clan would send good investigators to track down and capture this damn thief. And finally, Plump Lady used information path GU worms to record the scene before leaving. She had a mission right now, she could not waste time here. As she flew along, she saw an oasis. The oasis was vast, and there was a stone city at the center. The city walls were short, but the overall length was long. There were a huge number of mortals living in the city. It was Sand Wolf City. Sand Wolf City was one of the main cities of Mo Clan. Plump Lady did not cover her tracks and flew directly from high in the sky to the City Lord Manor. There were already people at the City Lord Manor who were ready to receive her. When they saw the arrival of Plump Lady, they all fell to their knees and shouted, "We pay our respects to revered Immortal." Get up. Plump Lady stored the yellow cloud and stepped on the ground in front of everyone. Revered Immortal, the arrival banquet has been prepared. It contains the best wine and delicacies of Sand Wolf City, as well as fresh fruits that were just picked today. The city lord spoke. Plump Lady, however, waved her hand. She was not interested. She only said, "Prepare a secret room for me to undergo closed cultivation. Also, I asked you to gather GU masters with aptitude and loyalty. How is it going?" "It's almost done. The vast majority of the city's GU masters have already been screened." The city lord replied quickly. "Very well. After 3 days, I will take them away. Now, you can go and attend to your own matters." "Yes, I will do my best to complete this task to the best of my ability," the city lord promised in succession. The door of the secret room closed slowly. Plump Lady activated the formation here with a wave of her hand. She looked exhausted as her divine sense probed into her immortal aperture. When she saw the scene inside the immortal aperture, she inevitably let out another deep sigh. Her immortal aperture was originally a land of yellow sand and it was flat. At the heart of the desert, Plump Lady had carefully laid out more than 6,000 acres of sand farms. Her sand farms mainly produced two types of immortal materials. They were light sand and cold warm flowing sand. They were the main sources of goods that Plump Lady produced for a long time. But after the Fate War, Plump Lady absorbed 5 Heaven Path Dao marks. Her immortal aperture started to change. The landscape became uneven, more and more sand dunes were created. Furthermore, there was a trench, as if a knife had come straight down across the center of the desert, splitting the entire desert. Thousands of acres of sand farms were lost. I don't have wisdom path methods to make deductions and restrain this kind of natural development. Unless I hire a wisdom path GU Immortal to take action, but my assets are not enough, I can't afford it. I might as well save this expense in case of future mishaps. Plump Lady lamented in her heart. Mo Clan had GU Immortals that cultivated wisdom path, but they were not close to Plump Lady. In fact, even if the relationship was close, the wisdom path deductions would still cost immortal essence. They could not work for Plump Lady for nothing, right? Therefore, there had to be a reward. Furthermore, I recently absorbed heaven and earth chi. My immortal aperture is unstable. Right now, the 5 regional walls were gone. The 5 regions heaven and earth chi had no obstruction and started to fuse. Western Desert's heaven and earth chi was changing gradually. This caused the foundation of Western Desert GU Immortals' immortal apertures to start differing from the heaven and earth chi of the outer world. When GU Immortals absorb this heaven and earth chi, their immortal aperture would be unstable. There would be tremors. The best way to deal with it was to cooperate with the change and continue absorbing and releasing heaven and earth chi. If one keeps themselves in closed cultivation, after the heaven and earth chi changes drastically, when they open the immortal aperture entrance to absorb heaven and earth chi, the tremors would be huge. The immortal aperture would suffer even more damage. If I had chi path attainment, I would be able to reduce the losses caused by the heaven and earth chi to a great extent. Wisdom path was a difficult path while chi path had been declining for years. There were few chi path GU Immortals left. Plump Lady was only having dreams that were not realistic. In the end, she consoled herself. Even though she did not have wisdom path or chi path methods, other GU Immortals were like her. Thus, she was not left behind in the dust by the majority of them. But Plump Lady still felt intense danger in her heart. This was something that all of the 5 regions GU Immortals were feeling. The 5 regions were unified. Everyone knew that life was no longer going to be peaceful anymore. Be they lone cultivators or super forces, they were making preparations for the huge battles in the future. This time, Plump Lady was tasked to go to Sand Wolf City and bring back GU Immortal seeds for Mo Clan to nurture. In fact, Mo Clan or Western Desert were not the only ones. All of the forces in the 5 regions and 2 heavens were making preparations now. In the past, the 5 regions and 2 heavens were quite peaceful. Super forces nurtured GU Immortals while considering the provision of resources and their storage. But now, everyone was preparing for war. They were going to mobilize these resources. Thus, all of the forces focused on nurturing GU Immortals than keeping resources. There was a common view. If they did not nurture enough GU Immortals, their enemies would get all of their resources if they were wiped out in the future. If they did not use up those resources beforehand, that would be too wasteful. Plump Lady looked at her sand farms in the immortal aperture while feeling heartache. She could not discard these farms. They were her only sources of revenue. They were her biggest financial support pillar. Plump Lady had to preserve them. The future was uncertain. She did not know how long the chi tides would continue, but she had to salvage them regardless. In the current world, I'm afraid only Fang Yuan will know how long these chi tides would last. He has spring-autumn cicada and can rebirth from the future after all. Plump Lady felt deep envy and admiration regarding this. Plump Lady rebuilt the sand farms in her immortal aperture, fixing the GU formations inside. The area where the earth trench appeared could not be fixed. Thus, her 6,000-acre sand farm was split into 2. If only I had an immortal GU formation. Plump Lady felt a bit of regret. Mo Clan also had Formation Path GU Immortals. When she created the sand farm, Mo Clan's Formation Path GU Immortal had asked her if she needed help. But Plump Lady rejected him. On one hand, she did not want to expose her immortal aperture. On the other hand, she wanted to save cost. After all, creating an immortal formation would use one of her immortal GU as the core. Plump Lady only had 2 rank 6 immortal GU herself. Also, the payment of hiring the formation path GU Immortal was not cheap. If I had created an immortal formation back then, my losses would be much lower. Sigh, how can anyone expect their own immortal aperture to be unsafe? Plump Lady thought of this and felt some envy towards the formation path GU Immortal. During this period of time, he had been extremely popular with everyone. They were looking for him to create immortal GU formations around their immortal aperture's resource points to protect them. Plump Lady felt a little bitterness towards the Earth Path she cultivated. Earth Path was skilled at changing terrain, but Western Desert had the most number of Earth Path GU Immortals. Plump Lady's Earth Path inheritance was also quite ordinary. As for cultivating a second path, Plump Lady did not even dare to think about such an absurd idea. She was already facing problems cultivating just Earth Path in terms of time and finances. Trying to juggle another path was courting death. Moreover, only those rare and exceptional inheritances could allow one to dual cultivate. For example, an inheritance left by Thunder Ghost True Monarch or Duke Long. After repairing her immortal aperture's sand farm, Plump Lady still had to buy some fertile sand. Sand farms nurtured sand using sand. Without enough sand-type immortal materials, the production would fall greatly. Plump Lady took out her GU worms and connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven had all sorts of news. A large number of wills were conversing as they interacted. Because of the huge change in the world, GU Immortals could not move around now. On one hand, they had to absorb and release Heaven and Earth Chi continuously to adapt to the main world. On the other hand, they also had to take care of their immortal apertures and repair them continuously like Plump Lady. Cases like Zhao Lian Yun who ignored the damage caused were quite rare. Thus, GU Immortals needed immortal materials or the help of GU Immortals of other paths. Treasure Yellow Heaven became a very popular destination for them. Another Chi tide happened over here. A lot of deaths occurred. When are these Chi tides going to end? Damn it, my fisheries have all been destroyed. I hate the fact that we cannot move around. The stronger the immortal aperture foundation, the longer we need to adapt to the Heaven and Earth Chi and keep up with the 5 regions transformation. The GU Immortals sighed as they talked about the news of these Chi tides. Other than that, there was Fang Yuan's arrest warrant. A mysterious force described Fang Yuan's circumstances. They were willing to pay a huge sum for his latest information. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. His sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. More terrifyingly, he could annex people's apertures to skip calamities and tribulations, increasing his cultivation level. But now, Fang Yuan obtained too many Heaven Path Dao marks. His strength had hit an all-time low. Whoever discovered his location would get a huge reward. The sovereign immortal fetus Gu's secret was completely exposed. This was not Heavenly Court's doing. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zhang Yuan had released the arrest warrant due to Spectral Soul's orders. Too strong. This sovereign immortal body is too terrifying. It can cultivate all paths. I finally understand why Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he became a rank 8 great expert. Who can have such a great fortuitous encounter? Why does heaven favor this otherworldly demon? If I had his fortuitous encounters, I could achieve such great accomplishments as well. The GU Immortals were filled with jealousy and hatred. We cannot let him grow further. He can annex apertures. He is the enemy of all GU Immortals. Let those experts handle him. I am just a minor character. Why would I ever encounter Fang Yuan? The reward is a huge amount of immortal materials. I wonder which lucky person will get them. Lucky person. Exposing the great demon Fang Yuan's location would be offending him. You call that lucky? We have all seen Fang Yuan's battle strength ourselves. Even if he is at his weakest, how weak can that be? No matter how weak a person is, killing an ant is extremely easy regardless. Even if I find his location, I will not dare to expose him. Plump Lady heard these discussions. She felt conflicting emotions within her. The information had been released in Treasure Yellow Heaven several days ago. It had received huge attention. It was the hot topic currently, without showing signs of dying down. Everyone in the world had seen the Fate War. Fang Yuan's performance was shockingly terrifying. The world knew about his pseudo-venerable battle strength. The title of the #1 demon in the world belonged to him. Nobody dared to contest this. Hopefully, I never meet such a person in my life. No matter how fat I am, my size cannot compare to such a huge demon. If I get involved in his matters, I will die without doubt. Plump Lady was quite aware of her situation. She was only enjoying the show as a spectator. But she did not know that she had once fought against Fang Yuan. In fact, the ancient desolate plant that was stolen earlier was taken by Fang Yuan. While Plump Lady entered closed cultivation, two figures in sari states supported each other as they moved towards Sand Wolf City step by step. The city guards did not chase them away, they could tell that these two were GU masters. The guard walked towards them and extended his hand. Entry fee of 1 primeval stone per person. There's still an entry fee. One of the downcast GU masters started with wide eyes. He was Peng Da. The middle-aged GU master that he was supporting was naturally Mo Li. The two of them were saved by the air currents generated when Fang Yuan took the Thousand Wish Tree. After exerting effort, they finally reached Sand Wolf City. I have them. Mo Li was already prepared. He took out 2 primeval stones and handed them to the guard. Peng Da took a look at these 2 primeval stones. Along the way, he was taught by Mo Li. He could now inspect his aperture. He found that he had 3 GU worms. He even understood the value of primeval stones. It was used as currency but also as a way to replenish a GU master's precious primeval essence. 2 primeval stones to enter a city. Peng Da sighed. Uncle Mo Li, I will return this sum to you. Mo Li patted his shoulder. Let's go, kid. No matter how poor I am, I can still afford this fee. During this period, you should stay at my home. You are penniless and have no memory of this city. How can you live alone? Mo Li had guided Peng Da along the way. After finding that he knew nothing about GU master cultivation, he believed the words that he was amnesiac. Uncle, thank you so much. You saved my life and even helped me this much. Don't say that. Mo Li interrupted Peng Da and brought him into the city. Mo Li's house was at the central area of Sand Wolf City. It was a huge house with a garden that had flowers growing in it. I am back. Mo Li knocked on the door as his wife opened the door. You are finally back. Mo Li's wife was a rank 2 GU master. Seeing her husband, she was happy and surprised. I heard the Chi Tide appeared. I thought you. I was lucky and lived, but my caravan is completely ruined. Only the 2 of us survived. Sigh. Mo Li sighed deeply. Being alive is the greatest blessing. Mo Li's wife turned her eyes. Auntie. Peng Da greeted after their conversation. Mo Li's wife chuckled. Little lad, thank you for taking care of my husband along the way. Peng Da's face turned red as he said, I am ashamed. It was uncle who took care of me during this journey. Without his help, I would have died in the desert. As travelers outside, helping each other is necessary. Quickly come in. Mo Li's wife was very welcoming. Mo Li and Peng Da had a rough journey, but they were finally safe now. After showering in Mo Li's house, the 2 of them went to bed and fell sound asleep. After sleeping from noon to night time, Peng Da was woken up by Mo Li for a scrumptious dinner. After dinner, Mo Li said to his wife, we still have some money left. Even though my caravan was destroyed, as long as I am alive, I can rebuild a new caravan. But his wife had a hesitant look. I haven't told you this. I was hesitating. Thankfully, you returned alive. What is it? Mo Li was curious as he asked. After you left, the city lords sent orders that they would select GU masters that had a great aptitude and were loyal to Mo clan. Supposedly, this is an order from the higher-ups. They want to nurture GU masters to become GU immortals. Oh, there is such a thing. Mo Li hesitated. The city lord put up a public notice. I went past the city gates quickly. I did not see it. Mo Li's wife continued. Our son heard the news and wanted to sign up. Mo Li laughed unconsciously. To think our son would have such aspirations, but he only has B-grade aptitude. Mo Li's wife laughed. Aptitude is not too important. Loyalty to Mo clan is most important. If we show enough loyalty, our son might be selected. Mo Li realized at once, asking, how much? Mo Li's wife said a number. Peng Da's mouth became wide open. Mo Li's wife was very troubled. Even if we use all our remaining savings, it will not be enough. Husband, the decision is up to you. Mo Li was silent for a moment before he resolved himself, I will borrow. It is rare that our son is no longer lazy and wants to improve himself. This is a good thing. I will go and borrow shamelessly. I am sure we will gather enough funds. Husband, Mo Li's wife was touched but felt worried as well, but our caravan was destroyed, I am afraid. Mo Li smiled as he patted his chest, feeling confident. Don't worry, I am a rank 3 GU master, my body is strong and my strength is intact. Everyone knows that I only need time. As long as my luck is not bad, I can recover from this loss. Chapter 1974 Creating an Opening. The sky was light purple in color. Gathered in midair was a large area of gray clouds resembling thick fog, making the view of soul-pacifying grotto heaven quite unclear. But the layout of this place was good. Even Spectral Soul could not help but praise it. He had disguised as a soul beast. he successfully infiltrated the Grotto Heaven. After many days, he finally found out a lot of information about soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. This was a soul path Grotto Heaven. There were a lot of soul path cultivation resources here. It had at least 10 giant resource points. In history, it had once produced 2 rank 8 soul path immortals at the same point in time. It was a very rare situation. The biggest trait of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was that it had a soul-pacifying immortal killer move that influenced all lifeforms in this Grotto Heaven. This killer move could pacify soul beasts and bring peace to GU immortal souls. It had a huge supplementary effect in soul cultivation. There were 3 aspects in soul path cultivation: strengthening, refining, and pacifying the soul. The most effective method to pacify the soul was using the water of Bewitching Lake. It was known as pacifying soul soup, the most delicious wine in the world. This was recorded in U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu 003EU003E. The soul-pacifying killer move in soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was created by mimicking the pacifying soul soup. Even Spectral Soul thought that the effect of this move was good. Within soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, soul beasts were the most plentiful of beasts. It had raised soul beasts to begin with. Now that fate was destroyed and the 5 regions unified, in order to prepare for war, the GU immortals of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven went outside to hunt and store more soul beasts. But the higher-ups with Lady Cold Ash as the leader still did not think this was enough. They sent even more GU immortals outside to search for even more soul beasts. Thanks to the soul-pacifying killer move, even if immemorial soul beasts went into soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, they would remain peaceful and would not rampage. After Enshuan returned to the Grotto Heaven to rest for a few days, he received orders to go out and hunt soul beasts again. I am letting you command 3,000 soul beasts with 1 immemorial soul beast as the guardian. Do your best. Before leaving, Lady Cold Ash called for him. Enshuan was the tall and skinny GU immortal from earlier. He was the nephew of Lady Cold Ash, and also the GU immortal with the best prospects to go beyond rank 7 in soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Thank you for the concern, Aunt. Enshuan said with difficulty. But such a huge soul beast group, I do not have the ability to command them. Lady Cold Ash waved her hand. My killer move can allow you to command this soul beast group with ease for 20 days. Enshuan was overjoyed. He quickly thanked her. He understood that his aunt was helping in secret and taking care of him. Even though soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven did not lack resources and had deep foundation, when nurturing GU immortals, seniority mattered. Lady Cold Ash helped Enshuan secretly, hoping that he would emerge victorious in the contest against Enchong and become the rank 7 GU immortal who received the most support. She was his aunt after all. Enshuan led the Soul Beast army and left soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, heading to Black Heaven for his hunt. For the next few days, his gains were little. He became a little anxious. Logically speaking, after the Chi Tide passes, there would be many dead lifeforms. Their souls would be left behind and form more soul beasts. Enshuan could not understand why this was not happening. Along the way, he did not meet many soul beasts, but he gathered a lot of Chi Path immortal materials. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was a soul path Grotto Heaven. These Chi Path immortal materials were almost unusable, they could only be traded away. Enshuan could not understand why, but Spectral Soul knew. It seems that after the Chi Tide passes, Chi Path Dao marks flood the area, causing other paths to be suppressed. Soul Path is no exception. It is hard to form new soul beasts. In contrast, Chi Path immortal materials are going to increase in numbers. They will be at an absurd number in the future. Spectral Soul saw the trend and felt a little strange internally, to think that Chi Path would regain its former glory. Chi Path had been declining, but with the current situation where Chi Path immortal materials get produced widely in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the abundance of resources would lower the cost of cultivation. It would create a trend of numerous Chi Path cultivators. Spectral Soul turned into an ancient soul beast and secretly followed Enshuan. He left soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven for his own objectives. He had already inspected soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, but he could not take action inside. Outside, it was a different story. However, Spectral Soul did not act immediately. He patiently waited for a chance. As expected, after more than 10 days, Enshuan encountered a group of soul beasts that numbered to more than 1,000. I finally met some. Enshuan was overjoyed. He quickly manipulated the soul beast army to attack. A huge battle began. Initially, Enshuan had the advantage, but soon, he found that an immemorial soul beast appeared in the enemy's group. He quickly let out his guardian. It was also an immemorial soul beast. The 2 immemorial soul beasts fought intensely, creating a small battlefield for themselves. The enemy immemorial soul beast was much stronger than Enchuan had expected. His immemorial soul beast quickly fell into a disadvantage, about to be defeated. Enchuan was shocked. He quickly acted to help out his immemorial soul beast. Eventually, Enchuan paid a huge price of suffering injuries to exterminate the enemy immemorial soul beast. Enchuan felt regret that he could not capture the wild immemorial soul beast. He had tried many methods to subdue it, but he failed. He had no choice but to kill it in the end. After the battle, Enchuan counted his gains and losses. Despite his heavy injuries, he gained 800 soul beasts overall, among which were many ancient soul beasts. This should be enough. Enchuan let out a sigh of relief. These gains were sufficient. He did not let down Lady Coldash and her expectations. But right when Enchuan relaxed his mind, Spectral Soul struck at lightning speed, flying into Enchuan's body. Enchuan's face distorted as he shook intensely. After a while, he returned to normal. Spectral Soul came out of his body as Enchuan knelt down. "I pay respects to Master." Spectral Soul nodded with a tired expression. He had an ability to enter a life-form's soul and forcefully modify it so that they would obey Spectral Soul from the depths of their soul with absolute loyalty. But there were many limitations to this. He could not use it casually. Back then, Spectral Soul subdued Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan when they were at their weakest. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan were in poor conditions then, while she had also been subconsciously influenced by him over time. Thus, in order to deal with Enchuan, Spectral Soul had to wait until he was at his weakest. The reason he caused this huge soul beast battle instead of directly attacking because he needed to deceive soul pacifying Grotto Heaven. Enchuan was a rank 7 GU Immortal. It was not easy for him to explore Black Heaven. There were investigative methods used on him. If anything happened to him, soul pacifying Grotto Heaven would react to it rapidly. After subduing Enchuan, I have an opening in soul pacifying Grotto Heaven. Is Lady Coldash still far from my grasp? Hee. Spectral Soul chuckled. Soul pacifying Grotto Heaven had the most suitable cultivation resources for Spectral Soul. He could take control of it and use it to interfere in the world affairs to accomplish his goals. I have already created my opening here. It is far better than hunting soul beasts myself. I wonder what breakthrough Fairy Ziwei has made already. At the same time, in a certain central continent valley. Fang Yuan, you cannot escape. Fairy Ziwei called out, using a purple meteor attack. The purple meteor landed on Fang Yuan as it pierced his chest, creating a gaping hole. Fang Yuan stared at Fairy Ziwei. He fell with a loud sound and scattered into smoke. Another clone. Even though Fairy Ziwei was prepared for it, she still felt tired seeing this. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan had already killed hundreds of Fang Yuan's clones. She immediately captured and stored the smoke that the myriad self-clone turned into. Next, she took out a sealed clone of Fang Yuan from her aperture. She instilled the smoke of the destroyed myriad self-clone into the sealed clone. Soon, the white smoke was absorbed by the clone. Its cultivation level rose again. These myriad self-clones were summoned by Fang Yuan during the battle in Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had used the transportation formation to send them all over Central Continent. Fairy Ziwei was ordered by Spectral Soul to find Fang Yuan. After putting up the arrest warrant, all the information she received involved these clones. Fairy Ziwei had no choice but to pay them the reward as they had provided information. But she also went around laboriously to capture the Fang Yuan myriad self-clones all over the continent. If she left them unattended to, these clones would be the best concealment for Fang Yuan's main body. Fairy Ziwei also had another idea. What if Fang Yuan was hiding among these clones? This was not impossible. Thankfully, these myriad self-clones can sense each other. When I capture one, I can use the connection to find the next clone. But, Fairy Ziwei watched as the sealed clone of Fang Yuan rose in cultivation level. She felt worried. Fang Yuan's human path attainment level is so high. These clones can actually devour each other and show such autonomy. Fang Yuan's strength is low because of two reasons. Firstly, the heaven and earth chi are converging and forming chi tides. Immortal apertures are becoming unstable. Secondly, the heaven path Dao marks he absorbed are also like a seal. Among the different paths, human path is the most suitable for dealing with heaven path. Who knows how many heaven path Dao marks Fang Yuan gained? How long can they suppress him for? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the Thousand Wish Tree was planted in mini central continent. An immortal formation with the Thousand Wish Tree as the core was already set up. It started to activate now. Due to the influence of the heaven path Dao marks, sovereign Grotto Heaven had been encountering disasters and calamities endlessly, but even in this situation, Fang Yuan still spent effort to create and defend this formation. Good. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan smiled as he saw the formation working normally. This was a human path formation. The Thousand Wish Tree was a human path ancient desolate plant. With his formation path and human path attainment levels, Fang Yuan finally made such progress. The formation in Mini Central Continent was the main formation. There was going to be 4 more human path sub-formations created in the other mini regions. I am trying to use human path to restrict heaven path. Let's see how well it works. Fang Yuan held high expectations for this plan. Chapter 1975 World Poetry Competition. Immemorial Black Heaven. They're here, and Shuan shouted excitedly. Under his silent supervision, a soul beast army of 1,000 charged towards his ambush. Once they entered his range, and Shuan activated his ambushing soul beasts, attacking all of the wild soul beasts from all sides. While Shuan controlled the soul beast army, he activated Immortal GU and unleashed all sorts of immortal killer moves. As his killer moves landed on them, the soul beasts on his side gained a boost in battle strength, speed, and defense to some degree. This battle lasted for several minutes, and Shuan successfully killed 400 wild soul beasts while the rest were captured. Master. And Shuan gathered a pile of soul cores and offered them to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul opened his mouth and absorbed all of these soul cores into his body, starting to digest them. After last time when he secretly followed Shuan and enslaved him, Spectral Soul managed to get his plan started. He secretly passed the profundities of soul path cultivation to Shuan. According to the soul path immortal GU that Shuan had, he personally created soul path killer moves for him. Shuan's strength continued to rise. He took many missions to capture soul beasts. For this purpose, Spectral Soul created 2 methods. One could find out the location of wild soul beasts, the other was a simplified immortal formation that could lure soul beasts after it was set up. With these 2 methods, Shuan captured wild soul beasts with much higher efficiency. Each mission was completed to a high degree. Lady Cold Ash saw that her nephew did not let down her expectations but even went beyond that and shined brightly. She was very happy about it. Within Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, Lady Cold Ash was the only rank 8, she was naturally their leader. Below her were Chong and Shuan. Last time, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch opened his Grotto Heaven and invited them, Lady Cold Ash brought the 2 of them with her. She wanted to let them gain some experience, and also let them meet up with others to become acquainted with other GU Immortals. When Lady Cold Ash was in the meeting in the Grotto Heaven, Chong and Shuan stayed outside the Grotto Heaven and talked with the other rank 7 elites of other Grotto Heavens. But Lady Cold Ash did not know that Shuan was already turned into Spectral Soul's slave. In fact, the entire Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, including herself, was currently targeted by Spectral Soul. Their future was bleak. The more missions he completed, and the higher the completion rate, the more advantage Shuan would have in this competition. Lady Cold Ash could see this. The other GU Immortals in the Grotto Heaven also noticed this. One day, Lady Cold Ash summoned Chong as she instructed. Since the last time Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch called for us to have a meeting, he was very active in asking the Grotto Heavens to work together. But in Central Continent's Black Heaven, there are many variant humans but only 2 rank 8 humans including me. Thankfully, I have already contacted Granny Skeleton. She is a rank 8 GU Immortal of Eastern Sea's Black Heaven. In this journey to Eastern Sea, you are representing Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. You will meet with Granny Skeleton and show our sincerity to cooperate. Yes. Chong replied, feeling bitter inside. He knew Lady Cold Ash's intention. By sending him on this mission, she was helping Shuan to claim victory. He was going to become the nurturing target of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. If Shuan performed similarly to himself, Chong would feel unresigned and angry. But Shuan did really well, far better than him. Even Chong felt that he had no chance to win. He accepted this mission. He took some immortal materials from Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven's inventory as a meeting gift. After leaving Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, he passed the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall and arrived in the 5 regions. He concealed his traces and went from Central Continent to Eastern Sea. Next, he went through the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall in Eastern Sea into Granny Skeleton's area. When the regional walls existed, GU Immortals had a lot of trouble crossing regions. Many strong GU Immortals would choose to travel using the 2 heavens. But now that the regional walls had vanished, even a Black Heaven GU Immortal like Chong could travel through the 5 regions. Black Heaven had a dangerous environment. It would be troublesome if one met an immemorial desolate beast. Even though Chong had an immemorial soul beast hiding in his immortal aperture, he only had rank 7 cultivation level after all. Especially now when the chi tides were rampaging, the 5 regions GU Immortals had to recuperate. They rarely moved around. Thus, it was easy for Enchong to travel. Along the way, Enchong found that the 5 regions were facing huge disasters, the Qi tides had caused much destruction. Regardless, he did not meet with any unexpected mishaps, he successfully arrived in Eastern Sea and went up to Immemorial Black Heaven. According to the communication method left by Lady Cold Ash, he successfully went into Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and met with Granny Skeleton. Fate has been destroyed, the Qi tides are surging. With the current changing world, if we do not cooperate, the future will be uncertain. We are all humans, we should work together and stay united. Granny Skeleton did not create problems for Enchong, she agreed immediately. Granny Skeleton continued. However, in Eastern Sea's Black Heaven, variant human forces are more dominant. Lady Cold Ash wants us to cooperate, why would Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch do nothing? He must be gathering the variant human forces of the other region's Black Heaven as well. Enchong knew that Granny Skeleton would not say unimportant things, he quickly asked, Senior, what insight might you have? Granny Skeleton said, since we are uniting the humans of Immemorial Black Heaven, why don't we include White Heaven as well? I will not hide it from you, I have contacted many people already, the response is quite good. Among them, there is one key person, we need your help to persuade them. Granny Skeleton paused and continued. This person is a rank 8 GU Immortal, he is known as Old Immortal Yu, he controls Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. He has quite the reputation in Eastern Sea's White Heaven, if we can ally with this person, it will definitely bring along a number of White Heaven GU Immortals, we will save a lot of effort. Enchong heard this and thought, going to meet Old Immortal Yu was not part of his mission, but if he could accomplish this feat, he would have a chance to compete with Enshuan again. Thinking of this, Enchong made his decision, saying to Granny Skeleton, since Senior has already planned this, Junior will set out for Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Granny Skeleton praised. Good, as expected of a member of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Old Immortal Yu does not like to fight or kill, that is why he has little interest in an alliance. If you can succeed in this trip, I will reward you greatly. Enchong left Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and went to Immemorial White Heaven, meeting with Old Immortal Yu. Even though Old Immortal Yu had little interest in an alliance, Enchong was representing Lady Cold Ash in this trip. The other party was also a rank 8 GU Immortal. Old Immortal Yu did not dare to ignore them, he opened the door and invited Enchong in. After seeing Old Immortal Yu, Enchong gave the speech that he thought up along the way, but Old Immortal Yu was unmoved. My Profound Literature Grotto Heaven does not involve itself in worldly affairs, we are a neutral party. Even though we do not want to make an alliance, the two of us can still exchange resources. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven produced Soul Path resources, it was quite useful for Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Seeing that he could not convince Old Immortal Yu, Enchong thought that this transaction was at least better than nothing. This was the first time they were interacting, after several transactions, wouldn't they get closer? With a deeper relationship, requesting for an alliance would be much better hopes. After saying goodbye to Old Immortal Yu, Enchong was asked to stay by another GU Immortal. GU Immortal Hua Song attended to him, he said, you have traveled a long journey to come here, you should stay for a few days. During this period, the Mortal Imperial Court is holding a world poetry competition, many beautiful poems will be created and recited then, it is quite interesting to watch. Enchong had already heard from Granny Skeleton about the poetry culture of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. All of their GU Immortals were scholarly and preferred literature works over beautiful women or wine. Enchong wanted to improve his relationship with Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, even though he had no interest in poetry or recital, he could not refuse their kind invitation, he agreed to stay. The World Poetry Competition commenced. This was an unprecedented event, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had never held such a huge competition before. Thus, all sorts of talents gathered from all over Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Other than the talented scholars who wanted to display their abilities in the poetry competition, many people came here to watch the grand event. Thus, the capital city that was holding the World Poetry Competition became filled with people since a month ago. People moved on the bustling streets, Li Xiaobai and teacher Zhang walked side by side. The World Poetry Competition has 18 rounds, Xiaobai, if you want to change your circumstances, this is the best chance. I understand your talent, you can pass the first 10 rounds, but the latter 8 will depend on your luck. Sigh, teacher cannot help you this time, we might even end up as opponents. Teacher Zhang sighed. This was a grand event, teacher Zhang also wanted to participate and compete with the other talented scholars. After Li Xiaobai heard this, he held down the urge to roll his eyes as he thought, I am almost certain now that you will end up as my opponent, dear teacher. Li Xiaobai was Fang Yuan's clone. He was sent into profound literature Grotto Heaven as a pawn to take over this Grotto Heaven. Initially, Li Xiaobai had a smooth sailing journey. He even received the affection of Su clan's young miss, Su Qihan. As a result, Li Xiaobai became one of the 10 great scholars. He had a chance to become Su clan's son-in-law. Next, while Li Xiaobai was on his way to the capital city, the world shook as mountains collapsed and rivers flooded. The people in Li Xiaobai's group got injured while some died. They were trapped in the valley for months before Li Xiaobai managed to escape for his life. Because of this, he missed the opportunity and did not meet with the emperor. Without the emperor's decree, his 10 great scholar title was conferred to others. Li Xiaobai wanted to contact Su Qihan but found that after hearing about his situation, she went to look for him and went missing as a result. Even now, she had not returned yet. After arriving in the capital city, Li Xiaobai encountered many setbacks. People tried to target him secretly, he offended officials or royalty without knowing it. He had a tough time. If not for teacher Yang's help, he would have ended up on the streets as a beggar. But he knew why. Even though my main body destroyed Fate Gu, our strong luck was almost completely expended in this battle. The result is that I as a clone also became really unlucky. This world poetry competition is the event created by Profound Literature Grotto Heaven to choose new Gu immortal seeds. Even though teacher does not know the details, he still chose to join. He is going to become my obstacle. I am so unlucky now. I will definitely face him. If I defeat him, this teacher might hate me for life. But this chance is too rare. If I do not use it to deal with the difficulties ahead, I will meet with more problems in the future. Chapter 1976 Li Xiaobai, S. Spring Poem. Lord Gu Masters, please come in. The waiter bent his back as he invited Hua Song and Enchong into the shop. This is a famous tea house of the capital city. It is very crowded. I have come here many times in the past. Hua Song transmitted as he explained to Enchong. The two had disguised as Gu masters as they came to the capital city of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Enchong was more willing to observe the capital city from above the clouds. But since Hua Song had such interests, he could only accompany the person who invited him. I want a table on the 5th floor. Hua Song was very familiar with this place. The two came to the 5th floor. They entered the room and saw through the windows that the streets were bustling with people outside. The street with the bronze gate where the first round of the competition was held was completely packed with people. These are the current generation scholars of my Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. They are the hope of our future as well. Please observe. Hua Song sighed as he handed a rank 5 investigative Gu worm to Enchong. It could observe the target's talent chi. Enchong took a look and used it immediately, his field of vision changing immediately. He could now see the talent chi above the heads of countless scholars. These talent chi had all sorts of colors, some were taller than others, they all had different forms. It was an eye-opener. Since you have such a Gu worm to observe talent chi, what is the point of holding this competition? Enchong asked. Hua Song chuckled. You might not know, talent chi is like cultivation level. Even if one possesses a larger talent chi, they might not be able to use it properly in actual competition. Furthermore, this competition requires them to make poems on the spot. They cannot cheat. We want to test the upbringing of these scholars. Some who have abundant talent chi might not have sufficient inspiration to create the highest quality poems. Enchong nodded. I see that the formations here are interlinked. They are able to amplify the creative thinking of the scholars. Hua Song nodded. Indeed, you are very perceptive. Within the Immortal formation, scholars are able to display greater abilities than usual. They will make full use of their talents. As they spoke, the door was knocked. After getting Hua Song's permission, the waiter brought over an array of dishes and wine. 8 treasure duck, golden thread crispy sparrow, panda crab meat, they are all signature dishes of our tea house. Please enjoy the food. The waiter said. Hua Song gave the waiter one primeval stone as a tip before he left the room. Hua Song explained to Enchong, Envoy, even though the tea here is mortal tea, it was created by Lord Hua Yu in his youth. When he was still a rank 4 Gu master, he became the top scholar and thus this tea was named by him as the top scholar tea. Oh, Enchong became interested now. This was the creation of a rank 8 Gu immortal in his youth. Then I will have to savor this well. Enchong drank it. He shut his eyes as he tasted the tea. In a daze, he felt a rush of excitement in his heart. It was as if he had attained success after decades of hard work. He finally gained the reputation and fame that he deserved. Life was at its peak. Good tea, good tea. Enchong praised sincerely. Even though this is a mortal tea, it has a trace of human path ingenuity within it. During the Fate War, Central Continent's heavenly court used multiple human path killer moves with shocking power, the entire world knew about it. Thus, human path became renowned in the world, everyone knew about it. While the two immortals were enjoying their tea, the bronze gate of the first competition ground opened slowly. The crowd of people waiting before the gate erupted into a huge commotion. It's opening, it's opening. Don't squeeze. Quickly let me in. The crowds charged through the gate. Li Xiaobai was among them, but he was at the back instead. He moved along with the people as he analyzed the rules of this competition. The World Poetry Competition has 18 rounds, each one has a question, everyone has to answer it, regardless of how many people, their final product will be assessed and only half will be able to pass. Towards the later rounds, the numbers will continue being halved. Like this, once someone passes all 18 rounds, they will fulfill the condition. If someone fails once, they will have to return to the previous round. If they keep losing and fall out of the first round, they will be out. However, this poetry competition will last for 7 days. Everyone has 3 opportunities to try even if they get kicked out of the first round. This way, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven will be able to pick the most eligible GU Immortal seeds. Even if someone makes a mistake, they will have a chance to try again. But if any scholar fails to perform throughout the 7 days, it will mean that they are not up to standard, they are not qualified to receive the Grotto Heaven's help to become an immortal. Li Xiaobai retracted his thoughts, he had already arrived at the first arena. The arena was large but packed with scholars. There were males and females, young and old, the number of people exceeded the thousands. This was just the first day. Li Xiaobai waited for another 15 minutes in the arena before all of the scholars had joined the first round. There was truly a sea of people, the liveliness was overwhelming. Thankfully, the first arena was an immortal formation space, it could expand casually and hold so many scholars without problems. Bang bang bang. As the drums rolled, a voice was transmitted into the scholars' minds. World Poetry Competition, first question, spring, the time limit is 5 minutes. After saying that, the voice vanished. The first question is spring. Many scholars frowned while many scholars showed happy expressions. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, there are simply too many spring poems in existence, this question seems really easy. After all, most scholars would have some sort of verses related to this theme. Even though the World Poetry Competition requires the creation of poems on the spot, a person can easily modify existing verses to create their own new poems. But in reality, this question is quite the tough one. Li Xiaobai had an expression of deep thought. He knew that his poem was going to compete against the surrounding people. As long as he was stronger than half of them, he would progress to the next stage. Many scholars noticed this as well. Many people started to think, some sat down on the ground while others paced around with their arms behind their backs, some lowered their heads, muttering softly to themselves. Li Xiaobai's thought was, which poem do I use, or steal? There were many spring-related poems in his memory, they were all amazing classics. But using a legendary classic from the start was not good, this would not allow Li Xiaobai to explain himself in the future. He did not have top-tier talent chi, if he took out a shocking poem now, he would attract suspicion. If his luck was good now, Li Xiaobai might take slight risks. But now that he was having bad luck, Li Xiaobai decided to play safe. While Li Xiaobai was thinking about it, many scholars already started to make their poems. Thus, all kinds of lights shining in all colors, weak or strong, appeared. Whenever the light fades from a scholar's body, they would have some gains. Some gained GU worms, some gained a rise in cultivation level, some recovered primeval essence, while others recovered from fatigue. This was the killer move known as assisting literary talents. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's creator, its original owner, had used this move before his death. Because of assisting literary talents, more and more scholars were encouraged to study, it eventually created the environment of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven where most people were scholars. Li Xiaobai decided on his poem. He coughed lightly before starting his recital. A moonlit night 1. Deep into the night the moon shines on half a cottage, across the sky the Big Dipper lies, the Little Dipper tilts an incline. The warmth of spring is readily felt tonight, through the green window screen, insects buzz and hum. After Li Xiaobai finished his recital, a light buzzing noise could be heard around him, his entire body shined in an intense green light. Whoosh! The scholars around Li Xiaobai felt an invisible pressure as the green light forced them to move aside, a huge empty space was created with Li Xiaobai at the center. Such a strong light. A famed poem has appeared. To think that a famed poem would appear so quickly. I wonder who created it. Many scholars lost their train of thought, they all looked towards Li Xiaobai with admiration and suspicion. Li Xiaobai had a calm expression but he was a little conflicted inside. Sigh, I went overboard a little, the effect was so eye-catching, I gained too much attention. He looked around, hoping someone would step up and take the attention away from him. As the green light entered his aperture, his cultivation level rose. Oh, a famed poem has appeared, let me go read it. At the tea house, Hua Song had a sensation. After reading Li Xiaobai's work, Hua Song nodded in satisfaction, brilliant, brilliant. This Li Xiaobai is very young but his poems are very mature. Normally, spring poems would use verses involving greenery or peach blossoms. But this poem uses another train of thought, using the night scene to conceal the spring light, it is quite interesting. The final verse must be created using Li Xiaobai's personal experiences. It has a refreshing, happy, and lively feeling. Poems take after the creator, this Li Xiaobai has a superb mindset. Hua Song praised it for a while, as if he had just eaten a delicacy of the world. He looked at Chong as he smiled. I wonder what envoy thinks of this poem. Chong felt a headache as he thought, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't know what's so good about this poem. Sigh, he wants me to critique it, what should I say? One poem by Lu Fangping. Chapter 1977 Li Xiaobai's Inner Conflict. Li Xiaobai's expectations were not disappointed. After his recital, 3 more people stepped up. One was a strong man wearing a golden mask, he was shining in a glaring golden light. There was an old man wearing a cone hat, he was holding a cane as a green light moved around him. There was also a woman, she had a slim body and wore a pink dress, her face was covered by a veil. After her recital, butterflies flew around her, it was a beautiful sight. These 3 had created famed poems on the same level as Li Xiaobai's Moonlit Night. Li Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief. This world has GU worms to assist with poem creation. GU masters are also able to extend their lifespan and gain more experience in life. Thus, famed poems are more likely to appear than on Earth. On Earth, Moonlit Night was a rare creation. But in profound literature Grotto Heaven, it would not be unmatched. Including Li Xiaobai, the 4 of them had their own territory as they looked at each other. The strong man, old man, and woman placed their gazes on Li Xiaobai. They knew each other, they had some sort of understanding towards their works, but Li Xiaobai was a newcomer. Who is this young man? His talent chi is not dense, how can he create such a famed poem? Hee, interesting guy. Li Xiaobai's teacher, Teacher Zhang, also saw his student's performance. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Li Xiaobai, it seems you are performing well today. Continue working hard. In the end, no accidents happened, Li Xiaobai moved to the next round and was teleported away. After he regained his senses, he arrived in another arena. This is the 5th round, scholars, please wait patiently. Li Xiaobai heard a voice in his mind. Li Xiaobai understood at once, so the advancement has differences as well. The poem I made is enough to pass 3 rounds and directly reach the 5th round. This is quite a logical rule. But this means that the GU masters who reached this round are all people who created famed poems. Only half of these people can pass, the pressure has intensified now. Li Xiaobai looked around, he found 2 familiar faces. It was the strong man and the woman from earlier. After noticing Li Xiaobai's gaze, the woman nodded at him, she seemed to be smiling under the veil. Meanwhile, the strong man had an air of arrogance, after giving Li Xiaobai a glance, he started to shut his eyes and meditate. In the 5th round, there was only the 3 of them now. I wonder which round that old man went to. I should pretend to rest now. When scholars made poems, they had to think with all their effort, but he only had to select a suitable poem for his use. This was too easy, he had to conceal the fact. After waiting for several minutes in the 5th round arena, the second competition began. He had more than 20 competitors, Li Xiaobai felt a certain level of pressure in his heart. The theme of the second competition was out. Travel, the time limit was the same as before. Travel, this question is the same as spring, it is so broad and easy to write, but creating a famed poem will be very hard. The strong man sighed to himself. The woman was thinking, I am not well versed in this, what should I do? Li Xiaobai was also contemplating, which poem do I copy? After thinking for a while, he felt that he could not use a classic poem, the effect would be too overwhelming, but he could not use a bad poem. Otherwise, he would fail to advance and be kicked back to the previous round. Li Xiaobai was a little troubled, it was not easy to gauge this situation. He knew his own ability, but he did not know about others. He did not know what sort of poem to use to win but not gain too much attention. In the first round, I went overboard. I should not try for first place now. Li Xiaobai told himself. He waited patiently. After a few minutes, some scholars already created their poems. After that, a few more started to recite their poems. Colorful lights appeared. Li Xiaobai sighed to himself, thinking, it seems that famed poems are not easy to create. These people did well in the first round but currently, they are only performing at an average level. Li Xiaobai soon had an idea of the situation but he did not start working, he was still waiting. As the time limit was about to be up, he finally saw some famed poems. One from the strong man. He recited a poem with great battle intent, resembling the march of horses and spears. His entire body was flickering with golden light, one could hear the clash of spears and blades. The second famed poem came from the woman. She created a gentle poem, describing a young lady looking outside her room's window, listening to the stories of travelers outside, imagining her own travel journey. It was quite impressive. Alright, it is my turn now. Li Xiaobai coughed as he recited. Date flowers fall on the villagers' clothes. The sound of reeling carts heard from every household. Old men dressed in simple clothes sell cucumbers under the willow tree. Feeling drunk and drowsy from the long journey. The bright sun makes my throat dry, I thirst for a refreshing drink. I knock on the door of Immortal house, hoping to request for some tea. He had copied Su Shi's silk washing stream. After the recital, be it the strong man or the woman, they were evidently moved as they analyzed the poem. Good poem. This poem starts with description of the scenery and actions at the back. With the fusion of both, one can feel interested in the event. Even though he is writing about a scenery, he uses his voice to create an image. Compared to normal descriptions, this is very vivid. The emotional part is also very interesting. This kid might be a GU master but he is very polite and courteous. He does not barge into Immortal's house. He is truly a gentleman and has incomparable elegance. Reading his poem shows his nature. This young scholar is really promising. The surrounding scholars looked at Li Xiaobai with a different gaze now. Li Xiaobai let out a breath of air, pretending that he was extremely exhausted. After this round, I should be able to advance. Not just that, my performance was really good. I did not gain too much attention but I also did not show inability. Li Xiaobai was quite satisfied with himself. After waiting for a while, the time limit was up. He became stunned. Most scholars failed to create a poem. This is the World Poetry Competition. I need to display my best abilities. If I use any inferior work, it will be too shameful. I did my best but could not create a satisfactory poem. Even if I fail, I will not regret it. This trip was worth my time. I got to hear 3 famed poems. Haha, in the worst case scenario, I might fall to the first round, so what? Goodbye. Those scholars that did not create a poem left in a carefree manner, while those scholars who made inferior poems showed shameful expressions. Li Xiaobai was calm on the outside but internally flummoxed. How can you guys act so graciously? Even though he advanced, he had gained too much attention again. Earlier, he was quite satisfied with the situation, but to think these scholars would be so useless. HMPH, I had overestimated them. Li Xiaobai thought. There was nothing to say. He successfully advanced to the 9th round. After patiently waiting for a while, the people gathered. This time, there was less than 10 of them. Many of them were famous scholars. They knew each other and greeted politely. They were calm and elegant on the outside, but were all feeling nervous internally. At this point, the pressure of these competitors intensified again. I need to be stable. I cannot create a commotion again. Li Xiaobai clenched his fists. He kept reminding himself. But this time, his opponents all performed well. More than half of the GU masters created famed poems. Li Xiaobai was the last one left. Li Xiaobai had a nervous expression but he was calm internally. He recited the poem that he had already prepared in advance. With some flickering light, his cultivation level rose to rank 4, he gained a new GU worm. This time, he planned meticulously. The poem he created was just borderline in the middle. He managed to advance successfully but he was at the bottom of the batch. Right when Li Xiaobai was feeling happy. Cough. Someone coughed out a mouthful of blood. Someone fainted on the ground. The strong man shook as he sat down with difficulty. The woman coughed for a long time with a pale expression. Only Li Xiaobai was left standing on the spot, unaffected. At once, everyone's gazes were on him again. This young man is very strong. Currently speaking, he has already created 3 famed poems. He did not get injured at all. It seems that he had not gone all out when he made his poem earlier. Impressive. After this competition, I need to befriend him. Li Xiaobai. He was speechless. Oh heavens, why did everyone overexert themselves? Wasn't it just a poem competition, why were they risking their lives? He wanted to pretend to cough blood too, but it was too late now, he could not disguise himself anymore. Li Xiaobai had to continue moving to the next round with a plain expression. Chapter 1978 Human Path, Changing Luck. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fang Yuan stood under the thousand-wish tree, looking up only to see a blazing light in the sky. There were specks and lumps, fading and flickering. It was truly a dazzling sight. Looking at the ground, sand and dust rumbled as wind was blowing wildly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. His heaven path Dao marks were increasing in number. He had originally gained 3,000 or so Dao marks from the GU refinement, but now, he was approaching 3,500 Dao marks. With the increase in heaven path Dao marks, the number of other Dao marks in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was reducing in number. This scene reminded Fang Yuan of his time in Crazed Demon Cave. At the second lowest floor of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan saw the development of worlds. Countless worlds were destroyed as heaven path Dao marks formed. The heaven path Dao marks interlinked with each other or spread out themselves, forming new worlds. At this moment, even though the sovereign immortal aperture was not destroyed and turned into heaven path Dao marks, they were still modifying the various Dao marks within this immortal aperture. Of course, the heaven path Dao marks were not just increasing. Sometimes, they fell in numbers. One heaven path Dao mark turned into many Dao marks of other paths, spreading throughout the world. Using the transformation of these Dao marks, in accordance with the heavenly Dao, the environment of the entire sovereign immortal aperture was modified. Like the scene that Fang Yuan was observing now, light was appearing in the sky. It meant that light path Dao marks were increasing in numbers. There was also wind and rumbling sand on the ground. It meant that wind path and earth path Dao marks were also increasing in numbers. If this goes on for a long time, the surroundings of the thousand-wish tree would turn into a barren desert. The trend was too obvious. Fang Yuan smiled coldly to himself. He had originally thought that the thousand-wish tree was meant to be planted in a desert, but now, even though he was not wrong, his understanding was distorted. The thousand-wish tree was a human path ancient desolate plant. It used human will to create fruits. It was most suited to be grown in a bustling environment like a large city or market filled with people. The more human will the better. However, the heavenly Dao did not want the thousand-wish tree to grow properly. It changed the heaven path Dao marks to create a blazing sun and a vast area of sand, to isolate it from the living people. In order to survive, the thousand-wish tree had to change its own traits to adapt to this difficult environment and live. But now that it was placed in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, the immortal formation created its own desert environment for it to slowly adapt and change. It would not be destroyed because of an unsuitable environment. But outside the immortal formation was a fertile land with lush greenery and warm sunlight. The immortal formation was not isolated. The thousand-wish tree's human path aura could be sensed by the heavenly Dao. But these heaven path Dao marks were not under Fang Yuan's control. They could not change according to the environment within the immortal formation. They modified the environment outside the formation to stop the thousand-wish tree's growth. Thus, Fang Yuan learned about some things. The thousand-wish tree will finish growing in 300 years. Flower at its 600th year and bear fruit at the 900th year. It will create exactly 1,000 fruits at that time. This is something that everyone knows as a fact, but now it seems, this is not true. The thousand-wish tree is restricted by the heavenly Dao. Its actual potential is much larger. From now on, I will water it with human will. I will gradually change its habitat. Its production will definitely rise greatly. This was a future plan. Fang Yuan came to the thousand-wish tree today for another matter. At his will, cooking luck pot revealed itself above him. Rank 7 cooking luck pot was large as a basin. It was shining in golden and white light, sacred and royal. The pot had thick sides, about the thickness of a thumb. There were 8 dragons at the base of the pot, coiling around each other and extending their claws to become the legs of this pot. At the top of the pot, one could see Fang Yuan's exposed luck. It looked gray and damaged. Even though cooking luck pot was only rank 7, unable to contain all of Fang Yuan's luck in this one pot, it was still possible to observe something from it. Fang Yuan's colossal luck was almost fully consumed in the Fate War. After the fight, his luck became very low. This was his third hidden threat, aside from the Chi Tide and Heaven Path Dao marks. Fate was constant while luck was variable. When one's luck was poor, it meant that unfavorable developments might happen. But now, Fang Yuan's main body had immense battle strength that was pseudo-venerable level. No matter how bad his luck was, he had the power to resist problems. This was not a big issue for the main body, but he was worried about the luck of his clones. Outside of cooking luck pot were the luck of his respective clones. The time path clone's luck still resembled the river of time, but the water was no longer flowing smoothly, it was chaotic and the front of the river was cut off, it looked quite worrying. Zhen Budu's luck was originally a mature eagle spreading its wings and flying, but now the eagle had fallen into water, it was covered by flowing water that made things difficult for him. Li Xiaobai's luck was like a bright blooming flower. The flower was bright red and burning intensely in a red color. Within the flame, the petals bloomed, it might look like good luck but the hidden threat was huge. He was basically playing with fire, he would die if he could not control the flames. Wu Shuai's luck was like a coiling dragon, 3 of its dragon claws were holding onto a dragon pearl each. One had the silhouette of Dragon Palace, one had countless ants in it, while the third pearl had the image of Dizang Shang. Wu Shuai had the strongest luck among them, but he was surrounded by blade and sword qi, approaching from all directions. Fang Yuan's main body had poor luck, his clones were in even worse states. Fang Yuan had sensed his clone's problem long ago, it was not that he did not try to resolve it but his methods failed. The Heaven Path Dao marks restricted him, whenever he tried to use a killer move, they would interfere and cause his killer move activation to fail. Even if he succeeded, the power of the move would be greatly lowered. But this time, it should be different. Bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan multitasked, manipulating the formation around the Thousand Wish Tree while also activating Cooking Luck Pot. The Thousand Wish Tree's branches continued to shake, bright rainbow light shot out of the formation, entering Cooking Luck Pot. Cooking Luck Pot started to modify the luck of his clones. The surrounding world started to rage with intense winds and fierce lightning. Heaven Path Dao marks appeared one by one, some were all over the place while others appeared on Fang Yuan's body. The way of heaven was to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. The way of humans was to take away deficits while magnifying surpluses. With the help of the Human Path Immortal formation, Fang Yuan forcefully made modifications of certain degrees to the luck of his clones. The Time Path clone's river luck stabilized and became smoother. Zhen Budu's eagle luck started to shed its feathers in the water, it seemed like it was turning into a fish, adapting to the environment. Li Xiaobai's flower luck started to crystallize under the intense flames, it no longer had a threat of turning to ashes. Meanwhile, Wu Shuai's dragon luck still remained in a coiling state, there was no change to the luck. The surrounding blade and sword qi, however, became much weaker, turning from dense smoke to light smoke. This meant that there would still be a fight but the scale of the battle would be much smaller than before. The problem of the clones is settled. The truly troublesome thing is the Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan could increasingly understand the deeper intentions of Red Lotus as time passed. Chapter 1979 Merman Court, S. Vicious Guess. Eastern Sea, Merman Imperial Court. The sound of instruments was complemented with delicious wine and food. At the grand banquet, the 3 female immortals leading the Merman Imperial Court sat on the main seats as they entertained an unexpected guest. Good wine, good music, and even better dance. The guest drank his wine in one gulp as he slammed the cup on the table, laughing loudly. He had a square face, he was muscular and strong, his skin was snow white, his eyes and hair were icy blue in color. Rank 8 aura permeated from his body. He was a snowman GU immortal from Black Heaven's Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, it was the current generation Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ever since the last meeting of the Black Heaven forces, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord secretly contacted Central Continent's Heavenly Court, while Lady Cold Ash contacted the human experts like Granny Skeleton. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not stay motionless, his target was not White Heaven or Black Heaven, but the 5 regions instead. Thus, he went to Eastern Sea and approached the Merman Force. Eastern Sea's Merman Force had 3 leaders, they were all mermaid immortals, they were called Lian Ke-shin, Yu Zi, and Xie Ning-si. Even though this was the first time the 3 female immortals were seeing Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, seeing that he was a variant human rank 8 GU immortal, they held this banquet to welcome him. Upon hearing Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's praise, Lian Ke-shin smiled and replied, "Thank you for the praise. These dancing GU masters all are the hope of our Merman tribe, our GU immortal seeds. It is their honor to be praised by you, Immortal Monarch." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed again. "Pardon my insolence, but if these merfolk are the hope of your tribe, I'm afraid you are going to be wiped from existence soon." These words made many of the merfolk's expressions change. The dancing merfolk even became disorganized for a moment. Lian Ke-shin remained smiling. "We already understand your intention in coming here. We are not going to be provoked by your words. For countless years, mermen have lived in Eastern Sea peacefully and harmoniously. We have been neutral all along, we will not participate in any conflict outside. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shook his head. Preposterous. Who does not want to live in peace? But in history, such peace can only be gained through conflict and war. The merman race received the help of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then, that is why you could live like this until now. In the entire 5 regions, only you are still a super force among the variant humans. But we have all seen the Fate War already. Fate has been destroyed, the 5 regions have merged, the world is changing right in front of our very eyes. With disasters and calamities, conflict will ensue and last for a long time. Your merman imperial court wants to stay out of this. He, how long has it been since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died? How much influence does he still have to protect you? Lien Ke-shin had a grim expression, she could not rebuke him. Yuzi snorted coldly beside her. We have more than 10 GU Immortals and Immortal GU House floating reputation boat, how is it completely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's credit that we are able to develop to today's scale? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded. I have heard of your floating reputation boat long ago, but so what? It is just a rank 7 Immortal GU House. You have many GU Immortals, but do you have a single rank 8 GU Immortal? Not a single one. Forget about everything else, if I want to attack you now, can anyone stop me? The 3 mermaids had cold expressions. Xie Ningxi said, Immortal Monarch, if you want to fight, you can attack now, we will show you the power of our merman race. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly waved his hand. Don't misunderstand, I am not trying to become enemies with you. We are all variant humans, in the current world where humans dominate, I want us to cooperate. Variant humans are friends, not enemies. I am here to seek an alliance, how can I possibly fight you? I understand why you do not want to cooperate. But think about this, as long as I spread the word that the 3 of you have invited me here and show signs of wanting to join up with Black Heaven's variant human forces to resist the humans, what will happen? The 3 mermaids looked at each other, they all had grim expressions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke gently but he had a tough tone, it was a forceful cooperation. If they rejected him, he would spread rumors and lie that the merfolk want to join him. At this time, the Fate War was known to everyone. The things that Duke Long said to Fang Yuan exposed to the world that variant humans were going to rise up. Once this news was spread out regarding the Merman Imperial Court and the variant humans, it would raise the paranoia of the humans, they would become a public enemy. By then, with the usual behavior of humans, they would form into an allied army and eliminate the Merman Imperial Court first. The human forces had been wanting to take down the Merman Imperial Court long ago, they were only restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence. If the mermen wanted to harm the humans, regardless of whether anyone believed this lie, they would use it to deal with the Merman Imperial Court. The Merman Imperial Court would be forced to resist, they would only be able to survive if they worked with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch or other equally powerful alliances. Thus, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's objective had already been fulfilled. The 3 mermaids were troubled, they knew about the trend of the world, they were actively choosing GU Immortal seeds and nurturing them. They were mermen, they were variant humans, this status placed them in an awkward spot all along throughout the eras. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, they would be in an even worse position when everyone was paranoid. Thus, the merman tribe felt a strong sense of danger. The 3 mermaids did not have much ambition, they only wanted to preserve their members during this new era. Thus, they did not want to antagonize Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but they did not want to side with this ambitious leader and wage war on the humans either. Seeing that the mermaids were silent, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled again. How about this, we are all variant humans, I do not want to force you. Let's make a bet. The 3 mermaids looked at each other, Yuzi asked, what bet? We will have a 3-round competition, no matter what methods your tribe uses, as long as you can defeat me in 1 round, I will forget about the suggestion to make an alliance, I will leave without exposing anything about your tribe or spreading any rumors. But if I win all 3 rounds, it will mean that your merman tribe is just too weak, unable to even defeat a rank 8 GU immortal like me, you will be in great danger anyway, you should work with me to ensure that your tribe survives the tides of time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch said slowly. The 3 mermaids had no choice, they nodded and agreed to this bet. In the first round, the 3 mermaids went all out, gathering the GU immortals of the tribe and creating the battle formation, Merman Wave Sacred Spiritual Formation. Good formation, it can actually trap enemies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a look and praised it. Immortal Monarch, do you dare to enter? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed loudly, he went into the formation and attacked several times. The tides turned into ice and shattered, allowing him to escape easily. The merman GU immortals suffered backlash. They were either lightly or heavily injured. They all had grim expressions. It is a pity you do not have any rank 8 expert controlling the formation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch critiqued. During the second round, the Merman Imperial Court used their Immortal GU House floating reputation boat. After 100 rounds of fighting, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch claimed victory again. The 3 female mermen went into anxious discussions. Only the third round is left. What do we do? If we lose again, we will need to cooperate with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. What do we do? Why don't we use that? Xie Ningxi suggested. Lian Keishin and Yuzi were stunned. They shook their heads. No, we cannot use that, the influence is too large. Even without Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's rumor, we will become the target of everyone, our tribe will be exterminated. If we do not use that, what will we do? Do we request help from Eastern Sea's human forces? No, we are all affected by the chi tides now. Why would those humans come here to help us? Even if they come, the price will be too large. Oh, I thought of someone. Why don't we ask GU tribe's leader for help? Xie Ningxi asked. Lian Keishin sighed, denying this possibility. He is GU tribe's leader. Even though he has rank 8 cultivation level, he is a beastman that is in seclusion. We have a good relationship with him, but if we ask him for help, that will be making things difficult for him. Furthermore, he might not defeat this Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Yuzi's eyes suddenly brightened. I thought of someone. This person might be able to help us. He might even win against Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Who? Indeed, at this point in time, who can help us? Yuzi blinked as she said. Did you forget, there is currently a great expert at GU tribe's headquarters. Oh, him, Lian Keishin suddenly realized. Brilliant, I will contact GU tribe's leader now. We will ask Lord Wushuai for help. Xie Ningxi said that as she rapidly got to action. Chapter 1980 Admitting Defeat. Eastern Sea, GU tribe's blessed land. A grand palace was stationed here. The whole palace shined with slight orange gold light and was richly decorated. The pavilions and terraces were all grand and beautiful. It was the rank 8 Immortal GU House, Dragon Palace. Within Dragon Palace, dream realms were spread out. In other Immortal GU houses, nobody would dare to do this. But although Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal GU house, it had Dream Path Immortal GU and was not at risk of the Dream Realm corroding it. In front of the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan's clone, Wu Shuai, had his eyes shut. His body was here, but his soul was inside the Dream Realm, continuously exploring it. Within the Dream Realm, Wu Shuai was the disciple of a medical clinic. He was trying to learn their skill. A young man with broad shoulders and a thin waist stepped into the clinic with a valiant aura. The young man had quite the status. The old doctor who owned the clinic had to attend to him personally. Doctor, ever since I won the fight last time, I have been feeling that my body has some lingering issues. The young man said. The old doctor chuckled. Come, I will check your pulse. Check my pulse. The young man frowned, having a perplexed expression. The old doctor said slowly. This is a unique investigative method from my hometown. It can inspect illnesses. As a person's heart continues to beat, their blood will flow through their veins and create pulses. Through my specially created healing GU worm, I can inspect your pulse and find out the cause of your illness. The young man had a surge of admiration, worthy of an experienced doctor. I've heard that heaven has heaven veins, earth has earth veins, and humans have human veins. Does this method to inspect the pulse make use of a human vein to target the cause of the problem? Ha ha ha, that is precisely so. Extend your hand. The old doctor smiled. The young man extended his hand. The old doctor placed his finger on his wrist, closing his eyes to inspect it. A moment later, the old doctor opened his eyes. This is indeed an illness, but it is not obvious on the outside. This is quite vicious. You were hit by a phantom path method. The young man nodded. Senior is completely right. My opponent was a GU master specializing in phantom path. I was hit by his attack, and although I did not suffer injuries, it still felt weird. Usually at night, I could undergo activities with more than 10 of my concubines, but now, I get extremely tired after engaging with one. Also, my waist often aches and my body feels hot. I perspire a lot when I sleep. I even feel dizziness at times. The old doctor nodded. This phantom path method is quite wicked. It targets your kidney. In other words, you have kidney deficiency 1. Phantom path is troublesome indeed. What should I do now? The young man asked. The old doctor replied. I will prescribe you some medicine. Take it for a month. during this month, you should not engage in bedroom activities. The young man had a difficult expression. Senior, can you use GU worms to heal me directly? If I have to hold it for a month, I'll go crazy. The old doctor shook his head. Phantom path methods alternate between reality and illusion, we need ample time to deal with it. Even though my medicine is not a healing GU worm, it is not far from an actual GU recipe, it can definitely treat your problem. Other than this method, it will be hard to cure you. Unless you can find a doctor who has greater skill than me, he might be able to resolve your issue. The young man sighed. Senior is the greatest healer I know, I will follow your prescription. The dream faded away, the exploration was successful. Human vein, Wu Shuai's soul returned to his body, he was still savoring the true meaning in this dream. This dream realm gave him the true meaning of two paths, phantom path and human path. Fang Yuan's human path attainment level was at Grandmaster, but phantom path was only at ordinary. His main body still had the corpses of many heavenly court GU immortals, they had phantom apertures. But earlier, his phantom path attainment level was too low, even with wisdom GU, he could not deduce the profundity of phantom path. After the Fate War, all of the dream realms were given to Wu Shuai to explore. These dreams were all obtained from Yitian Mountain by Fang Yuan, even though a portion were used in the Fate War, a large amount was still left. After Wu Shuai left Heavenly Court, he returned to Eastern Sea and stayed in GU tribe's blessed land. Other than opening his immortal aperture's entrance to draw in heaven and earth chi, he kept in closed cultivation, exploring dream realms to gain more true meaning, to raise the attainment levels of his main body's many paths. Currently, my main body needs human path attainment level. After this exploration, even though we did not gain much human path attainment level and are still at Grandmaster, it should be of some help to my main body. Wu Shuai started to rest, preparing for his next dream realm exploration. He saw that there was an information path mortal GU from GU tribe's leader in the hall. GU tribe's leader would not bother me with trivial matters, something important must have happened. Wu Shuai retrieved the information path mortal GU and checked it. Oh, a rank 8 snowman GU immortal called Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is finding problems with the Merman Imperial Court. In the letter, the three mermaids promised that as long as Wu Shuai taught this evil visitor a lesson and forced him away, they would thank him with rewards. GU tribe's leader also used a polite tone to subtly request for Wu Shuai's help. Of course I will help. Wu Shuai smiled lightly. He had a portion of Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories. Wu Shuai learned that in the previous life, when the regional walls vanished and the 5 regions united, there were chi tides too. The 5 regions GU immortals were forced to recuperate. During this period, the forces in the 2 heavens came out and acted arrogantly for some time. To think that I would have a chance to interact with these grotto heaven forces. This is a great opportunity. For my main body's plans, I should do my best. Bam! The door of Dragon Palace opened, Wu Shuai came out of his closed cultivation. At the banquet, the fragrance of wine spread, but the atmosphere was very grim. The 3 mermaids had cold expressions while Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled at them. The song and dance had ended, the hall was silent. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch drank a mouthful of wine as he asked, I wonder if you have already decided on who to send for the final round. The 3 mermaids' expressions turned darker, but at this time, they received a letter, their faces glowed with joy. Xie Ningxi said, since Immortal Monarch is eager, let's start the 3rd fight. Good. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch placed down his wine cup. How will we do this final fight, do tell me. We have invited someone to go against Immortal Monarch. Lian Keishin said. This lord has arrived already, prepare yourself, Immortal Monarch. Yu Zi smiled coldly. After a few breaths of time, following the mermaid immortals, Wu Shuai stepped into the hall. Who wants to fight me? Wu Shuai asked, his voice reverberating in the hall. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw Wu Shuai and his expression changed, his casual and carefree attitude was no more, he said in shock, you. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had gained a lot of information about the Fate War. Wu Shuai was one of the stars that shined, everyone in the world knew about him now. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch understood at once why the 3 mermaids had such confidence. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart sank, he knew about Wu Shuai's strength, there was little hope in beating him. But in this situation, he had no choice but to ask, greetings, Wu Shuai, to think that you are in the Merman Imperial Court. I wonder where Fang Yuan is. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. I gained Fang Yuan's help to revive, we were merely working together to resist Heavenly Court earlier. You are my opponent, go ahead and attack. Wu Shuai had a lofty expression, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was angry, His expression turned cold. Wu Shuai, you have rank 7 cultivation level, but your tone is very arrogant. Wu Shuai smiled. Whose tone is more arrogant? In terms of seniority, I am someone from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's era. When I died of old age, your grandfather was not even born yet. You, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes. What? You came to look for problems with the merman, let's not waste time. Wu Shuai stared, not attacking. Then I will make my move. Saying so, he waved his hand, an Immortal GU house flew out. Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's pupils shrunk, he watched as the Immortal GU house came crashing towards him. He was not a transformation path great expert, he could not resist this famous Immortal GU house head-on, he quickly dodged. The 3 mermaids did not expect Wu Shuai to act so quickly, he attacked with no warning. Xie Ningxi quickly urged. Senior Wu Shuai, this is the Merman Hall, if you are going to fight, it would be better to do it outside. Boom, Dragon Palace expanded again, the entire Merman Hall was blown apart. As dust clouds rumbled, the mermaids and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch flew out pitifully. Dragon Palace rose to the sky as Wu Shuai stood at the door, looking down at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Don't run, little fellow. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart was pounding from the sudden assault, his throat felt dry. Wu Shuai, you are a senior. Don't rely on the power of the Immortal GU house if you have guts. Oh, is that so? Wu Shuai snickered. The 3 mermaids felt something amiss. Yu Zi quickly shouted, Senior Wu Shuai. These are the headquarters of merfolk, if you are going to fight, please do it outside. Before she ended her sentence, with a loud sound, Di Zhangsheng was released from Dragon Palace by Wu Shuai. Roar, the evil dragon roared, creating colossal waves. Its body was like a huge mountain, squeezed within the blessed land. Its dragon tail waved as several mountains and valleys were flattened. Countless merfolk scrambled and ran away, screaming in chaos. The 3 mermaids were stunned, they did not know what to do. Come, fight, Wu Shuai crossed his arms as he said to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a plain tone. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the Grand Palace and the huge vicious evil dragon, he felt that he was very insignificant. Even as a snowman who was extremely resistant to cold, at this moment, he felt a deep chill flowing down his spine. After being quiet for some time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists and said, Senior, you are very powerful, Junior admits defeat. Senior has won this battle. The 3 mermaids were silent. Wu Shuai only had rank 7 cultivation level now, but nobody felt strange that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was admitting defeat to him. Even without Dragon Palace, just the evil dragon alone could slaughter Heavenly Court's 2 transformation path experts and survive the attack of countless GU immortals. During the Fate War, Di Zhangsheng had only lost to Feng Zhuzhe and Duke Long. HMPH, little fellow, you are quite smart. Wu Shuai chuckled as he stored away Di Zhangsheng in Dragon Palace. Next, let's talk about the alliance. Wu Shuai descended and said this. Senior Wu Shuai, the 3 mermaids were shocked. What? You still think you can isolate yourselves from everything? Wu Shuai's eyebrows were raised, he spoke in displeasure. The 3 immortals did not dare to rebuke him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was overjoyed, to think that there would be a turn of events, he stammered, say senior, you mean to say. Wu Shuai patted his shoulder. Come, let's talk in the hall. The character for deficiency here is the same as Phantom,